Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Duel. Andrew was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he pointed his right hand at Alan, not knowing whether to continue scolding or what to do. He feels very confused now. Humph, the Parker family is not the only one who cares about family honor. The honor of my Hill family is something that a dog like you can slander. Alan's voice became colder and colder. He waved and directly called the two policemen who had been standing beside him, a little helpless. You have also seen that I just came to deliver a gift, and I was insulted by Mr. Andrew. In view of his behavior, I want to duel with him to wash away his insult to my reputation. Alan spoke as if he was requesting, but his manner was as if he was giving an order. After speaking, he waved his hand, motioning for the two policemen to step aside, and then took off the white gloves on his right hand and was thrown directly at Andrew's feet. Andrew stared blankly at the white gloves thrown by Alan. How many years has this ancient ritual not appeared in Britain? What's this? This is an invitation to a duel. The opponent throws his white gloves at you and invites you to join him in a duel. This is the most barbaric, bloody, and cruel way to resolve personal grudges, and is especially suitable for use between nobles. It's not that you can't avoid fighting, but if a party who receives an invitation to a duel avoids the fight, it will be regarded as a sign of cowardice, especially for a noble. If faced with such an invitation to a duel, even if he is still in the hospital bed, even if he is about to die in the next second, he has to get up and accept it. Even if he died, it would be 100 times better than avoiding the battle. This kind of old-fashioned duel has not appeared in Britain for decades. In the past, members of parliament made a special proposal to ask the British king to abolish this barbaric behavior. Although other European countries have long abolished the practice of dueling, Britain has its own national conditions here, which is different from ordinary European countries. Although there is no clear provision to abolish dueling in Great Britain, with the development of the times, no one has used dueling to resolve personal grievances today. I didn't expect that Alan would use this kind of rules again to play aggressive generals. Andrew looked at the white gloves that were thrown at his feet. If he dared not take it today, his name would be stinky throughout Britain from tomorrow. Even for a century, he would be the laughing stock of the entire British aristocracy. Although Andrew is not a noble, he is a descendant of a noble. If a descendant of a noble does not have the courage to accept a duel, then he is still a descendant of a noble. If he dares not to accept it today, all his future plans will be ruined. He won't even have the chance to be canonized as a nobleman in the future. A person without courage will not be given a title, no matter who comes. Andrew's hands were trembling violently as he looked at the tall and strong Alan. This man was still in his youth and strength, but he was already in his 50s. If there was a fight, it would definitely not be the young girl opponent. But if he doesn't fight, his plan to live in ridicule for the rest of his life and work hard for several years will come to nothing. What a ruthless strategy. He is forcing himself to choose a duel. Andrew stared into Alan's eyes, and he even saw a hint of amusement in Alan's eyes. No, Andrew, don't pick it up. Calumny watched helplessly as Andrew slowly bent down, ready to pick up the white glove, and screamed, "Shut up." Andrew turned his head. This was the toughest time he had faced calumny in recent years. He seemed to have completely taken off his disguise and scolded calumny severely. This stupid woman doesn't understand the rules among nobles at all. If he dares not to accept it today, then he will have no future after today. Even if he is alive, he is actually dead. I accept your invitation to a duel. Time and place. Andrew picked up the white gloves, held them tightly in his hand, stared at Alan, and asked decisively what the follow-up was. Very good. As expected of a descendant of a noble family, you didn't disappoint me. No need to go to so much trouble. I like to be straightforward, so why not do it now? As Alan spoke, he raised his right hand and gestured towards the little stone. Two servants carried a long box, moved the box between them with a roar, opened the box with a bang, and found that 5 or 6 long swords of various types. There are swift swords, katana swords, foil swords, small swords, sabers and more. Andrew looked at the weapon box brought up by the servant, and his heart trembled. The other party didn't even act, so why did he come here to give a gift? At this moment, Andrew was very sure that Alan was coming for him. Who goes out to work as a notary with the police, and also carries this old-fashioned weapon case. He just thought that according to the modern duel rules, the two of them were going to duel with flintlock pistols. But who knew that Alan directly asked someone to bring a box of swords? You are the invitee. You choose first. Alan stretched out his left hand and pretended to be generous, signaling Andrew to choose the weapon first. He was mainly afraid that Andrew would be suspicious and suspect that he had tampered with the weapon, so he let him choose first. Andrew put the white gloves into his pocket, squatted down, and glanced at the weapon box. There was an old-fashioned swift sword more than 1 meter long that was very conspicuous inside. Andrew took a fancy to this weapon at a glance. The predecessor of this fencing weapon is the most suitable for duels. Its blade is not too slender and has double-edged edges. It is very suitable for stabbing and slashing movements. In addition, the weapon is long and can offset it well. Lose Alan's physical advantage. Click. Pull out the scabbard. Picking up the swift sword and taking a look at it, Andrew stretched out his left hand and felt the blade of the sword carefully. He didn't do anything with it. It was a good sword. That's it. Okay. You are very discerning. Give me that katana. Alan watched Andrew choose the weapon and directed the servant to hand over the samurai sword that Sony had given him before. It was heavy in his hand. This sword was in his hand. He had never seen it before. As for the blood, he had been waiting for surgery for too long. He didn't expect to have Andrew's surgery today. How many steps? Alan stared at Andrew. Both of them had chosen their weapons. Instead of starting the fight directly, they wanted to determine the distance. Depending on the weapon, the distance between the two sides also varies. For example, when using a gun, there must be at least 20 steps away. Only with distance can the difficulty be increased. This is to ensure fairness. If they are too close, there is a high probability that both sides will kill each other at the same time. In that case, the duel will become mutual suicide. As for cold weapons, the general requirement is about 8 to 12 steps. However, this distance is relatively flexible. In the end, cold weapons have to be in close contact. So Alan asked Andrew to determine the distance between the two parties. To start, Andrew looked at the road behind Alan. It would be boring to be too far away in this kind of venue now. In the end, the two of them would have to meet each other. He might as well pretend to be brave and said, 4 steps. Okay, very brave. Alan narrowed his eyes and gave Andrew a high look. 4 steps, which is about 3 meters away. The two sides stand still, and each of them will roughly take a step forward to meet each other. In this case, the other party will be holding a swift sword that is good at stabbing, and he will have an advantage. He can attack first. You two come over and preside over the duel. Alan held the handle of the katana in his right hand and slowly pulled out the sword. He threw the scabbard in his left hand to one side. He held the sword with both hands up and down, moved his arms, and raised the sword with both hands in a Japanese style mode. The two policemen who were called to witness were stunned. This was a duel. They have never seen this thing in real life since they were born. Even in movies, duels are rare. But I have to say that the people watching this scene are excited. This is a duel between noble lords. Although the old guy is not an orthodox nobleman, he is a descendant of a nobleman, so he can barely be regarded as half a nobleman. And the other party involved is the famous Earl of Carmarthen. The older of the two policemen stood on the side between Alan and Andrew and said in a high-pitched voice, 321 starts. Andrew stared closely at Alan. When the police called, he had already raised the tip of the sword and was in a very standard fencing posture, with his right foot in front and his left foot behind, squatting sideways. When the policeman started talking, Andrew yelled, and the sword had already stabbed out hard, targeting Alan's throat. Start. Alan also stared at Andrew closely. He didn't dare to make excuses at this time. He was here to be a villain. If he played with himself, it would be a big loss. When he heard the beginning, Alan suddenly stepped to the right, holding the knife in front of him with both hands, and raised it with the back of the knife. When the curved back of the samurai sword firmly caught the thrust of the swift sword. Alan used his hands hard and continued to press down on the right front with the help of the skillful lifting point. Andrew's right hand holding the swift sword was pressed by him like this. His posture was very uncomfortable, and he subconsciously took a step forward. At this time, among the two people, Alan was on the right side of Andrew. Andrew's right hand held the swift sword, and his right arm was pressed across his chest by Alan. Taking advantage of the force of suppressing the opponent's swift sword, Alan held the sword upright with his right hand and backwards with his left hand. This way of holding the sword is the most suitable for exerting force at close range, and it can exert force upward as well as can exert force downwards. He pulled back hard with his left hand, raised the katana slightly, and then slashed diagonally, directly hitting Andrew's right arm, blocking his chest. Clang. This knife was not cut on the hand, but on the arm. The posture of Andrew's right arm was like a wide open door. In order to show his skills and to stab Alan at the first time, he held the sword with one hand. At this time he finally paid the price for his behavior. Holding the sword with one hand would definitely not be able to stop Alan from holding the sword with both hands. After being struck like this, and then slashed downwards, there was a sharp pain in his arm, and the swift sword in his hand fell to the ground. Alan narrowed his eyes. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and glanced behind Andrew from the corner of his eye. Not far behind him, Calamy hugged their two children, and looked here with worry. Calamy saw that Andrew had dropped his sword. His mouth was slightly open, and he was about to scream. Without giving Andrew more time, while the sword was slashing, Alan quickly changed his hands, from holding the left hand behind the back, to the right hand holding it upright, to holding it with both hands, raising the katana high for the first time. Andrew was slashed on his right arm. The sword in his hand fell off, and he staggered 2 steps. When he looked up again, he saw Alan raising his knife and preparing to chop him for the second time. When normal people face this kind of situation, they will subconsciously raise their hands to block. Andrew is no exception. He is just a pampered ordinary person. His ability to click the sword is already at his limit. He quickly raised his left arm to block his head, trying to block Alan's knife. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his left arm, Andrew met Alan's eyes. He saw another hint of ridicule in Alan's eyes. Before he could think about it, Alan quickly retracted the katana he raised. The handle of the knife was pressed to his chest by Alan's hands, and then it suddenly stabbed towards his chest. Andrew's pupils enlarged instantly. The other part, his reaction was too fast. He didn't understand until now. The moment Alan raised the knife just now was to deceive him, just to trick him into raising his left arm to block, and then expose the chest area. But it's too late to figure it out now. He just felt a heart in his chest suddenly, as if it had been rubbed by an ice cube. His heart suddenly went cold, and then it felt like a firecracker exploded in his chest. All the strength in his body was taken away, and he opened his mouth to say something. Andrew only spurted a little blood foam from his mouth. Seeing Alan staring at him with a sneer in his eyes, his body fell forward. The blade of a samurai sword is inserted flatly. If it is inserted vertically, it will easily get stuck on the ribs of the chest, but it will not be stuck if it is inserted flatly. After piercing the opponent, he turned his right hand slightly, tilted the blade slightly, and could feel the rawness of the ribs rubbing against the blade, pulling out the knife. Before Alan was ready to speak, Calamy screamed and ran over to catch the fallen Andrew. No, you killed him. Camilla's eyes turned red when she saw Andrew was breathing out but not taking in. She stared at Alan and asked tremblingly, "How about this birthday gift for me?" Alan lowered his head, looked at Calamy who was squatting on the ground, holding Andrew in his arms, and asked with a smile, "Ellen, I won't let you go. I won't let you go." Camilla didn't yell. Her voice was low, and she gritted her teeth when she spoke. She looked up at Alan with a look of resentment, and her eyes met Alan's. "Oh, you don't like this gift? It doesn't matter. I have another gift for you." Alan didn't care about Karamy's words. With his left hand, he took out a piece of paper torn from his notebook with short blessings written on it from his pocket, and threw it to Karamy. "My people picked this up in the wild yesterday afternoon. I heard that there was a burning car nearby. Hey, I was reading the newspaper this morning. Did something happen to your sister yesterday, Karamy?" blankly caught the paper thrown by Alan. The handwriting on this paper was so familiar to her. It was her sister's handwriting, and the content contained her sister's blessings to old John's sister at that time. Calamy, I wish you a speedy recovery, and I wish you can farm with peace of mind, and be a good farmer. At this moment, her sister's words seemed to be mocking her. In just one day, she lost her sister and her husband. And now, Calamy is sitting on the ground, just like what her sister wrote on the paper, like a peasant woman. Chapter 377. Please spare him. Alan lowered his head, looked at the stunned Calamy, and asked with a smile, Ms. Calamy, do you like this birthday gift? Calamy held the piece of paper blankly, and suddenly realized, how could such a thing appear in Alan's hand? He just said, that his men picked it up. How could you pick up something like this casually? When I think of the tragic situation on the phone, when my sister had an accident, she was trapped in the car and burned alive. Under what circumstances would she be trapped in the car and unable to get out? What kind of pain and despair did she experience at that time? She wasn't in an accident. This was murder. Thinking of this, Calamy stroked the cheek of Andrew, who had died in his arms. These two are their close relatives. A few days ago, the three of them had dinner together, discussed plans, and planned a bright future together. What now? All gone. Raising his head, Calamy looked at Alan with the same smiling expression. Seeing this expression again now, Calamy could not think of any other thoughts at all, only endless fear. Did you arrange it? You killed her. You were murdering Ellen. You were so cruel. You even forced Andrew to death. You are not afraid of His Highness. Ha. Ha. Alan didn't wait for Calamy to finish speaking. He raised the samurai sword held in his right hand slightly and slashed downward towards Calamy's face. The blade of the sword approached, scaring Calamy to scream loudly again. He kicked his legs and couldn't stop. Ignoring Andrew in her arms, she squatted on the ground, as if running for her life, and moved back to avoid him. Alan stopped his hand in time and used his skill to shake the blade slightly. The workmanship of this samurai sword was very good. The bloodstains just stained by him were so shaken by him that it was like a bloodline, and he directly threw Kara away. With a look on his face, the blade of the sword returned to its original appearance, radiating cold light and as smooth as before. Looking at the horrified Calamy, Alan snorted coldly, trash. Why do you dare to come out to play? If you are so afraid of death, what is political struggle? It's not just rights. There are others. Just like now, Alan just wants to scare Calamy, not only to scare her, but also to cut off all her wings. Before she gains power, Alan didn't hesitate to take action against Nebel and Andrew. Although Boss Cha had said that Calamy himself would not be touched, Alan only had to cut off her wings and leave a deep impression on her, so that no one would talk to anyone in the future. This is the best result that Alan can do at the moment. Don't talk about not messing with each other, or wait for others to mess with you before fighting back. In the adult world, opportunities sometimes pass by in a flash. When others become more mature, you may not know what situation you are about to face. In Alan's mind, taking the initiative is better than passive defense at any time. Create yourself into a very vicious person, shock Calamy, and make her afraid of him for the rest of her life. From now on, every time she wants to touch herself, she has to think about the tragic consequences of today and see if she can bear it. As for her going to Boss Cha to complain and blow pillow wind. Haha, Alan has already thought of a way to deal with it. Just like the two of them are doing now. Starting from today, the conflict will be obvious. As long as Alan doesn't admit it publicly, there is nothing anyone can do against him. Besides, he has the Queen's support behind him, so he's scared. And now that Boss Cha knows that Alan and Calamy have this irreconcilable conflict, under such circumstances, no matter what Calamy says to him about Alan, Boss Cha must first make a mental discount. With his right hand, he thrust the samurai sword down, and the tip of the sword was stuck on the lawn. Alan held down the handle of the sword with both hands, and looked down at Calamy, who was scared to retreat. Then he smiled, and turned his head, looking not far away. Calamy's two children. Calamy looked at Alan's look at her child, screamed again, mustered up the courage to stand up, and opened her arms, regardless of the dirt on her body. She didn't know what she was blocking, but she just stopped Alan. in front of Lund point just before Alan dueled with Andrew. He also looked at Andrew with such a smiling eyes. Then Andrew was stabbed to death by Alan in front of her eyes as she watched helplessly point. Now this devil looks at his child with this look again. Jeremy glanced at the two policemen next to him. Both policemen were confused now. For just a few minutes, the two of them were just standing by and doing nothing, and that Andrew just died. The murderer was still a nobleman. They didn't even dare to arrest him. The main reason was that they had never experienced such a thing and would be confused by anyone else. As for Jeremy now, who would have the time to care about her? Glancing hatefully at the two fearful policemen, Jeremy's expression changed, no longer the resentful look before. There was a trace of pleading on his face, and he said softly to Alan, "Alan, you have already killed him. Andrew, that's enough. Tom is just a child, and his highness is still his godfather. You can't touch him. Please spare him." Jeremy has two children. The older is a boy and the younger is a daughter. The boy is already 18 years old this year, only a few years younger than Alan. This guy's name is Tom, and godfather means boss chap. In Britain, godfather means he is his godfather and his supporter. Of course Alan knew about this. Not only did he know about this Tom, he even once suspected this Tom's origin. But later, as William and Harry grew up, Ellen spent several years getting along with them. Gradually, it was discovered that starting from the Queen, the beauty of the British royal family declined. Although Prince Philip was also a handsome boy when he was young, this is not as good as the appearance of the British royal family. Totally useless. Boss Chat is an example. Whether it is Boss Chat or Princess Anne, they all have the iconic pointed nose and buck teeth. It's okay that it's not too obvious when you're young. This feature will become more and more obvious as you get older, and Boss Chat also has a Mediterranean hairstyle. As for William and Harry, as they grew up, their pointed noses and buck teeth were exactly the same as those of Boss Chat. With such obvious characteristics, there is no need for any paternity test. And this Tom, there is no characteristic of a pointed nose or buck teeth at all, but his eyes are very similar to Andrew's accents. There is no problem with his identity. Alan can use this Tom as his handle with peace of mind. Humph, are you using your highness to oppress me? Don't forget, I'm still the guardian of William and Harry. Seeing that Alan's eyes were still fixed on Tom, and when he revealed the identities of William and Harry's guardians, Jeremy couldn't help but feel a little numb. In Jeremy's mind, Alan is now almost a lunatic, and he is still the kind of cruel and cunning lunatic. Is he specifically mentioning William and Harry now because he is afraid that he will do something to them? No, not Tom. Spare him. Although Jeremy was scared to death when facing Alan, she still explained in a low voice that she understood what Alan meant. Outsiders could not understand this sentence, but she believed that Alan could definitely understand it. As he spoke, Jeremy felt itchy on his face and subconsciously wiped his face with his hands. He looked at his hands and saw that they were red and sticky. This was Andrew's blood. Looking at the blood on her hands with trembling, she remembered that Alan had just thrown all the blood on the knife onto her face. Just like your sister wrote, I will be your mistress. Honestly, if you dare to have other ideas, next time I come to you, it won't be as simple as today. Alan snorted coldly, as if he was satisfied with Jeremy's submission. He took off the other white glove on his left hand and wiped his right hand that was stained with dust. The katana was stuck on the ground, and Alan didn't move. Instead, he waved to the two policemen to come over. Anyone who often kills people knows that it is easy to kill, but difficult to dump the body. Although experienced people know the principle of throwing it far away and burying it close. This is urban London, so you can't throw it into the Thames River, right? So after killing people, these two policemen will be very useful. You guys, go make a call and take his body away. The rest will be none of your business. The two policemen were sweating profusely. After listening to Alan's instructions, they hurried to the police car on the side of the road and made a phone call, as if they were amnesty. It was so depressing here. They were watching this murderer, but could not catch him, and openly threatened the victim's wife and children. The remaining sense of justice prompted them to lower their heads and pretend to be cowardly. Don't even dare to fart. It is not that there are no nobles in London. There are dozens of nobles of all sizes in London, and there are dozens of resident nobles with fiefdoms, but the man in front of me is the most brutal and cold-blooded policeman these two policemen have ever seen in their careers. As long as they can run away, they are content. For the rest, they should call the superiors first. Anyway, the area has long been under martial law by this man's men, and there is no media. Relatively speaking, this is a good thing. The difficulty of their police work has been greatly reduced. After glancing at the policeman who was trotting to make a call, Alan looked at the two tanks that had been blocking the door for several days and had done most of the work. Well, since you have made a contribution, I will reward you with a lot of maintenance. When will the tank be repaired? Seeing Alan asking them, the two bodyguards who had been repairing tanks in the past few days looked at each other. This thing is not broken at all. So what do they say? Can it be fixed at any time? Doesn't this ruin the face of your boss? The slightly smarter bodyguard next to him looked around and lowered his voice and whispered, "Boss, when do you think it will be repaired?" "I think it can be fixed now." "Then, as you wish, we will go in and repair now." "Well, after it's repaired in a while, you can go directly to the Rolls-Royce store in London and ask this police car to clear the way for you and go and do some maintenance on our tank along the way. It's not easy to come to London. Don't underestimate this Cromwell tank." The slate model was equipped with an engine provided by Rolls-Royce. Although it has been used for nearly half a century, it should be maintained at a Rolls-Royce store. You have to go. Just tell me if this is your family's thing. It's time to take advantage of the news that an Abel was burned to death in Rolls-Royce in the past 2 days to cause trouble for Rolls-Royce. Although last year everyone was willing to talk about cooperation and Alan bought Bentley from the other party. But now that Bentley has been acquired, there are only a few ultra-luxury car brands in the UK. And now everyone is a competitor. Your Rolls-Royce is already unsafe. Now if you can't even maintain an old Rolls-Royce engine, don't blame Mr. Allen for having someone write a short essay to hack you. On the way back to the manor, Alan looked at his slender right hand and at his point. The feeling of killing someone is so cool. Not only did it help him get rid of his depression these days, it even gave Alan a sense of pride. Alan, who was originally a bit lazy, even had a fighting spirit. No wonder the warriors who have been on the battlefield have different temperaments from ordinary people, as long as they survive. Alan feels a little bit like this now. If he could go back a few more years, to the 19th or 18th century, what it would have been like, given the social conditions at that time. Duels were more common. In that kind of environment, you can just make up any excuse to duel with someone, kill the other person, and then steal their property openly. TSK. Thinking about it makes me yearn for it. No wonder later, although dueling was not banned, many people resisted it. There would be unrest in society if there were too many duels. If everyone had a character like Alan and dueled in Great Britain every day, there would be no need to talk about external expansion. They would always fight in the den and everyone would die. There was a beeping sound, and Zio Shitao picked up the phone in the passenger seat, nodded and said yes twice softly, and then handed the phone to Alan. "Master." Butler Hooter's phone number. Alan didn't take it seriously. He held the phone to his ear and said into the phone, "Hooter, tell me something." "Master, the servants of the Spencer family came to the manor just now. The old earl passed away early this morning." Alan was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that old Earl Spencer was dead. "Last year, I heard Spencer say that his father was dying and had been bedridden. Unexpectedly, it had been dragging on until now. Now their family sent servants to the door early in the morning to report the funeral. Why? Alan sighed. There was nothing sad about this thing. He didn't have much contact with the old earl, but if he died like this, wouldn't all the news in the past few days be taken away? Sun Jiuo's father-in-law died, and the media had to report it to some extent. I'm also planning to get a Rolls-Royce. This old guy died at the wrong time. Couldn't you delay his death for a few more days? Damn it. What did you say? Alan killed Andrew in the street? He did it to enable too. Boss. Chad was in the Privy Council early in the morning, listening to the discussions of several ministers just finished the meeting. Now that he has just walked out of the conference room, Boss Chad's face turned pale as he listened to the report from his entourage. What is going on? Many people have the impression of the royal family as mascots and feel that they have little rights, but this is all lies. Just because the queen doesn't mind her own business doesn't mean she has no rights. Boss ZHA is an upright and vigorous man in his prime. He is very concerned about political affairs. Basically, when he does not need to attend events, he is either resting at Highgrove Manor or discussing matters in the Privy Council. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 on the art of writing work reports. Boss Cha can't make a decision directly, but he can listen in the Privy Council and give his opinions. The royal family sometimes needs to cooperate with the officials on many overseas visits. This must be discussed together. You can't just go directly by checking where the boss wants to go. Some time ago, didn't Alan suggest to Boss Chap that he should be more active and try to win over others? Recently, Outside News continues to report on the riots between Koreans and black men in Los Angeles. Boss Cha is here today to discuss with ministers whether a plan can be arranged for him to visit South Korea in the near future. You have to plan these things in advance and greet the other party first. A draft has just been negotiated. Around November, Boss Cha can go to South Korea for a walk, travel, and win over each other. Moreover, he can also take advantage of this opportunity to show his face outside to eliminate the recent concerns. The leakage of his recording had a negative impact on him. The plan was all good, but who knows, I just had fun for a few minutes, and as soon as I went out, I heard this kind of news. Your Highness, there is another thing. The butler said that Earl Spencer passed away this morning, and the servant who reported the funeral has arrived in London. What, boss? Cha has not yet recovered from the shock of the previous two incidents, and now he hears the bad news again. In one day and one night, 3 acquaintances died like this. 2 were accidents and 1 was died of illness. Fuck. Besides, Boss Cha's right hand tightened. He didn't know the inside story yet, but these 3 things, or the deaths of these 3 people, were more or less related to Alan, not to mention anything else. Even Earl Spencer, who died of illness, might have lived a few more years if he was in a good mood. Alan is not just that bad guy. He used to make little Spencer go out to do errands. Later, he was stationed in Gambia, Africa. He was immersed in black pearls every day and had so much fun. The old Earl Spencer was so eager to have a grandchild that he often called little Spencer to ask him to come back and get married, but little Spencer pushed him away. It makes sense for him to be so angry and get sick when he gets angry again, right? Rather than saying that he died of natural illness, it would be better to say that he died of anger. Little Spencer is 28 years old this year and has not yet been married. As a father, how can he not be angry? Now he's fine and dead. Thinking of this, Boss Cha is so angry that he hasn't looked at it for a few days. Just a few days. Alan had only been in London for a few days, but he had already made such a big fuss. What the hell is this now? Boss Cha is having an unusual headache, and he is still a little worried. He can't tell whether Alan did this because of his recklessness and lawlessness, or whether it was the Queen's instruction. After all, Alan said that day that the Queen asked him to do something. Finale, is this how you do things? Fuck. Let's prepare the car. Where is the Earl of Carmarthen now, boss? Cha was in a hurry. His thoughts were a little confused now. If he wanted to see Alan as soon as possible, he had to ask clearly, otherwise he couldn't explain it to others. This is such a mess now. Yeah, today is a good day. In the study, all the servants were kicked out by Alan. He is now letting himself go a little bit, humming a little tune, holding a pen in his hand, and thinking about how to write a work report. The leader assigns you a certain task. After you complete it, you must write a report to the leader immediately to report the situation. The task is completed. This is just the beginning, not the end point. If the leader only hears a few soft words, the mission is accomplished. What would she think? She will think that it is easy for you to do this, and if she has such an idea, the reward will definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, writing work reports is also a skill. and it is still a very important skill point in your work report. You must truthfully report the situation to your leader, and you must also highlight the various difficulties you have experienced in order to complete the task. You must let your leader see your efforts and the difficulties you encountered, and you must be able to sell miserably. Be able to boast and show merit. Alan hummed a tune and shook his head. He was just about to start writing, when suddenly the smile on his face became a little stiff. He suddenly remembered something. From beginning to end, he seemed to have understood the matter explained by the Queen himself. This means that it is difficult to write his work report, since the Queen wrote so cryptically in her letter. If he wanted to write a work report to the Queen, of course he would have to write it very cryptically. But it is difficult, and requires a lot of skill, to explain this kind of thing clearly, but now it has to be written in a more obscure way. It cannot be written in straightforward language, and it also has to give credit to oneself. How the hell should I write this? Damn it. Alan stopped humming the ditty, silently lit a cigarette for himself, and looked at the letter a little worriedly. It's like you clearly want to write something about driving, but some external forces prevent you from writing it so straightforwardly. You can only write it in a vague way, but if you write it in a vague way, you are afraid that the people who read it will not understand it. You can't write using metaphors and the like. Right. Last time Alan wrote to wish her a longevity, as long as Nanshan. I want to ask you, can it be directly translated as life is higher than the Alps? Life is life, right? The Alps are south of Great Britain, right? With such a simple and easy to understand translation, the Queen actually understood that Alan meant she was fat. A lesson learned a lesson, and Alan really had a headache for this kind of thing now. Why do some people always like to play such obscure things? Can't you just say what you have to say? Taking a deep breath of cigarette, Alan gritted his teeth. Since his translation skills were not good, he would just write and draw instead. Shall I draw the head office? This idea is okay. After extinguishing the cigarette butt, Alan first drew a stick figure riding a horse on the paper. Although the drawing was very rubbish, he could barely tell that it was a knight. Then the knight rode into the castle and saluted the man on the throne. Immediately afterwards, the knight took a scroll-like thing from the hand of the man on the throne, which meant that he had received the mission. The knight walked out of the castle and passed by a small village. He sold his horse in tears and exchanged it for a set of equipment. The stick figure in the painting has a small shield and a small dagger. This represents the price Alan paid to complete the mission. Horses are close comrades to knights. Even the horses are sold. You can imagine the difficulties encountered. This is a miserable sale. Then, two more paintings were drawn at the back. One was of a burning car, and the other was of a vicious dog being chopped to death. At last, a vicious dog with a bow on its head, representing a bitch, knelt in front of the knight. This means the task is completed. Putting down the pen, Alan looked at the paintings he had drawn eloquently, and nodded with satisfaction. This is obscure enough. If someone who doesn't know the inside story sees this kind of thing, they will at best regard it as a child's graffiti. But people who know the inside story can probably understand it. Anyway, with Alan's current abilities, he can only do this. He's so damn tired. After finishing this job, Alan is ready to run away and go back to Wales quickly so that he can have a good rest when he gets back. For example, make a video to reward yourself. Anyway, whoever wants to come to London can come, but he won't come. Ring ring ring. The phone on the desk rang suddenly. Alan thought it was Zio Shital who was calling. He had just kicked out all the servants. Without his permission, these people did not dare to come in and disturb him. If anything happened, they would have to call. Picking up the phone casually. Hey, what's going on, Alan? Come here and see me. Fuck you. Alan listened to the voice on the phone and frowned subconsciously. Who is so brave and dares to talk to me like this? Hey, this voice sounds a bit familiar. Your Highness, it's me. Wait, you don't have to come. Don't move at home. I'll be there soon. Just wait for me. After Boss Cha finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Alan was slightly confused as he held the microphone. It's early in the morning. What's going on, Boss Chap? It sounds like he's a little angry. He didn't provoke him. Damn it, did that bitch Calamy file a complaint? Thinking of this, Alan subconsciously panicked. Boss Cha was so angry that he wanted to commit suicide himself. He couldn't escape yet. Now after taking a look at the painting on the table, Alan blinked. This matter could not be revealed. Although he had more or less misunderstood the Queen's meaning. Now anyway, everything is done. It's time to ask the Queen to take action. Ding. Your loyal subject, the Earl of Carmarthen, is being attacked by the Crown Prince. Her Majesty the Queen, come to my rescue quickly. Come on. Come on. Call Butler Stone to see me. Hurry up. Alan quickly put down the phone and rang the bell. Although it was too late, Alan still couldn't wait to let Xiao Shitao go to the palace to deliver the message, and he stayed to deal with Boss Cha. It's time to show off the ancestral skill of the Hill family. The true and repeated horizontal jump. Alan can no longer remember what the dark green color of the Rolls Royce is called. Anyway, generally speaking, it looks like a deep dark green. When Boss Cha got out of the dark green Rolls Royce, the first thing he saw was Alan waiting for him at the gate of the manor. There was no fear, guilt, or any other emotions on Alan's face. Instead, he even looked a little sad. Your Highness, I haven't asked you for anything yet. Who are you showing to me that you look like you've been greatly wronged? Boss Cha looked at Alan and nodded as he saluted and said hello. He glanced at the servants around him. He was too embarrassed to scold Alan directly in front of so many servants. He twitched his face a few times, suppressed his anger and whispered said, "Go to your study and talk." Boom. The door to the study room was slammed shut by Boss Cha. How did I tell you that I wouldn't let you touch her? How did you do it? Ah, how dare you even disobey my order? Alan, you have to give me an explanation. Boss Cha didn't even bother to sit down, closed the door, gritted his teeth, pointed at Alan, and began to scold him. I didn't touch her. Alan lowered his head and hummed quietly. You Boss Cha's hands were shaking with anger. You didn't fucking touch her. Zumozi slapped her in the face. She was almost scared to death, but you didn't touch her yet. Ah, you playing word games with me? Huh. Why don't you send your men to kill her directly? Wouldn't it be easier? Huh. Alan stared at the ground, checking the boss's current reaction. He had a plan. Now he is angry and his thoughts are very direct. This is normal. He will get used to it in the future. But now we need to stabilize him. This requires some external force to stimulate him. Thinking of this, Alan whispered, Your Majesty doesn't like her, nor does he like her ruining certain relationships. So let me. Your Highness, I have no choice but to do it. You don't let me touch her. I really didn't touch her, but it's not easy to do. Boss Cha's face suddenly stiffened. Although he had some guesses, when Alan told him directly, he still couldn't accept it. She was so lenient. At this moment, Boss Cha himself felt a little aggrieved. Can't go up. But as he gets older, what can he do? How about finding a lover? Now you even have Alan in the middle, doing this kind of thing. Is this to show your own face? Look, I can also command your captain of the bodyguard to move. Everything about you is under my control. Is that what you mean? Boss Cha's face twitched even more fiercely. He stared at Alan in front of him and took a deep breath. This matter, when you look into it more deeply, it becomes boring. A royal retainer is still a reckless character. Two monarchs give him orders at the same time. Who do you want him to obey, and who do you want him not to obey? Thinking of this, Boss Cha reviewed what he had learned about the past 2 days on the road, and suddenly realized that it seemed that it was not easy for Alan to do this. Not only did he give the Queen some relief and shock himself, but he didn't disobey his orders and touch Karami. This fuck. Alan quietly squinted at Boss Cha with his peripheral vision, and saw that he was standing still thinking about something. This meant that Boss Cha had calmed down. Well, the Queen does work. As long as he takes her out, Boss Cha will be honest and will always work. But now is not the time to be happy. You have to be steady. Your Highness, you must be tired from the journey. You are coming here so early in the morning. Please sit down and rest for a while. Alan reminded him softly and supported Boss Cha, preparing to let him sit down first. Boss Cha sat behind Alan's desk, and Alan just stood in front of him, lowering his head and saying nothing. Why? Long sigh. Boss Cha looked at Alan and felt that both of them were aggrieved, but they couldn't say anything. The royal family was like this. Sometimes they couldn't help themselves. Just like many years ago, the Queen told him that he was needed to serve, and when he came back from serving, he would be able to marry the girl he loved. But after he returned from serving for 5 years, his beloved girl was already married. His heart is cold, but that girl is hot. What happened later was known to the whole world. Now the feeling comes again. Boss Cha knew the deep meaning of Alan's doing this and also understood the Queen's meaning, but he just felt unhappy with this feeling. A few days ago the Queen agreed to Princess Anne's request for a divorce. Just as Alan was staring at the ground in a daze, Boss Cha's voice suddenly came to his ears. Agreed. No wonder the news about Princess Anne vs. Keremy that was reported in the media 2 days ago suddenly disappeared. It turns out that the root of it is here. Well, since Princess Anne's request has been agreed to, now check the boss thinking of this. Alan raised his head and looked at Boss Cha. Chapter 379 Eviction Order. Boss Cha looked at Alan, his expression suddenly awkward. After all, Diana and Alan's relationship is here to stay, and he can't make it too obvious, but Alan is quite a sensible kid. Although he has not been very supportive of his decision, he has no objection, as long as his confidants do not oppose him. Boss Cha is confident that after a period of precipitation, he can slowly do this just like now. Although Princess Anna can get a divorce with the Queen's permission, Boss Cha still dare not act too impatient. Otherwise, as soon as Princess Anne gets divorced first, he will go to the Queen again to request a divorce. Then, it is estimated that his divorce will not be as easy as Princess Anne's divorce. After all, there is a difference in the identity and influence of the Crown Prince and the Princess. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about me. Actually, Alan pretended to have difficulty making a decision and spoke half of the sentence. He deliberately slowed down his speech, waiting for Boss Cha to interrupt him. As expected, Boss Cha is still like that. It doesn't matter what he thinks in his heart. The way he shows it to the outside world is that he has everything under control at all times. As soon as Alan speaks, Boss Cha understands what he means. I'm not in a hurry. I've been waiting for such a long time, and it's not that long. Let's talk about you. In the past few days, since you came to London, look at how much trouble you have caused me. Boss Cha still has a bit of a headache because of the things Alan committed. What should he do next? It's easy for Keremy to say that, since Alan really didn't touch her and was just a little frightened. Then she can just coax her up the next time they meet. And the most important thing else is Andrew's death. In any case, Alan is now killing people on the street. Although the person he killed is not a noble, he is not an ordinary civilian either. This matter must be explained to the outside world or relevant personnel. However, Boss Cha has been a little worried about this matter from beginning to end. What he is thinking about now is whether the Queen will help Alan clean up this mess as soon as possible. Beautiful. Andrew has a good relationship with Boss Cha personally. Boss Cha is not sad at all if Alan kills him now. There was even a hint of joy. Because Alan killed Andrew with this knife, he successfully changed Keremy from a married woman with a husband to a widower. In this way, Boss Cha and Keremy will change their appearance when they date again in the future. Changing the name is justifiable. At least there is no need to worry about Keremy being blamed for cheating in marriage. As long as he waits for a while after the recent limelight has passed. Once he divorces Diana, it will become an emotional issue between two divorced people. In this way, it will give him and Keremy the road to remarriage cleared all obstacles. After thinking about this, Boss Cha's temper was much lessened when he came. Looking at the cigarettes on Alan's table, he took out one and lit it for himself with some disgust, took a slow drag on the cigarette, and glanced at Leo Hangsheng again. Alan standing next to him. This guy's young, but he is ruthless in doing things. Even if his merits and demerits are equal to each other in this matter, there is no need to praise him. Instead, he needs to be criticized and asked to discuss things with him in the future. After scolding Alan for what he did this time, Boss Cha seemed to suddenly remember something. He took out a folded note from his pocket, put it on the desk, flattened it, and read it. After a few glances, he handed the note to Alan and said, "One more thing, you are not young anymore. I'm also very concerned about your own affairs. I have a distant cousin in London these days. Yesterday she even came to visit me specially, and we even talked about you, and she said you know each other." Who? Hearing the name of his distant cousin, Alan was confused subconsciously. Wasn't it just business? How come you start introducing someone so quickly? For a long time, although Boss Chad didn't pay too much attention to Ellen's marital problems, Diana was worried about them. But now, Diana has too much time to take care of herself, and it's no longer possible to check her boss if she doesn't care. However, Alan's identity is somewhat special, and many things he wants to do are not so easy. For example, when looking for a partner, the nobles must be well matched. For traditional hereditary nobles like them, the first choice is to intermarry with each other. But the Hill family are royal retainers, and their innate position prevents them from playing together with other British nobles. The Hill family is far away in Wales. The traditional nobles in England sometimes laugh at them as Welsh country bumpkins, and somewhat look down on the Hill family. As for the local aristocrats in Wales, since they had no quarrel with the Hill family due to some historical connections, they were doing well. If they wanted to intermarry, it was out of the question. As for other places, the Scottish nobles had less contact with the English nobles, and even less contact with the Welsh nobles, not to mention the aristocrats of Northern Ireland. Therefore, for a long time, if the Hill family wanted to marry, the most they could do was find some small nobles in England, and they had always targeted women from some baron and viscount families occasionally. Some down and out count families would intermarry. Like the Spencer family, it was because their family used to have a small population and the family's strength declined severely. In addition, they were close to the royal family, and they later married the Hill family. Since Boss Cha was canonized as crown prince, due to his personal reasons, Boss Cha had a very bad relationship with a large part of the traditional English aristocracy in the country. When he retired, he could not find a partner among the English aristocracy. At that time, the Queen was almost worried. Finally, through the relationship of the Queen Mother, she chose Diana, the youngest daughter of the Spencer family, whose family was already in decline. Now that he is here with Alan, Boss Cha wants to introduce him to someone, but he suffers from the fact that there are no well-matched domestic nobles who meet the conditions, so he can only look abroad. The Spanish princess that Diana introduced to Alan before was for this reason. Later, Alan and the Spanish princess stopped calling. Their personal relationship was okay, but it was not appropriate to talk about marriage. Several years had passed since this delay, and now he finally had a suitable target and took the initiative on his own. My own distant cousin jumped out on her own initiative. Although the Norwegian royal family is very poor, her status, in the opinion of Boss Cha, is a good match for Alan. Listening to Boss Cha talk about his distant cousin, Alan finally understood. Isn't this the Norwegian eldest princess whom he met by chance when drinking coffee in Harrods shopping mall that day? She is actually Boss Cha's cousin. In other words, if Boss Zha gets divorced after a while, if he gets along with the eldest princess, his status will be upgraded one level, from being Boss Zha's junior to Boss Zha's brother-in-law. And his relationship with William and Harry will also change. If calculated from the paternal blood relationship, he will become William's uncle again. This my mind is a little confused. Alan scratched his hair and thought about the Norwegian princess for a moment. Her appearance was not bad. Although she was not as good as a star, she was definitely not ugly. As for the age, it matches me quite well. But there is an important problem. Boss Cha only considered the issue of Alan's own marriage from the perspective of an elder, and he did not consider other issues. But now Alan is in a state where one person has enough to eat, and the whole family is not hungry. He is the only one at home. Others don't think about him, but Alan has to think about himself. If nothing else, when marrying between nobles, you should at least consider what benefits it can bring to you, right? Apart from the fact that they are well matched, what benefits will he get if he marries this Norwegian eldest princess? Money. Don't think about it. Just like the poor guy in their family, he is not as rich as Alan now. Marrying her is called poverty alleviation. Power. There is a lot of power in Norway. To be honest, their market is not as big as the market in Wales. It is useless to have such a big place. Others it's really gone. In other words, if he marries the eldest princess of Norway, Alan will only want her to be a princess, and the throne of Norway is passed down from male to female, so he can't even have any evil thoughts. There is no benefit other than an identity point, and judging from their interactions that day, the eldest princess was a bit nagging. To be honest, Alan didn't have any feelings for her. Instead of marrying such a person, it would be better to wait. With his looks and financial resources, he's still afraid that he won't be able to find a wife. Thinking of this, Alan looked at Boss Cha with an embarrassed look and said, "Your Highness, we did meet a few days ago, but I really don't have any feelings for her. HMPH. How do you feel about getting married? You want to find a woman you like, but you won't find a lover after marriage? She is a princess, and now she can take the initiative to let me match you two. Why are you still hesitating?" In Boss Cha's view, it is a traditional behavior for a nobleman to find a lover after marriage. Even if Alan is not married yet, he will directly tell Alan that he can do this, and does not shy away from the fact that Alan's marriage partner is his distant relative cousin. Alan was too lazy to refute Boss Cha. He didn't want to invite such a talkative wife home. He could find a wife who wasn't too outstanding in appearance, but he would never find someone like the eldest princess of Norway. The daughter-in-law who is not very good at running a house comes home. Then, "I know, Your Highness, I will try to get along with her slowly in the future." Alan thought about agreeing first and fooling Boss Cha first, and then let's take a step at a time for the rest. "Okay, here is her contact information. Contact her as soon as possible." Boss Cha heard Alan's words and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that he had almost finished speaking, he didn't want to stay with Alan any longer. He had too many things to do all day long. If he hadn't been anxious just now, he wouldn't have. Won't come here to find Alan. Accompanied by Alan, when the two of them were approaching the door, Boss Cha remembered another thing. "You have to go to the funeral in a while. Don't cause any more problems because of the conflict between you and Spencer some time ago." Boss Cha was a little worried that Alan would give up his choice and not go, so he made a special statement before leaving. "No, Your Highness, I know the severity. Well, you go back, I'm leaving." That night, Alan had just finished dinner and was about to study some new tricks with his little tour guide. Little Shitao suddenly came to Alan with something like a letter. "Master, this is Zio." Shitao didn't know what to say, so he handed the thing in his hand to Alan with both hands, looking at the letter with the royal emblem. Alan was filled with joy, thinking it was a reply from the Queen, and opened it with a smile. What was inside was not letter paper, but a card like a postcard. It begins with a very formal address to Alan Hill, Earl of Carmarthen. So formal, I'm going to be promoted. Alan continued to read the content behind. As his eyes moved downward, the smile on Alan's face slowly froze. The following content is that in view of his poor behavior in London these days, the Queen has ordered that Alan leave the suburbs of London before 12 o'clock tonight at midnight, and that Alan will not be allowed to enter within the next 6 months. London. Alan took this postcard and looked at it repeatedly. It had the Queen's private seal stamped on it, and it was written clearly. Slowly, Alan's face became redder and redder. "Damn it, I thought it was a letter for promotion, but who knew it was actually an eviction order." He was actually evicted, and he was evicted immediately. He had to get out of London before 12 o'clock tonight. Damn it, it's already past 7 o'clock in the evening. It's less than 5 hours until 12 o'clock in the evening. This only gives me a small amount of time to pack up and get out. Just as he was about to tear the letter into pieces, Alan held back. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. How can I see a rainbow without going through wind and rain?" These are the exact words His Highness encouraged me before. Alan looked gloomily, put away the letter, glanced at the little stone and said, "Go and inform everyone that I'm going back to Wales overnight. Go pack your things now and leave after packing. Damn it, don't let me hear. I'm so curious." "Master, go. If anything happens, we'll talk about it on the way." Who tested at the door of the manor hall with an uneasy look on his face. He had been nervous ever since Zio Shitao called back. He didn't know that his young master went to London and committed something, so he was kicked out in the middle of the night. London. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. The manor was still brightly lit, all in order to welcome their owner, Alan Hill. Back. The sound of an engine sounded, and the motorcade finally entered the manor. Huth immediately took a few steps. Before the car stopped, Huth stood next to the Bentley. As soon as the car stopped, Huth immediately opened the door. He raised his head and asked with concern, "Master, what happened?" Alan glanced at Ute and his face trembled. He had come to his senses now. There was a high probability that the Queen would come out to clean up his mess. However, the Queen's way of handling this is really unpleasant. How can any loyal minister be asked to leave London in the middle of the night? This is too embarrassing. PS. Woohoo. Once the weekend comes, I have stress reactions, various out of state conditions, and various psychological shadows. Chapter 380, a very explosive new program plan. Let's rest first, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Alan didn't want to say so much. Now that he was home, he had to talk about his embarrassing things again. That he was driven out of London in the middle of the night. Does Mr. Allen still want his face? Okay. Young master, you go take a bath now. No. More washing. No more washing. I'm going to rest. You can arrange the rest. Alan waved his hand. He was a little irritated and no one cared about it. He walked into the hall first. Ute opened his mouth, looked at Alan's back, and wanted to say something. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at a strange lady who got out of the car with a timid expression. Forget it. There are outsiders present, so let's not ask. Ute took a breath and returned to his usual seriousness, instructing the servants to quickly move things from the car and arrange rooms for people. As for this female companion, the young master most likely wants to sleep by himself tonight, so he has to give it to her. Separately arrange rooms. It was too late when he came back last night. Alan slept until about 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. By the time he finished cleaning up and officially got up, it was already almost 11 o'clock. He didn't change into any more formal clothes, just wearing a set of silk pajamas, and wandered to the restaurant on the first floor to prepare breakfast and lunch together. Along the way, Little Stone was not there, and Ute was not there either. The castle seemed empty, as if there was a lack of manpower waiting until the dishes were served. Alan looked at the two servants on duty around him and asked curiously, "Where is Butler Stone? Where is Butler Ute? Where have they gone?" "Master, it seems that a guest came to visit this morning. Butler Ute saw that you were still resting, so he didn't call you. The guest seemed to be here to deliver something. Butler Ute asked some people to carry things. I don't know the rest." As the servant spoke, he kept moving his hands, handing the hot towel to Alan and helping him arrange the tableau. "A guest came to deliver something. Who is it?" "I don't know. How about I go find Butler Ute now?" "Forget it. Let's eat first." Alan was too lazy to think so much. He was irritable now. There is quite a tragic feeling of being killed by the Queen. After eating, Alan wandered to the study room in a daze and picked up his plan. I originally thought that after completing this job, I would be rewarded by filming a movie and TV series to relax. Although they are all back home now, the experience of sneaking out and being kicked out is different. He can't get enough energy to do anything now. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to be kicked out of London like this, as long as Alan didn't tell him, not many people seemed to know. The punishment this time was not severe. In the past, the old Earl had been punished by being grounded at home for several months. This time he just couldn't go to London instead of being grounded at home. This meant that Alan wanted to do it in other places besides London. Whatever he is doing, as for everything in London, it has nothing to do with him. This is the privilege of an aristocratic gentleman. If an ordinary person were to kill someone in a wealthy area of London, the London police would have to mobilize hundreds of police officers to bring the murderer to justice. Now that the murderer has been replaced by a noble lord, he has been expelled from London directly by the Queen. This means that the Queen has already punished him. Of course, the others have been dealt with in a low-key manner. What else can he do? Alan comforted himself and calmed down. He picked up the plan and read it, preparing to perfect his new film and television plan. Before he could start writing, there was a knock on the study door. Dang. Dang dang. Come in. Putting down his pen, Alan saw Ute walking in with a smile. In addition to Ute, there was also the little furry thing in Ute's arms. Alan is very familiar with this little thing. He used to have one in his family and also raised one in the farm below his home. This thing is one of the specialties of Wales, the famous corgi. But why is Hud holding such a puppy with a smile on his face now? "Master, this was delivered early in the morning by Sir Bob himself, saying that it was given to you by His Majesty." Alan listened to Hoote's words, and looked at the puppy in his arms. This the queen sent someone to give herself a dog early in the morning. Looking at the dog, Alan subconsciously couldn't contain his anger. Damn it, or a Welsh native dog. What does this mean? Are you using metaphors to describe people, saying that I looked like a Welsh native dog? When Hoote saw that his young master did not show as much joy as he had expected, but instead looked a little cold, he quickly took 2 steps forward and carefully placed the puppy in his arms on Alan's desk. The little corgi seemed to understand who the real owner was. It landed on all 4s, twisted its butt crookedly, and crawled towards Alan. But its loud movement alerted Xiao Huang, who was also sleeping on the desk. Xiao Huang raised his head in confusion, opened one eye and squinted, then closed it again. After a few seconds, it seemed to have reacted, and suddenly both eyes opened, with a strange look on its face, staring at the puppy on the desk. Master, the person here is Sir Bob, who? Te walked to Alan, and reminded him softly. Bob. Alan was not impressed by this man. Seeing that Alan still looked confused, Hoote quickly continued to explain. Master, Sir Bob has been serving His Majesty in daily life. Although he is not His Majesty's butler, it is said that His Majesty trusts him very much. When His Majesty is working, His Majesty's those corgis were looked after by Sir Bob. As he said that, Hoote pointed to the puppy on the desk that was scared to move by Xiao Huang and continued. This puppy is His Majesty's former pet dog and a direct descendant of Susan. Now he is only 1 month old. What does this have to do with me? Alan didn't know much about these side knowledge, so even after Hoote talked to him for a long time, Alan didn't understand Hoote's meaning. The 2 of them were playing the piano against each other. Hoote looked at Alan, a little surprised that the young master still didn't understand, after he had said it so clearly. Master, have you forgotten? Our Hill family was the one who presented corgis to the royal family in the past. Over the past few hundred years, the previous counts have always selected excellent corgis and presented them to the royal family. His Majesty's previous one was named Susan's corgi was presented to you by the old earl of the previous generation. Your Majesty has now sent back one of Susan's descendants to you. This is your recognition and encouragement to you to keep up your efforts. After going around in a circle, this is what it finally means. I said, look at this puppy. Why does it feel like something is wrong? It turns out that this thing was sent to London by my family all along. Alan stretched out his left hand, pinched the scruff of the puppy that was still crawling on the desk, lifted the skin on the back of its neck, brought it to his eyes, and looked at the puppy. No wonder the British royal family has been obsessed with raising corgis for hundreds of years. It turns out that they were all sent to them by the previous earls of their own family. In other words, my nominal grandfather also presented a small corgi to the Queen decades ago. That dog means a lot to the Queen. It seems that she received it when she was 18 years old, the birthday gift that made her the happiest, and later the Queen became obsessed with raising corgis. Now she instead sends one of her own corgis to Alan. Does this represent encouragement to yourself? It's so fancy. If Hoote hadn't explained it himself, who would have understood the connotation of it? He held the puppy and looked left and right. To be honest, Alan didn't like corgis. They had short legs and big butts. They didn't look powerful at all. They always felt like they could be crushed to death with just a little force under their feet. Okay. Take it down and give it to William and the others as a companion. I saw that the castle seems to be missing some people this morning. Is it just because of this dog? Alan himself didn't have time to raise this puppy, so he simply asked William to do it for him. Anyway, he kept it at home to find something to do for these 2 naughty children. Master, His Majesty also rewarded some other supplies, and other servants went to help unload the truck. Te quickly explained that if he encountered people sent from London, he couldn't let them wait to slowly unload the truck. Right, all we could do was call out most of the servants, and everyone got in together, forced to speed up, and quickly unloaded the things. Well, what about Sir Bob? Your Majesty didn't tell me what he had to say to me. Alan still had a glimmer of hope. He couldn't finish the work, so he rewarded him with a puppy and some supplies. Right, no. Sir Bob will take the convoy back after we finish unloading our things. Te spread his hands. Okay. Who is that? Has Seelan come back from America? I have something to see her now that nothing is going on here. Alan is ready to continue working on his private affairs when Hooter heard that Alan was looking for Seelan. He frowned and thought for a while and said, Seelan. She took a leave 2 days ago. Today, I'll go back and take a look. I was busy early in the morning and didn't pay attention to her. Have you come to the castle? Okay, go ahead. Alan handed the dog back to Huth and waved his hand to signal Huth to find someone quickly. When the study fell silent again, Alan picked up the pen with a bit of excitement on his face and began to write and draw on his new film and television plan. Boss, when Seelan came to Alan's study, more than half an hour had passed. At this time, Seelan's complexion had recovered a lot. She went to the United States and stayed there for more than a month, which also allowed her to see things that she had never seen before. As a result, Seelan's entire mentality changed. She felt as if she had been sublimated. She had completely progressed from an ordinary journalist to the role of a noble servant and was exposed to many family secrets. So, Alan asked her to come. After Seelan sat down, he shouted with a serious face, "Don't be nervous. I've called you here today for 2 things. In fact, these 2 things can be regarded as one thing. Take a look at this plan." Alan smiled and handed the plan in his hand to Seelan and motioned for her to take a look. Seelan still took the plan handed over by Alan with both hands with a serious face. She subconsciously felt that this plan was not simple. Could it be another secret operation? Slowly turning the cover of the first page, what comes into view is not the name of the plan, but a style. Very strange narrative. In order to promote the marriage rate of the younger generation in Great Britain under the new economic situation, the plan for an alternative dating program has been finalized. After glancing at this somewhat unclear name, Seelan continued to look at the back of the plan. Theme: advanced version of wilderness survival. Program type: pseudo variety TV series short drama. Protagonist requirements: every 2 people form a group, initially determined to be 3 groups, and may be increased later depending on the situation. Partner: TV station, BBC gives priority. Produced by 21st Century L. Sony Pictures. Production cost TBD. Looking at these strange requests, Seelan subconsciously remembered the marginal wilderness survival show that Alan had filmed in Australia before, and he also made an Australian actress famous, by the way. Her name seemed to be Nicole. Could it be that this time my boss wants to make a short film about many women surviving in the wilderness together? Multi-angle edging. Otherwise, why would it be called the advanced version? With a trace of curiosity, Seelan continued to scroll down. Below is a detailed introduction to the program's expectations under the new situation. The reason why the marriage rate of the younger generation in Great Britain continues to decrease. Alan has played a role in this aspect. Who told him that he always likes to make cheating movies, which makes many people have psychological shadows about marriage. Since the partner will cheat sooner or later, why should I get married? Many young people in Britain have had this thought to some extent. And now Alan did the opposite. This time his inspiration came from the fruit riding activity that Syphis introduced to him some time ago. Since people can ride fruit in the name of environmental protection, then Alan also wanted to get close to nature in the name of environmental protection. He went straight to the point and became a primitive man. This name alone is not enough. On the basis of being close to nature, he also added a more convincing statement. Primitive people had poor conditions, so they had to wear no clothes. Be frank. Then he brought this setting into the wilderness survival mode that he had always liked and added a layer of buff to himself. Euphemistically called it to contribute to the increase in the marriage rate of the younger generation in Great Britain. And then add in enough attractive bonuses. This quite explosive blind date survival show was born. Seelan's mouth opened wider and wider, looking at the plan with a confused expression. In this plan, survival in the wild is different from before. It has become a primitive person. However, the people involved in the shooting have changed from celebrities before to pure people. This means that the boss will use ordinary people to shoot. The protagonists are a pair of British men and women of the right age point. The specific age is 18 to 35 years old. No matter how old you are, it won't work. Point. The plan is to select a few couples of suitable age men and women, then find a filming location and confiscate all the equipment and all the clothes of these men and women. Let the two of them be naked and survive in the wild as primitive people, and then persist for 3 weeks, which is 21 days. Through this kind of frankness and the cooperation of the two, the relationship between the two will naturally be cultivated. As long as they persist for 21 days, they will be able to get the bonus. In this way, the relationship between the man and the woman is cultivated, and if it succeeds in the end, after receiving the bonus, they can directly have money to get married. It can be described as a one-stop service. The highlight of the program is survival in the wilderness. What surprised Celine the most was that a man and a woman who had just met and were not very familiar with each other were allowed to have a frank and honest conversation with each other, and then they were thrown into the wild and asked to survive. Point. Can this thing be broadcast after being filmed? Chapter 381 Funeral. Should this be broadcast on an adult channel? The last time the boss filmed a survival show in the wilderness, it was just a sideshow. This time, he didn't even brush it off. He didn't even put on any pretense. He went on the show without wearing anything and was honest about it. Boss, this program wants to be broadcast on the TV station. It seems Celine was hesitant to speak, but it wasn't because she was shy or anything. At her age, she had never seen anything longer or shorter. She was either shy or simply felt that the scale was a bit too big. Point. Even though the atmosphere here is relatively open, the scale of this show is still too big. Snort. Alan snorted coldly and said with a little dissatisfaction, "What have you been studying during this time? Haven't you always wanted to transform into a TV drama producer? When you look at projects, you only look at the scale and nothing else." The reason why Celine quit the BBC is that she was tired of being a presenter and no longer wanted to do it and wanted to transform into a producer. Of course, there is also a certain financial relationship. Although the producer is not the person who benefits the most from a TV series, his income is higher than that of being a host for a lifetime. Point. Whether it was a movie or documentary filmed by Alan last year, Celine was often involved as a producer. She has been learning this knowledge, but Alan only now discovered that some of her ideas could not be changed in a short time. Look at this program. The first time you watch it, you will feel that it is very big and the TV station will not allow it to be broadcast. But what if you look at it from the perspective of the audience? If this kind of large-scale program is really broadcast by the TV station, would you like to see it? Don't think that only men are included in the old sex batch. Alan is too clear about the current environment. In Daying Point there are also a lot of sexy girls, as evidenced by the large number of tourists in the Gambia every year. This market is huge. People are curious, plus it's a TV show. The TV is usually placed at home. Point. You can watch it by yourself, in a private space. Think about that scene. After working hard all day for that little bit of money, when you get home from work, you pour yourself a glass of beer and turn on the TV. At this moment, if you have it's a little show that's a bit measured and not too pornographic. Do you want to watch it? Did you feel a little turbulent inside after reading this? What are you waiting for? Put on your clothes and go out to spend money. Point. This can also boost the entire British tertiary industry economy. This kind of controversial program is the one that can best boost ratings. I believe that given the poor nature of BBC TV, if they were asked to choose between ratings, advertising fees and standards, they would definitely choose the former, no matter how large the scale is. It is not a problem in the face of ratings and huge advertising fees. And Alan is also planning to go further. Isn't it a big scale? You can make two versions in the later stages. AB version of film and television works is his specialty. Point. Version A will be broadcast on the TV station, and some mosaics will be added to cover key parts. Is the scale still big with mosaics? People in Great Britain generally have a reserved and sultry personality. As long as the A version is added with mosaic, it will fit their personality of half covering their faces with their pippa in their hands, acting both as an adult and as an adult. Point. By the time version B can also sell uncensored videotapes, let the audience watch the coded version A on TV first. When the audience gets itchy after watching it, okay, your small money can be handed over to me, Mr. Allen. for sapphire keeping, and version B will be sold to you. Point in this way, Alan can sell a project for double the money. This. Seelan opened his mouth. Although this method of operation was a bit beyond his imagination, as if he regarded the BBC as a place for advertising, it has to be said that this method of operation can indeed maximize profits, and with the boss using these intentions as an excuse, the program itself can appear less vulgar and instead feel a bit high-end. That you go to the BBC to discuss the issue of sharing. We can make some concessions on advertising revenue, and the rest will be as before. As for the candidates, Alan touched his chin. You should contact ZFC later. He is currently engaged in the environmental protection activities of the national cycling team. The people here should be very open-minded. Participants can choose from those who have signed up. It's not true that there are so many people who dare to strip naked and appear on the show just for money. Normal people are still relatively conservative, but if there are such bold people, choose among these people and add bonuses. The temptation that get twice the result with half the effort. At the end of May 1992, early in the morning, two Sikorsky S-76 business helicopters produced by the American Sikorsky Company were parked on the lawn outside the Hill Manor. The propellers brought up waves of wind and blew the grass on the lawn. Debris, dust, blowing everywhere. Alan hugged Harry and walked quickly towards one of the blue number 1 planes with his head lowered. Today is the day of the funeral of Voldale Spencer. However, because Carmarthen is more than 300 kilometers away from Northampton, where Spencer's family is located, it will be a bit difficult to go there by car. The drive will take nearly 4 hours. If the ceremony starts at 9 AM. For the funeral, Alan would have to leave home at around 4 in the morning. Plus, he was really tired after being on the road for so long. And it wouldn't be feasible if he went a day early, mainly because Alan didn't want to go there early and get involved in Spencer's family's troubles. Finally, Boss Chat had to take action. After Alan typed a report, Boss Chat sent 2 official helicopters belonging to the Royal Air Force to pick up Alan early in the morning. Old Earl Spencer was William and Harry's maternal grandfather, so these 2 little guys had to go to his funeral. In the UK, you have to be a little more careful about the travel of royal family members. It's fine if you're in Wales, but as long as you leave Wales, especially if you have to take a helicopter, you have to strictly abide by the royal rules. The 2 princes cannot travel in the same helicopter. So Alan could only take the younger Harry on one ride, while little Shitau accompanied William on the other Sikorsky S-76, with an overall length of 16 meters. Looks very large, larger than ordinary buses on the road. The theoretical maximum passenger capacity is 13, and there are 2 crew members in front. Both helicopters have a royal attendant responsible for passenger safety. Alan took Harry with him, and with them were Alan's little tour guide Yasin Rainier and 4 servants. The total number of people attending the funeral of Voldale Spencer this time was just these dozen people. It's very streamlined. After sitting down in his seat, Alan first helped Harry put on the soundproof earmuffs and fasten his seatbelt, and then he opened his arms and asked the servant to check his seatbelt. Buzz. Although there are sound isolating earmuffs, when the helicopter takes off, the huge noise can still be felt through the earmuffs. However, with the protection of the earmuffs, the sound is still within the range that normal people can tolerate. As the helicopter tilted forward slightly, the castle under his feet became smaller and smaller and moved further and further back. Alan smacked his mouth. He had never been particularly interested in helicopters, airplanes and other things. He mainly just sat on them. There is no sense of security when using these means of transportation. It is not as safe as taking means of transportation on the road or sea. But today, overlooking the surroundings of his home from such a low distance, Alan felt strange in his heart, and he had a sense of accomplishment that this was his own territory. The entire town of Carmarthen has a total permanent population of just over 30,000 people. Since the establishment of the single management area county, the population here has not increased much. The entire Carmarthenshire has a total of more than 100,000 people, scattered in 3 towns. Not conspicuous at all. Looking at the large tracts of undeveloped open space and woods at his feet, as well as the occasional ancient castle ruins on the top of the mountain, Alan smiled. He didn't want to sell these lands, nor did he want to develop them. At least he didn't want to develop them now. They were so full. Alan feels that the living environment with a natural atmosphere is quite good now. Especially every time he comes back from London, Alan's feeling becomes stronger. He didn't like living in a big city with a lot of people. It was too noisy and the air quality was poor. How could that miserable place in London be as good as his own Carmarthen? Northampton is the capital of Northampton County. It is a small town with more than 100,000 people and its economy is extremely developed. In terms of economy alone, Northampton City is enough to defeat the entire Carmarthenshire. As for the Spencer family, their ancestral home has been just north of Northampton for the past 500 years. The famous Althorpe Manor is located here. Before the old Earl Spencer inherited the title of Earl, his title was Viscount Althorpe, so his home was called Althorpe Manor, but outsiders also called it Spencer Manor just like Alan's home. There is no specific name. It can be called Hill Manor or Carmarthen Manor. It doesn't matter. This is not the kind of palace and manor that is very famous and has a fixed name. It is not so particular. Althorpe Manor covers an area of approximately 1,000 acres. If you convert this size concept into square meters, it is about the size of 4 or 5 Forbidden City, which is about 2 kilometers in length and width. Not far from the manor is the small town of Great Brinton. It can also be called a small village. There are only more than 200 households in the entire town of Great Brinton. These people are more or less related to the Spencer family and their ancestors. Some of them retired or were injured and unable to work, so they gathered in the town of Great Brinton. Life. It is a Western custom to bury a person in a church after death. Today's funeral was held in Great Brinton Church, which is the ancestral grave of the Spencer family. There are still a few hundred meters away from the church, and this is the site designated as a helipad point. Since early in the morning, there have been a steady stream of helicopters coming and going, most of them guests coming from London. After more than an hour's journey, Alan finally arrived at the meeting point next to the Great Brinton Church. By helicopter at around 8:30 in the morning. The 2 helicopters landed slowly. There was a servant of the Spencer family who had been on duty here. After seeing the number on the helicopter, his expression changed drastically. He trotted all the way to inform Spencer, who was receiving guests there. Master Alan is here." When the servant was still a few steps away from Spencer, he slowed down, adjusted his breathing, suppressed his nervousness, and then whispered softly into Spencer's ear. Although the servant's tone was very light and restrained. But after hearing these words, Spencer's expression changed drastically, and there was a hint of panic on his face subconsciously. Today Spencer is wearing a black suit with a very solemn overall style. But there are blood scabs on his face, which seems to indicate that the would-be Earl was injured not long ago. His face twitched slightly, touching the blood scab, and Spencer took a breath of pain. He was really frightened when facing Alan. A few days ago, servants were sent to announce the funeral, and he even gave him. Alan didn't even have the courage to call himself. Now it had been some time since the last conflict between the two, but Spencer was still nervous subconsciously when he heard Alan's name. Even though this was his hometown, and he was surrounded by old friends from his family, he was still nervous, and still a little scared. "Where are the others?" Spencer asked subconsciously, a little dizzy, with a trembling voice. Master Alan hasn't gotten off the plane yet. There are 2 young highnesses coming this time. You should go and greet them." The servant lowered his head and did not look at Spencer, but he still reminded him dutifully, "Yes, welcome. Where is my sister? Her son is here. Can he welcome him?" Spencer greeted the guests who had just been talking to him, murmured and followed the servant subconsciously for a few steps. Suddenly he realized that he could hide and let Diana greet him. When the servant heard Spencer's words, he pursed his lips subconsciously. How could a woman greet a guest? "Master, this is against the rules. Let's go there quickly. Don't wait for Master Alan and the 2 young highnesses to come over. We are still standing here." Spencer took a deep breath and was about to take a few steps. Suddenly, there was a somewhat apologetic and questioning voice from behind. "Sir Spencer, I'm sorry to bother you. I just heard it. A familiar name. Is Mr. Alan Hill here?" Spencer subconsciously turned his face and glanced behind him. The person who asked him the question had very obvious features. He was an Arab with black hair and curls. Behind him was a gentle looking brown haired man woman. This person's identity is currently the prince and the son of the king of Jordan, and the person behind him is his sister. This person would not have come to attend the funeral originally, but he flew to London specially a few days ago to see his sister. After hearing about the affairs of Spencer's family, he went to the boss to apply, and then he became a representative of the foreign royal family. With his identity, he brought his sister to attend the funeral of the old Earl of the Spencer family. The purpose of his coming was very simple. As the son of a king from a place where 4 wars took place, the Prince of Jordan was born with a strong sense of crisis. The old king was an all-rounder and had been moving among various forces for a long time. He was good at dancing and was able to maintain his current position family business, and this prince came to study in Britain since his youth and then joined the army. Even his sister also studied in Britain. The funeral of such a heavyweight noble is an important occasion to make friends with powerful people from all over the world. So forget it. Now that I know it, how can I miss it? Chapter 382 Funeral. He had just vaguely heard Alan's name, so his attention was immediately attracted, and he brought his sister over to ask questions. It is true that Alan's reputation among the upper class in London has become quite high recently. When he came here early in the morning and chatted with several aristocratic children, he heard the name Alan frequently. This man was in London a few days ago, blocking the door of a certain noble descendant's house, wanting to duel him, and then he stabbed the descendant of the noble family to death in broad daylight. You must know that Daying has not had such an honest duel in many years, and it is still a duel with cold weapons since the news came out a few days ago. This topic has been the most talked about among the British aristocracy, especially among the younger aristocrats, young people. Just hearing this kind of internal news from the aristocracy will make your blood boil. This is a cold weapon. It is said that the young earl was extremely arrogant and domineering. When he was in Wales, he had the bandit name of a Welsh bully. In this duel, according to people familiar with the matter, the two sides only fought one move and faced each other. The young earl, the count, stabbed him to death. This level of bravery is aspirational just thinking about it. If someone was killed with a hot weapon, not so many people would care. Who doesn't know how to use a gun? But the duel between cold weapons is very interesting when you think about it, but it comes with great risks. In addition to the discussions among the young nobles, there are also discussions among the older generation of nobles, but what they talked about was not how brave Alan was, but his behavior is equivalent to making a bad start. How many years has this kind of duel happened? Now a young man suddenly appeared. And he also found an old guy. He blocked the door of someone's house and challenged him to a duel, although the reason was that his personal honor had been insulted by the other party. But you have blocked the door of other people's homes. Isn't this reason a bit far-fetched? Forget about dueling, killing people so cleanly. This is in addition to Alan's original identity. He is the captain of the bodyguard who is investigating Boss Chap. Facing such a madman, some nobles who had not dealt with Boss Chap in the past were somewhat frightened. If Boss Chap wants to cause trouble for them in the future and sends this person to fight with them, then what to do? Don't answer. If you don't accept it, the fun will be big. Personal life and death are small matters. If the family reputation is destroyed because of one person's cowardice, how will they face their ancestors after they die? Catch, if they did, it would be even worse. Maybe they would be like Andrew, who was stabbed to death when they met each other. Thinking of the consequences of such a thing, the older generation, especially the old nobles who had an extremely bad relationship with Boss Chap, all had a headache. And this duel was full of weirdness. The identity of the wife of Andrew who was killed was not simple. She was Karami. For this matter, the whole of Great Britain, or even ordinary people all over the world now know that she is Boss Chap's lover, but that Alan just killed Andrew. This is very confusing. Moreover, after he killed someone, he was punished by the Queen on the same day. This was rare in the past. In the past, when nobles committed crimes, they would first be taken away by people from the Noble Affairs Department and interrogated. The process was stinky and long, and although it turned out to be nothing in the end, it was troublesome. But this time it was different. After Alan killed people in London, the Queen issued an order that night to expel him. Not even a grounding, just a simple expulsion. Where does the Queen stand on this matter? In other words, does she have anything to do with this matter? Thinking about this matter becomes even more intriguing and difficult to understand. The Prince of Jordan had been hearing people say Alan's name here for a long time, and now this awesome person actually came to attend the funeral. He couldn't wait to see him first and then make friends with him. He just likes to associate with brave, arrogant and domineering British nobles. Spencer frowned and looked at the Prince of Jordan who was speaking. He thought for a while and didn't reply. He just nodded, turned his head slightly, and motioned for him to come with him to greet him. Although the other party was a prince, Spencer didn't take him seriously at all. A Jordanian prince. In the circle of Britain's top aristocrats, a baron might as well be in charge. His name is just a little bigger. Otherwise, why would he be so interested in Alan? Following Spencer's lead, the Jordanian prince soon saw his target. Really, although more than 10 people got off the helicopter, he still saw Mr. Allen among the crowd at a glance. He is not the strongest in the group, nor is he the tallest in the group, but as soon as he stands inside, you will unconsciously focus on him. He is like the focus. Firmly attracted the attention of the Jordanian prince. He has an extremely strong body, a slim-fitting black suit, and his blonde hair was blown out of shape by the wind and waves brought by the helicopter propellers. But these embarrassments can't hide his aloof temperament. Immediately afterwards, the Jordanian prince discovered that behind Alan was a woman with the same long brown hair, who seemed to be Arab. This discovery made the Jordanian prince secretly happy. This should be Alan's secretary, right? He actually used an Arab as his secretary. Wouldn't this be a better way to open up the topic later? Thinking of this, Prince Jordan no longer cared about Spencer next to him. He walked a few steps and took the initiative to meet Alan. Hello, Mr. Allen. I'm Abdullah bin Hussein from Jordan. I have heard of your name for a long time, but I didn't expect that my first meeting would be here. Alan looked at an Arab-looking young man standing next to Spencer and thought he was Spencer's new bodyguard. Who knows? This one doesn't look like it. Alan, I know this. Yasin Rainier, who was following Alan next to her, held the hem of her skirt with her left hand and protected her messy hair with her right hand. After hearing the introduction of the person in front of her, she was slightly surprised and looked at it carefully. After a while, he came closer to Alan and introduced the person's identity in a low voice. Oh, he's actually the prince of your country. Alan's eyes flickered after hearing the introduction. He knew that Yasin Rainier was from Jordan. He had been very happy getting along with her in the past few days. Yasin Rainier had the unique shyness of Arab women. Shy but with a bit of intellectual beauty. In short, a very strange temperament. When Alan didn't communicate and study with her every night, he always felt like he was harming women from good families. But I didn't expect that today, on such an occasion, I would actually meet a person from their country, and he was also a prince, but I don't know him. What does this guy want to do with me? Or what is the purpose? Hello. Alan walked up to the young man named Hussein. There was no smile on his face. Today's occasion must be solemn. Even if he is outside, he cannot smile. Therefore, Alan now seems to be a bit repulsive. But Prince Hussein didn't mind at all. He grabbed Alan's hand and shook it. Then he pretended to have just discovered it and glanced at the woman who seemed to be the secretary following Alan. Just now he was a little far away and his long hair was blown by the wind, so he couldn't see his face clearly. Now that he was closer and took a closer look, Hussein realized that this secretary general is quite beautiful. She is not as glamorous as a star, but has a very unique temperament, with a maternal beauty mixed with intellectual beauty. As soon as she meets her, a feeling of a good wife and loving mother rushes towards him. Somehow, the moment Prince Hussein saw this woman, his heart moved. Sir Alan, is this yours? Although he was a little tempted. After all, he came with Alan. Hussein was still prepared to follow the established plan and start with the identity of the secretary to build relationships. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Yasin Rainier, who is also from Jordan. She currently works in Harrods department store. I recently took over this department store, so I asked Yasin, who is familiar with the company's business. Rainier stayed with me and helped me explain the specific affairs of the company, acting as an assistant secretary. As Alan spoke, he turned slightly sideways and helped introduce his little tour guide. Oh, what a coincidence. Ms. Yasin is also from Jordan, Prince Hussein had a look of surprise on his face. Not only was he surprised that the other person was a compatriot, but he also seemed to be just an ordinary clerk. He was just temporarily following Alan to talk about the company point. As for whether she will have anything to do with Alan, Prince Hussein didn't think much about this at all. Based on his knowledge of Alan, what kind of star has he not seen for a noble like him? How could he fall in love with such an ordinary girl? But let's put aside the emotional issues for now. Prince Hussein smiled and nodded at Yasin Rainier. Then he briefly and clearly introduced himself to Alan, took out a business card, and said in a very formal way, "I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said this on today's occasion, but it was the first time I met Mr. Allen, and I was extremely happy. This is my business card. After the funeral, can you let me entertain you?" Yeah. Alan squinted his eyes, recalling the way the prince looked at the little tour guide behind him just now. It was a bit interesting point. However, now is not the time to talk about these things. After accepting the business card, Alan patted Hussein on the shoulder and said, "Okay, we will talk after the funeral." Spencer watched the Jordanian prince go up to talk to Alan before him. He was not annoyed. Instead, he hoped that the Jordanian prince could lure Alan away. But the cruel reality shattered his dream. Alan didn't talk to the Jordanian prince at all. He said hello briefly, received the business card, and turned to look directly at him. The two looked at each other, looking at each other. Spencer was extremely embarrassed. "Alan, you're here. What the hell is your expression like?" Alan was too lazy to pay attention to Spencer. He patted him on the shoulder and whispered softly, "If there is something at home that cannot be handled, you have to tell me. Of course. If you don't want to trouble me, you can do it all on your own. William. Harry, come here." Great Brinton Church on the left side of the front, in a very exquisite small enclosure that looks like a podium. Spencer is holding a draft and reciting a eulogy with a sad face. The late old Earl Spencer was currently lying in a black coffin. The coffin was placed in the middle of the front of the church. The coffin was covered with the flag of their Spencer family, and there were 3 bouquets on the flag. Flowers. A long thick white candle was inserted in the middle pile of flowers, and the flame on the candle had been lit. Several clergymen stood quietly nearby, staring at the old count's coffin with calm faces. Alan sat upright, but his mind was not here at all. For example, the funeral of Great Britain, if it belongs to a large family, especially a noble family, is usually held in the church in the morning. This thing is equivalent to a mourning hall. In this case, due to human sentiment, as long as you are invited, no matter how good or bad your relationship is, you have to participate in the farewell ceremony for the old Earl. This is the first half of the funeral. There are many guests and the whole church can be filled. The rest of the second half is the burial ceremony that can only be attended by relatives, friends, and people with good relationships with the deceased. In this session, many people who participated in the first half will not be able to participate. For example, the Jordanian prince whom Alan just met only needs to attend the first half of the meeting, and there is no need for him to attend the rest. Everyone has different beliefs, so it's pretty good that they can come and participate in the first half. Squinting, Alan glanced at the few white people with long noses sitting in the row in front of him. Just before the ceremony started, these people seemed to be speaking French. This made Alan a little strange. Although he knew that Diana liked to go to France in the past, and that the Spencer family had some connections with the French nobles, he never expected that so many French nobles would come to the old count's funeral at once. For a long time, many people have ignored that there are actually nobility in France, and their noble family has a very long history. However, in modern times, there are not too many French nobles who appear in public. Moreover, many ordinary people still have the illusion that there have been so many revolutions in France, so how can there be any aristocracy? The revolution is a revolution, but what the revolution changes is the upper level system. What does it have to do with the aristocracy? The French aristocrats, as far as Alan knew, were usually even lower key than the British aristocrats. They gathered in fixed areas and lived in a very strict hierarchy. Moreover, French nobles rarely intermarry with outside nobles. They only marry internally. What's even more stringent is that each noble has different levels and different circles. For example, their viscount will never mix with the earl's circle, because the earl looks down on them. Like Great Britain, some knights can marry barons or even other noble families. This is simply unimaginable in the French aristocratic circle. They are a group of leftover nobles, but they are definitely not pedantic and extremely low-key. They are so low-key that, even though they number nearly 100,000, many outsiders don't even know they exist. Alan stared at the French nobles and suddenly thought, could he get in touch with them? My new home is about to be built, so why don't I decorate it with cultural relics? And these French nobles really have a lot of ruthless people in their hands. Their families are hundreds of years old, and some can even be traced back to the 10th century. From such a long family history, if they can take out some special cultural relics from their homes, they can put them at home for friends to visit. Wouldn't it be very face-saving when you are there? Chapter 383 Countess, Rennie Spencer. I just want to get to know these French guys, but I still have a little trouble. Alan didn't want to take the initiative to make friends with them. It would appear that he was trying to catch up with them. His purpose was too obvious. With the urination of these French guys, maybe people would give him a favor after hearing his name. Turning face. If you want to get to know this group of people, you can only rely on introductions from others. But when he saw Spencer, who was still reciting the eulogy in front of him, Alan curled his lips. He probably had no hope for this guy. As soon as the two of them met today, Alan felt that he was still complaining about his beating some time ago. With his mentality like this, if you want him to take the initiative to introduce new friends to you, you probably shouldn't even think about it. Now there's only one other person left who has some hope. Alan turned his head slightly and looked at the person in the black dress sitting in the first row at the front. Diana. TSK. Some time ago, his men chopped off her lover's hands and feet, and he also robbed her lover's father's property. This, Alan sighed without leaving a trace. He had offended both siblings now, but fortunately, neither of them had been offended to death. Besides, we are still relatives. Let's wait and see. Maybe Diana is too arrogant and is no longer guilty. Why did she resent herself? Anyway, when the two met and talked some time ago, her mood seemed to be much better. Thinking of this, Alan made up his mind to ask Diana to help set up a line after the funeral. Great Britain Church, Spencer Family Cemetery. In a solemn atmosphere, a group of guests dressed in black gathered around and took turns to go up to see the old count off for the last time. Even Boss Chap, the Crown Prince, held a bouquet of flowers with a solemn expression and stepped forward to hand them over. Then he whispered a few words in front of the tombstone. After a few of the old count's closest people came up. Alan also took a bouquet of small white flowers and gently placed them in front of the old earl's tombstone. The tombstone reads, Edward John Spencer, 1924 1992. Thinking about it, the old man only lived for 68 years, which was a great time. Who knew he would go to see God like this? Alan looked at the old earl's tombstone and felt a little sad. He still had to ensure his good health. No matter how big the family's property, no matter how high the title, no matter how many pounds, if he can't live that long and has no time to enjoy, it's not all in vain. Are you a junior? I also thought of my father and elder brother who died in an accidental car accident. At this moment, Alan's awe of death deepened a little bit more. The impetuous feeling accumulated in the past few days seemed to dissipate with the words on the tombstone. Think about when the old earl was young, when he got married, the Queen, Prince Philip, and the Queen Mother all came to attend the old earl's wedding in person. His wedding was a sensation at that time. Who knew that now the Queen, Prince Philip, and the Queen Mother is still well, but the old earl is gone. The Queen, Prince Philip and the Queen Mother did not come to this funeral. They did not like the atmosphere of bidding farewell to their friends, so they only asked Boss Chap, the Crown Prince, to attend the funeral on behalf of the royal family. Child, don't be sad. Everyone will die. The only difference is sooner or later. Edward is just tired and needs to rest first. When Alan was walking with his head down, a very nice voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. When he raised his head, he saw Thish's. Hello, Mrs. Rennie. Alan looked at the old lady in front of him and thought for a while before he recognized who she was. This is the old earl's widow, Rennie Spencer, but she is not Diana's biological mother. She is the old Earl's second wife, but this one is much more beautiful than the previous countess. However, at this time, the countess was wearing a black silk top hat and a black veil on her face. Her hair was combed a bit like Thatcher's bun. The hairstyle was very beautiful, and she had a warm smile. Thinking that Alan was sad looking at the old Earl's tombstone, he came here to comfort Alan. But her smiling face made Alan a little scared. Whose husband dies and can still smile at his funeral? There's something wrong with this. You just have to laugh at yourself. When you see someone else sad, this person comes over to comfort you. Is this really heartless? After saying hello, Alan didn't know what to say. He didn't like to meddle in too much, but faced with this situation, he really didn't know what to do for a while. You wondering why I could still laugh at Edward's funeral? Seeing that Alan's face was a little strange, Renee still talked to Alan with a smile on her face as before. Well, everyone has their own way of doing things. It is extremely impolite to judge someone you don't understand casually. So, madam, I don't have such thoughts at all. Although he was a little criticized for the countess's behavior in his heart, he couldn't say it with his mouth. Alan still pretended to be a very gentleman and explained a little. Haha. Mr. Allen, you are indeed a gentleman. I have heard of you before, but it doesn't matter. You haven't been to Elthorpe Manor a few times. You can just stay here for a few days this time. It's okay to spend more time with little Spencer, Mrs. Renee smiled and nodded to Alan and extended the invitation. By the way, this, Alan looked into the eyes of the countess. She shouldn't know that he beat Spencer some time ago, right? Under such circumstances, she also invited herself to stay at Althorpe Manor. At that point suddenly, an idea flashed in Alan's mind, and he secretly praised the old guy for being so thoughtful. Although there is still a male in the Spencer family now, it is probably impossible to count on Spencer and Diana. Haha. In some cases, she is not as good as Spencer. Moreover, after the funeral of the old Earl, the Spencer family will face the inheritance tax call from the Ministry of Noble Affairs. Under such circumstances, it's really hard not to have someone in the family who can take care of things, and Alan Pointy is a very good candidate. Not only did he go through the complete process of inheriting a title a few years ago, he is also very experienced in inheritance tax. Moreover, he has a bad temper and is very strong. People who have been talking about him recently more, plus he is still related to the Spencer family. As long as Alan stays at Althorpe Manor for a few days, theoretically speaking, Alan is equivalent to a Spalding Haitian, which can stabilize the Spencer family well, and deter those mad dog-like aristocratic affairs. Ministry staff. The countess is a female generation and has no inheritance rights, but she obviously has arrangements for the Spencer family's affairs and is very concerned about it. So, she just made this seemingly strange invitation to Alan, but it was actually an invitation to take advantage of him. Alan figured this out and glanced at the countess with a half smile. This idea was a good idea, so good that Alan was envious. He didn't get this kind of treatment when he first came home. If he can be taken advantage of so easily, then he is still a fool. So what if we are all relatives? If you have something to say, you need to be clear about the favors you owe. The current trick of trying to use his master Alan's tiger skin to play off the power of a fox and a tiger is a bit childish. Madam, when I came here, I told Spencer that if you need help at home, please let me know at any time. I've been busy here recently, so I won't stay at the manor. Listening to Alan's words, the smile on the countess's face paused slightly. The hidden meaning in Alan's words was not that he was preparing for benefits, but that he specifically pointed out that he had already greeted Spencer. But the countess thought about the kind of person little Spencer was. It was estimated that it was too late for him to hide from Alan now. How could he let Alan stay at home? Thinking of this, the countess continued to keep the smile on her face, but her words were a little bitter. Then I'll trouble you, Alan. Little Spencer is not sensible yet, and he still needs your teaching on some things. But, Alan took a step back slightly, nodded to show respect to this old lady with outstanding temperament and worry about her family, and then put on her hat. I just saw you and Renee talking after the funeral. Boss Chat took William and invited Alan to walk back to Althorpe Manor. Althorpe Manor in the distance just stands on a large plain lawn. The large pasture in front of his house used to be used for sheep herding. Now that the Spencer family has become prosperous, of course they no longer herd sheep here, so it has been abandoned. As Boss Cha spoke, he looked at these wasted venues with a look of regret. He is a person who likes to do farm work and raise flowers and grass. The last thing he wants to see is anyone wasting land, and it is such a good growing pasture. If this land were in his hands, he could personally tend a garden of hundreds of acres, filled with all kinds of flower beds. Your Highness, Mrs. Rennie. Alan thought about the Countess, who could still smile even at the funeral, and could only comment, "Mrs. Rennie has a really good attitude, hahaha. Don't you think she's a little strange? I've heard of her when I was young. She was also a famous socialite in London's aristocratic social circle. She was most famous for her calmness when things happened. She always maintains an elegant temperament. If it weren't for her status as Earl Spencer, would she have been able to marry Rennie? After Rennie's divorce, her suitors were lined up from London to Paris." Alan winked. Good guy. Think about the Countess. She seems to be in her 60s now. Even at this age, she doesn't have many wrinkles on her face. She has the kind of look that, even if you know she is old, people still look the same. An elegant old beauty. Tsk. This is called a good foundation. Coupled with her strange temperament, as Boss Cha said, she is still very attractive to old men. That is to say, the age difference between the two is too big. If she were several decades younger, Alan might even be tempted. She wanted me to stay at Althorpe Manor for a few days, but I refused, Alan reported to Boss Cha honestly. Since he asked, Alan told the truth. It was not a shameful thing. After listening to Alan's words, Boss Cha narrowed his eyes and figured out the trick in just a few seconds. He sneered and said, "She is very loyal to the Spencer family." Alan laughed awkwardly, and when he glanced over, he saw little William walking beside him, and Boss Cha with his little face raised, eavesdropping. He saw Alan looking at him, and William stuck out his tongue at Alan. "If you hadn't seen your dad right next to you, I would have kicked you high and low." Alan made a fist with his right hand and raised it suddenly. William subconsciously thought that his cousin was going to hit him, and was so frightened that he trotted aside a few steps. Boss Cha was walking at the front. The three of them stepped on the lawn in a triangle formation and walked towards Althorpe Manor. As if they felt the movement behind them, Boss Cha turned his head left and right and looked at Alan who seemed to be having a fight. William smiled. He likes this kind of atmosphere very much. In the past few years, Alan has been responsible for taking care of the children. He has not made much academic achievements. The royal teachers he sent are responsible for it. But in life, Alan, William, and Harry generally live a good life. Okay, Your Highness. When I came here, I met a Jordanian prince. He wanted to get to know me and gave me his business card. I don't know what he meant by asking for me. Alan didn't want to talk more about the Spencer family, so he took the initiative to change the subject and asked his boss about the Jordanian prince. There is a plugin like Boss Cha around, which is equivalent to the grandpa in the ring, so don't use it in vain. "Oh, you mean Haseen?" I asked him to come to the funeral. People in his family like to mingle with nobles, regardless of the occasion. Speaking of the Jordanian prince, Boss Cha looked disdainful. Although everyone is a prince, and the Jordanian prince will go one step further and become a crown prince in the future, is there any comparison between the crown prince of Jordan and the crown prince of Great Britain? Just like Spencer, they instinctively look down on these Middle Easterners, because the first people Britain supported in the Middle East were these homeless dogs. How could the owner thinks so highly of the dog? After walking a few steps, Boss Cha thought for a while, as if he was afraid that Alan would look down on the Jordanian prince like him, and said with a slightly sideways face, "But Jordan is quite obedient now. If Haseen wants to get to know you, you can communicate with him over there now." Hey, when he thought about America's extending hand in the Middle East, Boss Cha had no interest in talking about Jordan. Not everyone could experience the feeling of seeing someone's country being broken into pieces and taken away bit by bit. "Oh, okay, I understand, Your Highness." Alan nodded as if he understood. Politically, he didn't know much about the situation in some areas, so he was considered a scumbag. Now that Boss Cha had given a general direction, Alan dared to go ahead with peace of mind. Jordan Buschad doesn't like it, but Alan does. They are all from the Middle East. As the old saying goes, no one will love you when you wear a headscarf. You will throw a lot of US dollars around and everyone will call you dad. Faced with this group of big dog owners, now that I have the opportunity, I have to get a handful of them and pluck the geese. Approaching Althorpe Manor, Alan turned his head and looked towards the east side of the manor. There was a dense forest. Through the forest, he could vaguely see a small lake inside, with an island in the middle of the lake. It looks quite artistic. Looking at the large manor and the scenery, Alan sniffed and comforted himself. There is a river in front of my house, which is better than a small lake like this. When my new house is built, I will have something like this too. Chapter 384. You are such a gentleman. Alan happily walked and chatted with Boss Chap. They were all topics between men. William was still young anyway, so he couldn't understand it. The three of them were quite happy on the way from the church to Althorpe Manor. As soon as he entered the manor, Alan was looking forward to today's banquet, but unexpectedly he heard a burst of curses in the distance. This voice, it seems a bit familiar. You stinky bitch, get out of our house. You don't have to worry about our family's affairs. You go away. It was you who killed my father. You were the one who killed my father. My mother also got divorced because of you, Spencer. You guys, Renee, Alan, and Boss Cha stopped at the same time, staring dumbfounded at the fuss happening at the entrance to the castle hall. A dozen servants surrounded a half circle, looking at the three people in the circle at a loss. Diana's hat fell off. At this moment, Diana was different from usual. She seemed to be crazy, yelling at the countess, and there was a large black plastic bag on the ground between them. The plastic bag seemed to have been thrown on the ground, and some of the contents spilled out all over the floor. Things like some cosmetics and toilet paper fell out. Next to Diana stood her brother, Little Spencer. At this time, Little Spencer didn't see Alan's cowardice at that time. Standing next to Diana, he also looked at the countess with an indifferent expression. The three of them seemed to have a falling out because they came back first by car. Alan and Boss Cha walked on the road from the church to Althorpe Manor for about 20 minutes, but who knew they would encounter this situation as soon as they entered the door, since they still didn't know what happened. Alan and Boss Cha looked at each other. A little confused. This is the Spencer family, and the three people quarreling now all have the last name Spencer. There is no room for either of them to interfere in this kind of family matter suddenly. Harry, what's going on with your mother? Why are they quarreling? When? William, come here. Alan A little confused. This is the Spencer family, and the three people quarreling now all have the last name Spencer. There is no room for either of them to interfere in this kind of family matter suddenly. Alan saw little Harry standing among the servants, watching the fun with a cheerful expression. This little brat is heartless and acts like a dick everywhere he goes. William, come here. Alan knelt down, called William, pointed at Harry and said, go and pull Harry over. Don't let him there. Encourage William, a medium-sized kid, to pull Harry over. With Harry as a spy, it will be easier to ask questions. You can't just go over and watch the fun now, right? That's so ungentlemanly. Harry, what's going on with your mother? Why are they quarreling? When? William bent down furtively and took Harry out of the servants. Alan quickly squatted down, hugged Harry and started asking questions with a gossipy look on his face. Harry was still drooling and was a little confused by Alan's question. Alan looked at Harry, a dick, with a face full of hatred. Boss Cha was still standing next to him, and Alan couldn't say anything harsh. Although Boss Cha didn't look this way, Alan knew very well that Boss Cha was also standing next to him. I like to listen to gossip, otherwise you wouldn't be so close to me. Your mother? Alan pointed at Diana, who was still yelling at the countess, then pointed at the countess, and continued to ask Harry with words and gestures. Oh, my mother said she wouldn't let the old woman live at home, and would drive her away. My uncle also agreed. I heard them when they were discussing in the car. Listening to Harry's answer, Alan blinked. The old woman should be referring to the countess, right? The two siblings were discussing in the car that they would drive her away as soon as the funeral was over. Alan remembered that the countess came to him specifically when the funeral was over and wanted to use Alan to stay here for a few days to support the Spencer family. But the two siblings, a countess who was worried about her family just a second ago, and a brother and sister who couldn't wait to drive their stepmother away as soon as the funeral was over. Damn it, it feels a bit desolate just thinking about it. How do you say that? No dinner for dog meat? Alan asked William to hold Harry, stood up, and glanced at Boss Cha. Obvious Boss Cha heard what Harry just said, and the two of them also talked about the Countess on the way, so the reason for the quarrel at hand was clear. William took Harry to play outside for a while. Boss Cha deliberately pushed William away and waited for the two little brats to go away. Then he stared at Diana in the distance expressionlessly and said, "What a madman. What does this family have to do with her? How long has she been there? I haven't even come back to see Edward once, so who is showing me such an indignant look? Is she doing it to show me?" Alan had a toothache expression on his face. Hearing what Boss Cha said, he didn't know how to answer it. In fact, before Diana's mother divorced the old earl, she had nothing to do with Lady Renee. For a socialite like her back then, as Boss Cha said, there was no shortage of suitors. There were many people following her who wanted to be the escorts behind her. How could someone be the third party? And to be honest, the old count was not doing well back then. It was Diana's mother who cheated first. In Great Britain, if an aristocratic family does not have male descendant, the family property will be given to a branch at a low price. As for the daughter is useless. She cannot inherit, except under special circumstances. At that time, the old Earl Spencer married the daughter of a certain baron, who was Diana's mother. When she was young, her mother was known as a flower in London. She was at the top of London's upper class society. After holding the beauty back in his arms, the old Earl Spencer, who was still Viscount Althorp at the time, followed the old Earl Spencer's wishes and had children at home every day. Then she gave birth to two daughters in succession, and the third child was a boy, but the boy's fate was bad, and he died young. At last. At that time, Viscount Althorp took his wife to visit famous doctors. Just like someone from a certain place traveled across the country to find folk remedies and old Chinese doctors later, he also participated in various strange church activities. Anyway, the bastard did a lot of shit just to have a son. The Viscountess, who was also born into a noble family, had been used as a fertility machine by Viscount Althorp since her marriage, so of course she didn't want a point, but she couldn't change anything. So she could only endure the humiliation and continue to give birth until she spent a lot of energy and got a folk prescription saying that she would have a son. Eventually Diana was born. The couple looked at their third daughter, both of them despairing. Anyway, from then on, Viscount Althorp had doubts about life. He thought that God was going to destroy the Spencer family. Even the old earl became angry because of this behavior of giving birth to 3 granddaughters in a row, and then his life was cut short. Viscount Althorp became the new Earl Spencer and the Viscountess also became a countess. While the count was doubting his life. The countess embarks on an affair. According to incomplete statistics, there are at least dozens of people who have had an affair with her. Even in the end, she didn't even bother to pretend, and she almost didn't bring her lover home. But at that time, Earl Spencer felt that he could not have a son because of himself, so he swallowed his anger and endured this cuckold. Later God opened his eyes and little Spencer was born. This one is definitely from the Spencer family. After giving birth to the boy Spencer, the countess filed for divorce from Earl Spencer. As soon as she recovered her health. Later the two got divorced, and then the old earl became a little depressed. He had a son and his family was broken up. Diana grew up with her younger brother, and her 2 older sisters didn't care about them. Later, the old earl gradually regained his confidence and found the current Mrs. Rennie. The two had a good relationship after marriage, but they never had children. With this background, if old Earl Spencer is wrong, that's okay, but for the sake of his family, he can only be said to be a little impatient, and his relationship with his wife has gradually become cold. If a couple has a good relationship, wouldn't it be natural to have children? On the other hand, the old countess, no matter what, the old count did not cheat on her back then. But she cheated on her, and she did so arrogantly. Later, because of this dispute between the two and the depression of not having a son for a long time, they divorced. Anyway, it's hard to judge whether it's right or wrong. If I have to say it, both of them are right and wrong. It's not anyone's fault. It can only be said that this is the unknown sorrow of aristocratic families. But now Diana seems to be venting all her grievances on Lady Renee. It was more or less unreasonable, and even Alan couldn't stand it. Mrs. Renee is over 60, and she is helpless outside. She has worked hard to worry about her family for so many years. This, don't underestimate this Mrs. Renee. She is still very capable. The voice of Boss Cha came to his ears. He raised his chin and pointed to Alan, who was being driven away by the two siblings in the distance. Mrs. Renee said, I heard Capel say that all the investments of the Spencer family are. It was Renee who did it. She has invested all her private money in the family business over the years, and it has been doing very well. Now that they are driving her away, she may not have any money after she leaves this family. I want to force her to death. Alan stared into the distance and sighed. Everyone has their own scriptures that are difficult to recite, so let them go. Mrs. Renee seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. The top hat on her head fell off, and her veil was torn away. She bent down and picked up the black plastic bag on the ground and packed all her belongings into the plastic bag. She had been in this family for decades, and now she was kicked out. All she had was a small plastic bag, and that was the charity given to her by the brother and sister in front of her. Everything else, haha, has nothing to do with her from now on. Slowly looking at the Diana siblings in front of her, a smile appeared on Mrs. Renee's face again. I'll just leave. Life won't always go smoothly. Children, you should take care of yourself. Get out of Althorpe Manor. Mrs. Renee's response was an angry scold from little Spencer. Alan looked at Mrs. Renee. Even though the black dress on her body was a little dirty, even though she was holding a black plastic bag in her hand, but she still walked out of Althorpe Manor step by step with a black plastic bag, as if she was carrying a handmade luxury bag by a famous artist. When passing by Alan, Mrs. Renee saw Alan and Boss Chap. I'm sorry. It's my poor hospitality that makes you stand here for so long. Your Highness, Mr. Allen. I'm leaving first. I'm very sorry, boss. Chan nodded expressionlessly. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Alan's face twitched slightly. This old lady was the most interesting person he saw today. Her experience today made Alan's already cold heart feel a little bit more human. Madam, I have been troubled by some shopping mall management issues recently. I just heard from His Highness that you are quite talented in investment and management. I wonder if I can disturb madam for a while. Please help me solve my troubles. Of course I will receive the due reward. Haha. Mr. Allen, you are really a very upright gentleman. Thank you for your kindness. I think I will not let you down. There was no surprise on Mrs. Renee's face, as if Alan was not helping her, but just recruiting workers. But she didn't put on airs and just agreed to Alan. It gives people a feeling of neither gratitude nor betrayal, which is strange, but interesting. Okay. Alan casually pointed to the small stone following him in the distance and said, Madam, you can go to my housekeeper first and ask her to arrange for you to rest. It's okay, Mr. Allen. You, Mrs. Renee looked at Alan with a smile, and then at Diana and little Spencer in the distance, all without saying a word. Your Highness, I won't go in. It's not good for me to be here in this situation today. After Mrs. Renee reminded her, Alan also realized what he was doing. Why are you still here? He is too lazy to get involved in such nonsense. The funeral is over. Let's go home. Boss. Cha thought for a moment, glanced at Alan and chuckled. You are very discerning. Okay, just let William and Harry stay. I will take them back then. There will be a gathering within the royal family at the beginning of next month, so let them just stay at my place these days, and you can go. Hannah, Your Highness, please take care of yourself. I will take my leave. Alan had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that William and Harry would also be left behind. Without these two oil bottles, Alan was extremely happy. He saluted Boss Chap, turned around and walked out of the manor. Hello, Your Excellency. I didn't expect to see you here today. Just after meeting Xiao Shitao, Alan was about to speak. A middle-aged man standing next to Xiao Shitao smiled and greeted Alan first. Who are you? Wells. Stuart. Your Excellency. Just call me Wells. Stuart. When Alan heard this last name. He subconsciously raised his eyebrows. This is a big surname point, and it's a Scottish surname point. Did this person just show up at a funeral? Anyway, Alan didn't pay attention. There were so many people here today, and he didn't know most of them point, but since he can appear at the old Earl's funeral today, there is a high probability that this middle-aged man should be someone with some status in Scotland point. But his status shouldn't be too high, otherwise he wouldn't be standing here talking to little Stone Point. Thinking of this, Alan tentatively said, "Is it the Stuart family?" No, you misunderstood. I cannot represent the Stuart family. My grandfather was just a baron. We are just a branch. Hearing Alan's temptation, the middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. He didn't dare to recognize this man randomly, or something would happen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Wells Stuart. Since he is not the real owner of the Stuart family, Alan doesn't care. This person is probably another descendant of a down and out noble. What's up? Alan thought this guy was looking for something to do with him again, so he just waited here for him to come out. Well, when Wells heard Alan's question, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. First, I quietly glanced at this gentleman's face with my peripheral vision. Well, he was very calm and not angry, which is good. Then Wells organized his words a little and explained, "Your Excellency, it's like this. I'm currently employed by the British Museum. I came here this time to discuss some business matters with the Spencer family. Just now you were stopped by Butler Stone. You guys." After Wells' explanation, Alan glanced at the small stone next to him and realized that he seemed to have misunderstood. The Wells in front of him was not waiting for him at all. He just happened to meet Alan. Wells came today to discuss business with Spencer's family. As for why he was here, of course, Alan and Boss Chow were standing at the door of the manor just now without going in. Xiaoshi Shitao saw this from a distance. Under the circumstances, he just pulled the stranger named Wells out of good intentions, hoping that he would not go and cause trouble. Otherwise, if you happen to go to someone else's house and encounter a conflict in the host's family, this is not a good thing for business negotiations. As for how, Alan suddenly took a closer look at the middle-aged man named Wells. When the man saw Alan, he began to look at him again. He quickly straightened his waist and bent down again, showing his shy and thoughtful expression to Alan. With a somewhat flattering smile. "Ah, you from the British Museum? Are you here to discuss business with the Spencer family?" "What business?" Although the British Museum is well known to the outside world, to be honest, Alan has never been to it. As for what kind of business their employees came to the Spencer family to discuss, this made Alan a little curious. It was okay if Alan didn't ask, but when he asked, Wells' face became even more embarrassed. Wells' bent waist once again increased the angle of the bend, and he moved closer to Alan. The volume dropped a few decibels, and he whispered in a voice that only Alan could hear, "Your Excellency, the Spencer family is famous. Who doesn't know that their family has the largest collection of ancient furniture in Europe? Our curator sent me here this time because the young Earl Spencer is about to succeed to the throne and has to pay inheritance tax. Let's see if we can help with their furniture. Your Excellency, this is an order from our curator, and I didn't come here voluntarily." Grass. He had been doing it for a long time, just to steal the family property. No wonder he saw himself asking him. This guy's attitude was so humble. He couldn't help it if he didn't say it. If he did, he was probably afraid that Alan would beat him, so Wells kept his attitude to a minimum first. And then he brought up their curator and said that everything was sent by their curator and had nothing to do with him. Talking about business, saying that taking possession of family property is an honest excuse for talking about business. Only the British can do it. Alan instantly recalled his memories. When he first succeeded to the throne, that old guy named Viscount Fox was very interested in his family's land. His butler at that time was just like Wells. He came after smelling the smell point for a nobleman, especially the current British nobleman. Every new nobleman who is about to succeed means a feast for dividing the family property point. No one can escape the inheritance tax, which weighs more than half, if you want to keep your family's land or some high quality assets with potential. The best way is to sell old items. As for the Spencer family, their ancestors' hobby for several generations has been collecting old furniture. Their furniture collection, both in terms of scale and value, is larger and more extensive than the collections of most national museums in other European countries. In the entire Althorpe Manor, to put it bluntly, nearly half of the rooms are filled with these old furniture. Alan's previous understanding of the Spencer family was limited to what was recorded in the family books, which was not very accurate, but he probably still had an idea. As for the existing old furniture in their Spencer home, if it were put up for auction in an auction house, it would be sold at the value it had before the economic crisis a few years ago. If all the old furniture were sold, it could probably be sold for £600 to £700 million. This value is still the price of previous years, and it is estimated that it will increase now. And now, their old man had just finished his funeral, and people from the British Museum came to the door. After smelling the smell point, their so-called help probably means purchasing a batch of famous old furniture at a low price point during this period. If anyone comes around and wants to divide the Spencer family's property, no one will be able to give their family a fair price. All old items must be worth at least half. Cut. You are just trying to take advantage of the situation. You know that you are short of money. You know that there is no one left in your family, and you know that the little Spencer who is about to succeed is a loser. Under such circumstances, you still don't come to buy goods. What are you waiting for? For example, if the table set was worth £1 million a few years ago, it is estimated that the normal price now can be sold for £1.5 million, or even more. And these people come to buy it, and they probably pay 5 or 6 at most. A purchase price of £100,000 is not bad. As long as the furniture is received and kept for a period of time, the profit can be millions of pounds when resold. Even if you don't sell it, it would be nice to keep it for yourself. As for why little Spencer didn't wait for a while before selling furniture, does he have the courage like Alan did at that time to openly let his servants shoot at the tax collectors and expel them? He didn't, since he doesn't have the guts. Little Spencer doesn't dare not pay the inheritance tax he owes, and if he wants to pay it, he has to sell some of his family's things at a low price. The reason is that simple. It was them that Mrs. Rennie was afraid of just now. People like this came to the door, so they invited Alan to stay at home for a few days to calm them down. Thinking of this, Alan squinted his eyes and looked at Wells, who looked embarrassed and a little at a loss. Are the Spencer family easy to bully now? Of course, they are easy to bully, and their biggest supporter is their princess, Diana. But now Diana is not capable of doing anything. At most, she can only deceive outsiders. Experts are not afraid of their relationship at all. But Alan has long regarded the Spencer family as half his own. Otherwise, why would he always help them? Why did Alan hit little Spencer some time ago? Wasn't it because he was afraid that he would ruin the family's reputation, and that he would ruin the family? Even hurting myself. Now that Wells came to collect the furniture, it reminded Alan that, since these things have to be sold sooner or later, and they will be sold at a low price, it is better to benefit yourself than to benefit others. Just now, he wanted to rely on Diana to help introduce him to the French aristocrats and buy some things from them. Now that such a bad thing happened, Alan didn't have time to regret it. Unexpectedly, this Wells appeared. Anyway, Alan's new castle is about to be built, and it will need to be renovated next year, and some old furniture will have to be bought. Isn't this a coincidence? Think about that scene. Inviting friends to his home. Alan, as the host, pointed to a certain table and told the origin of the table, saying that this table was used by King Louis XVI of France. A certain chair was used by King Carlos I of Spain. A certain foot washing bucket was used by Ferdinand VII, and the dressing table was used by a certain princess. Every piece of furniture in the house is an old object, and it is an old piece of furniture used by famous people. It can be used as well as used. Fixed assets can be passed down from family to family, and when money is urgently needed, they can also be sold for money. This is awesome. It is no better than those who only decorate their homes with splendor, and when asked about furniture, they will only say that a certain table is made of solid wood, and a certain table is made of mahogany. This kind of rhetoric will only use the lowest materials to highlight the grade, more high-end ones. When thinking about this scene, Alan even felt a little excited. Making money, isn't it just for spending and showing off? Why? Just when he thought of this, Alan suddenly remembered that when he first succeeded to the throne, why didn't anyone from the British Museum come to his home to look for him? Every noble family who is about to inherit the title will come to discuss business with them like this. Alan looked at Wells curiously and asked his question. Wells was once again stunned by this question. Your Excellency, before most nobles inherit their titles, we will come to help them. However, there are also some nobles with special circumstances, so we will not go. Wells said it tactfully, and tactfully. His special situation refers to people like Alan. Just like the home of the Earl of Carmarthen. Do they have any old items at home? Yes. And there are quite a few. The old Earl died very quietly at the time, but what did the curator of the British Museum do for a living? Even though he seems to have no sense of presence, he still knows this kind of secret information. In recent years, there has been no place in Great Britain to buy new cultural relics. If you want to increase the number of collections in the museum, can't you just find these old nobles in Great Britain? These local aristocrats count themselves as one family, and each family has more or less good things at home. They don't force them, they just jump out at the right time and take what they can, and they want everything. But some old items from the homes of old nobles are not suitable for collection. For example, Alan's house. The most old objects in his home are related to Wales, also passed down from ancestors, are complete sets of armor and weapons. But what's the use of collecting this kind of thing? How will it be exhibited then? Is it necessary to introduce in detail on the cultural relics this knife belonging to a certain generation of Earl of Carmarthen, and how many dead souls of the people of Wales were under the knife? How many Welsh rebels had a certain Earl of Carmarthen hacked to death with this knife? Although these things in Alan's house are theoretically cultural relics, they are not easy to display. As long as they are released, the unity of the people in Great Britain will be affected. But if it's not exhibited, wouldn't it be a waste of money? The British Museum is not a charity. Even if it collects cultural relics, no matter how cheap they are, they have no value and cannot even be displayed. What is the use of them? As for the other things in the Earl of Carmarthen's house, Wells thought for a moment and seemed to have heard from the curator that in addition to a few old cars, their family also had a lot of old arms. Good guy. The warehouse is like a small arsenal. A few days ago, the gentleman in front of me drove an old tank from World War II to London. How many nobles have so many waste at home? In Wells's view, these old arms were like scrap metal to the British Museum. Therefore, when Alan succeeded to the throne, the British Museum was very perfunctory and did not send anyone to their house to collect things. It was so useless, and everyone ignored Alan. Although it sounds unpleasant to say it, from the perspective of the British Museum, they look down on the old objects collected by the Hill family. Listening to Wells's humbling explanation, Alan's face hurt. Is his family being looked down upon? It seems that Kyang Heng is talking about my own family. Apart from the land, there is nothing else worth remembering in the British Museum. Little shithole. Call the housekeeper of the Spencer family. Tell them not to tell anyone about what happened today and keep their mouths shut. If I'll let the outside world hear about what happened today, in front of Wells, Alan inexplicably began to explain the mission of Little Stone. It's the young master. Although Zio Shitao was a little confused about what Alan was referring to today, he didn't want to ask more questions in front of outsiders. He asked the servant next to him for the call and was about to call the housekeeper of the Spencer family. Call up. Housekeepers like them all know each other. As for whether the housekeeper of the Spencer family will listen to Alan's orders, Alan dared to hit little Spencer. As long as their old housekeeper wasn't stupid, he wouldn't dare not listen. Haha, Mr. Wells, there was a small accident at Spencer's house today. Your schedule may be affected a little. If you are not in a hurry, why don't you come with me to Wales? I also have some business. I want to find out more about you. After Alan explained the matter about the little stone, he turned around, patted Wells on the shoulder with a smile, and invited him with a smile. Wells suddenly realized that he had been surprised just now that he, an outsider, was still standing here. This gentleman did not avoid him and asked the housekeeper to call him in front of him to talk about these private matters that could not be disclosed to anyone. It turned out that I had been talking for a long time, but I was talking to myself. Since there are some small matters at Spencer's house now, and it is inconvenient to see guests, it would be inappropriate for him to want to go in now. Under such circumstances, Your Excellency invited him to Wales again. I can only bite the bullet and agree. Otherwise, can I refuse? I'm very honored to be invited by Your Excellency. So I won't bother you. Wells caressed his chest and bowed slightly, accepting Alan's invitation. Haha. Just wait here for a while, and wait until we return to Wales. Chapter 386 Miscalculation. Alan and Xiao winked, and they walked aside. Just as they were about to speak, Yazin Rainier stepped on the lawn wearing high heels, 1 foot deep and 1 shallow, and she stumbled close to Alan. He looked at Xiao, then at Alan, and then asked, "Why did you come out so quickly? That Prince Hussein thought you wouldn't come out today, so he left first, and he specifically said before leaving, let me remind you, he wants to invite you to dinner and chat." "Oh. He went back to London." "Yes, he said he will wait for your call. Just let him know when you are free." "How long will he be here?" "Well." Yazin Rainier smoothed her hair behind her ears with her right hand and said with a frown, "He just said that he was here to accompany Princess Heir for a few days. The princess had her birthday a few days ago, and he was there. I'm too busy at home and have no time to come, so I have been putting off my coming until now. It seems that I will stay for another week this time." Princess Heir is the little girl who just followed the Jordanian prince. Alan knows this. "Okay, I get it." Alan glanced at Mrs. Rainier, who was waiting not far away, and signaled Yazin Rainier to go and accompany the old lady first. After Yazin Rainier walked away, Alan took Xiao and continued to explain 2 things. First, please contact who's in the security department and ask him to compile a copy of the Jordanian prince's information. I want to see it. It's the young master. Secondly, for the Wells just now, you should also send people to investigate his information. Who else is in his family, what they do, his specific position in the British Museum, etc. and find out everything. It works. Okay, Master. Alan rubbed his chin. The British Museum. All this time, I was in the dark under the lamp and didn't focus on this place. But now that we have met, how can there be any reason for the thief to escape? The British Museum is a huge treasure house, and Alan is going to operate it to see if he can get something out of it. It just so happens that Wales is a very suitable breakthrough point. Otherwise, why would I invite him to Wales? Free. Not everyone is lucky enough to enjoy Mr. Alan's money. I will give you some benefits first, but you will have to pay the price later. Alan plans to go through Wales first and collect some furniture from Spencer's house. If Alan personally comes to trick Spencer, he will probably be questioned by the outside world, which will damage his reputation, but it would be nice to have a middleman. Anyway, we have to take advantage of outsiders. Why not take advantage of our own people, so that the good news does not go to outsiders? Then after this cooperation, everyone will cooperate with each other and get familiar with each other, and then deepen the cooperation in the future and visit the British Museum. By the way, how do we go? Alan glanced at several Jaguar cars parked in the distance. Master, those cars were borrowed from Spencer's house. We can drive back. I'll take a helicopter when I come here, and a car when I go back. The thought of another 3 or 4 hours of driving gave Alan a headache. With poor infrastructure in Daying, the road is only over 300 kilometers, but it actually takes 3 or 4 hours to drive. Well, Master, you came out too fast. The Air Force hasn't had time to make arrangements yet. If you insist on waiting for the helicopter, you'll probably have to wait for more than an hour. They have to arrange the route in advance. Xiao looked at Alan grumbling and explained with a troubled expression. The wait was more than an hour. plus another hour for the helicopter ride. Adding up the inside and outside, it was another 3 or 4 hours. Alan took a deep breath and walked to the car without saying a word. This was a stupid helicopter, so let's just take the car home. The convoy made its way out of Northampton, and after getting onto the highway, there were not too many vehicles on the road. Alan invited Mrs. Rennie to ride in the same car, and Zio Shital sat in the front passenger seat and followed. Everyone else was in other cars. Madam, are you still thinking about things at home? Seeing that Mrs. Rennie was still smiling since she got in the car, it was clear at a glance that she was not in a high mood, and she kept staring out the window with her face sideways. Alan then deliberately raised the topic and prepared to chat with Mrs. Rennie. I have lived here for decades. From when I was young to now, my hair has turned white. Mrs. Rennie smiled and turned her head, glanced at Alan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Allen. I didn't expect you to take me in, but don't worry. I can still move, and I will work for you. Haha. Madam is too foreign. According to the seniority, when our family comes to my place, I will call old Earl Edward grandfather. You are his wife. We don't need to be so senior." Mrs. Rennie smiled and did not answer. In her opinion, Alan's current behavior seems to be a little too friendly. Not to mention the affection between nobles she has just experienced being kicked out of her home. "Sir Alan, if you need me for anything, just ask." The old lady was quite interesting. Alan's smile faded slightly, and he asked tentatively, "I just heard His Highness say that all the external investments and asset management of the Spencer family are handled by you? I didn't expect that Madam is so capable, although Mrs. Rennie has a strange personality. She has a very flexible mind. Otherwise she would not have been managing the entire Spencer family's foreign investment business." When Alan mentioned these things, she felt wary at first, but then she remembered that she had been kicked out by the two siblings, and her wariness turned into sadness. Looking at Alan's seemingly sincere eyes, Mrs. Rennie asked very firmly, "Does Mr. Allen want me to help you plan the properties outside the Spencer family?" Alan clenched his fist hard with his right hand. This old lady was very vigilant. She was even kicked out of the house, and yet she was still like this. "Madam, why is it annexation? Now that little Spencer is about to succeed, he will also face inheritance tax. Instead of selling these properties cheaply to outsiders, I want to help him." Alan was finally relatively frank, neither admitting it nor revealing his true purpose for the Spencer family. Because of this purpose, he would be kind enough to take in the Earl's widow. At that time, Boss Chat said personally that Mrs. Rennie was very capable and knew how to run a house. Having her is equivalent to having an internal agent of the Spencer family. All the properties of the entire Spencer family are managed by this lady. In this way, if you have her help, you want to do something not simple. Based on her current experience, Alan didn't believe that she didn't have any resentment towards the Spencer family. They were all kicked out. She had to have some resentment, right? As long as you have this idea, you can use her. The smile on Mrs. Rennie's face remained, with no contempt or hatred, but she did not answer Alan's words. Instead, she turned to look out the window again, looking at the large pasture in the distance, and occasionally one or two wild sheep disappeared in the distance. After waiting for a long time, the atmosphere in the car was very depressed. Mrs. Rennie murmured as if to herself, "Edward, the Spencer family's property, didn't know how to manage the property before. He was very depressed during that time. After we met, his condition got a little better, but only a little better, so since then, I have slowly taken over all the big and small things in the family. Now the entire Spencer family is getting better. But now that Edward is gone, his children have driven me away again. Alan, sir, do you think I will definitely resent them?" Alan listened to Mrs. Rennie talking to herself and didn't know what to say. The tone was a little different from what he expected. Before Alan could speak, Mrs. Rennie continued to talk to herself. "I don't resent them. They are still children in my eyes. It's just that I don't have a home now, and I have to leave here. I used to be in Spencer. I don't want to speak out about the things my family has done. Those are all things I did willingly, and now I don't want to ruin them." After saying this, Mrs. Rennie turned her face, looked at Alan sincerely and said, "Your Excellency, Edward is not like you, and the Spencer family is not like you. most of the Spencer family's property is, and if someone else is doing it in partnership, no matter who it is, as long as they intervene, and the shareholder changes, other shareholders will know about it. If you want to intervene, it will be very detrimental to your reputation. Alan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and relaxed for a while. If he wanted to be angry, he couldn't be angry. It is hard not to admire a person who has been kicked out of her home by other people's children, but she can still stick to her principles and not betray them. Such a character. Although Alan didn't say it, he was a little envious of the old Earl in his heart. This was the benefit of finding a good wife. Being able to run a household, being principled, and not going crazy, even if they break up. These are the qualities that a true aristocratic lady should have. It's just that there are very few people who can achieve this level now. Mrs. Renee not only refused to reveal the situation of Spencer's family property to Alan, she even persuaded Alan in turn, hoping that Alan would not interfere more, and the reason was clearly stated. Thus Alan pursed his lips. This old lady. Fine, madam, I admire your moral character very much, so just pretend that I haven't asked about this matter. Hearing what Alan said, the smile on Mrs. Renee's face grew wider. She nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. Allen, for your strength. As for the headaches you just mentioned at the gate of the manor, could it be that you made it up to lie to me?" "How could it be? I took over Harrod's department store some time ago. Do you know about this?" "Oh, Harrod's? I haven't been there for a long time, since Edward fell ill. I always ask the servants to buy the perfume." When Lady Renee heard the name of Harrods, she thought of old Earl Spencer again. The last time Alan went to Harrods for inspection, the idiot manager at that time couldn't even speak clearly in front of Alan. As a result, the first impression he left on Alan was very bad. Now Alan looked at Mrs. Renee, preparing to replace the original idiot manager with this lady. The widow of an earl, she was born into a noble family. With Lady Renee's aura, she would make everyone speechless when she saw her. She was gentle, approachable and smiling to everyone she met. She was no better than that one. Idiot managers are better managers, and although Mrs. Renee has been kicked out of the house now and looks very depressed, she still has connections. Over the years, people who are about the same age as her include her old best friends and her old best friends' children. Aren't these all connections? There is such an old lady who is considered a top lady in the aristocratic circle, and let her run Harrod's department store. Isn't this a cannon to kill mosquitoes? As soon as Alan told Mrs. Renee his idea, Mrs. Renee's eyes lit up. Being the manager of Harrod's, Mrs. Renee had never tried such a public job before, which was quite curious when she thought about it. "Madam, as you know at Harrod's, celebrities from all over the world come to shop. If you become a manager, you can get to know some people. Maybe you will also gain new feelings." Ha ha ha. "Mr. Allen, you are joking. I'm too old to talk about relationships." A rare unnatural but not angry expression flashed across Mrs. Renee's face, as if she was a little shy. Her mentality is that she cares about her ex-husband, but she is not sad, even if the old count dies. She is the kind of extremely optimistic person. Alan joked with her about this, and Mrs. Renee didn't feel disgusted after hearing it. Instead, she felt that Alan was quite accommodating to her, and a true gentleman. "Okay, then Mrs. Renee was ready to agree to the matter. "Madam, there is no need to worry. You have been working hard recently, so you are going to my manor to rest for a while and have a good few days in Wales. After a while, I will arrange for you to go to Harrods as an intern. Familiarize yourself with the management process, and then, when the time comes, we will confirm this matter after you are familiar with it." Ha ha ha. "Mr. Allen, I have to praise you again. You are truly a true gentleman." Mrs. Renee was moved by Alan's frank words and praised Alan again. The two looked at each other and smiled in the car without William and Harry at home. Alan can completely relax these days. When he gets home, he arranges for Mrs. Renee and then asks Little Stone to send someone to take Wells from the British Museum to Cardiff for a visit. After playing, Alan completely relaxed. Pulling Yaz and Rainier, the two of them took a shower first and asked her to change into her shirt. Alan put aside all thoughts and relaxed for a while. There were too many things happening at the funeral today, and now that it was initially done, Alan looked at Yasin Rainier, who was wearing dark black stockings, especially with a long face scarf on her head. A sense of deja vu is very consistent with today's theme. Come Alan smiled and hooked Yasin Rainier, asking her to come over and take the initiative. Master Alan had been tired for a day and didn't want to move. He wanted to rest. Today, when your highness and I went to the manor, what did Prince Hussein say to you? Although there were still some sweat stains on his face, Alan was not too tired. When he was distracted, he asked suddenly, and Yasin Rainier suddenly stiffened and stopped. Chapter 387. Do you want to be a princess? It is obviously not appropriate to ask such a question in this situation now, when I'm still doing this kind of thing. But Alan asked so abruptly. Yasin Rainier felt a little nervous when she heard his question, and she had more reactions when she was nervous, not knowing what Alan was thinking. Yasin Rainier took a breath and didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, he whispered, he asked for my business card and asked about some things about you. Alan looked into Yasin Rainier's eyes with an evil smile. Maybe the situation was not right now. Her eyes were a little blurry, but because of the question just now, she became slightly awake again, and she was in this semi-blurred state. Semi-awake state. Is he interested in you? Hearing what Alan said, Yasin Rainier became even more nervous. She still doesn't know exactly what kind of character Alan is. The two have been in contact for more than half a month, but from the very beginning, the status between the two was extremely unequal. Alan completely regarded her as a little secretary. In the end, just out of frustration, he invited her to the manor, had a meal together, and finally invited her to stay overnight. Yasin Rainier didn't even dare to have the confidence to resist, so she stayed in such a daze, half-heartedly, and then, now as these days have passed, for Yasin Rainier, staying with Alan has allowed her to experience a different life during this period. Whether it was the living environment at home, or the people in the various social circles around her, these were things that the previous Yasin Rainier could not even imagine. She was born into a local middle-class family in Jordan. The family was not too rich, but it was not poor either. The country was not too safe, but it was still possible to live. It was this kind of family conditions that could support her later to move from Jordan to study in Egypt. Yasin Rainier went to school in Kuwait when she was a child. Later, she returned to Jordan and went to Egypt. After graduating from an Egyptian university, she happened to meet a wealthy businessman named Mohammed Fayoko, who was recruiting workers in Egypt, and then came to Great Britain, to London, one of the best cities in Europe. From an ordinary girl in a middle-class family in Jordan, Yasin Rainier's destiny has changed step by step. She has become accustomed to drifting with the crowd. She has experienced war and poverty, and finally arrived in the UK. She no longer has to do what she did in Jordan. You still need to be careful at ordinary times, and now being with Alan, in the recent period, has added an extra layer of life experience to her already little experience. Once a woman has experienced an unforgettable life, it is difficult for her to go back to the past. This is probably the so-called consumption downgrade concept. She went from being an ordinary clerk in a department store to being next to Alan in one step. Now she is served by servants when she comes in and out. Even when eating and dressing, as long as she doesn't want to move, she can open her mouth for food and stretch out her hands for clothes. Although Yasin Rainier was very self-aware in front of Alan at the beginning, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, not to mention a situation like hers where she doesn't even have a choice. It is easy for women to learn bad things. Now suddenly a prince from their country came and seemed to be interested in her. This she really had no feelings for. That Prince Hussein. People are afraid of comparison shopping. Comparing that Prince Hussein with Ellen, who is now under her, the gap is too big. Whether it is family background, appearance, wealth, etc., there is a big gap between the two parties now. Alan blatantly asked her if the prince was interested in her, and Yasin Rainier was even more afraid to say it. She was afraid that Alan would dislike her, or that he would be angry. I don't know, haha. Alan watched the expressions on Yasin Rainier's face changing continuously. The little girl was so embarrassed that everything seemed to show on her face and she couldn't hide anything. Holding Yasin Rainier in his arms, Alan sniffed the ends of her hair. It smelled like shampoo. This shampoo was Alan's favorite smell. The two of them were getting cozy like this slowly. Yasin Rainier looked at Alan and thought he had finished asking, so she started to please him again. Who knew that before she moved a few times, Alan's earth-shattering words came to her ears. Do you want to be a princess? The Princess of Jordan. When their eyes met, Yasin Rainier's eyes were a little shocked. What Alan said was already beyond her understanding. With their current relationship, he actually asked himself if he wanted to be the Princess of Jordan. She despises that Prince Hussein. I don't want to. I want to stay with you. Although I don't know much about the marriage rules within the aristocracy. Jordan is a polygamous country. The Jordanian royal family follows monogamy, but polygamy is allowed among the people. So Yasin Rainier has never fantasized about being Alan's wife, but she still has some fantasies about being a little wife. She no longer wants to go back to Jordan. Her previous idea was that after she stabilized in dating, she would take her parents over and live in a stable environment from then on. But now she has Alan. The living conditions have further improved, so that Yasin Rainier has more fantasies. Under such circumstances, let her turn her head and fall into the arms of Prince Hussein. She was actually very resistant. Even if she weighed the pros and cons, it was much better to be in Britain than to go back to Jordan. Alan's eyes flickered. This little girl has an idea. In Alan's view, the two of them were just a pure illicit relationship between a man and a woman. They could just take away their kidneys. What kind of relationship could they talk about? Talking about relationships would hurt feelings now. Seeing that this little girl has an idea, the first step of her plan is a bit difficult to carry out. No, we can't give her this kind of hope. People need to be more realistic. What are you going to do now that you're here with me? Even if I ask you to be the manager of Harrods, will you be satisfied? Alan pinched Yasin Rainier's little face, squeezed it, and finally pinched her chin and stared into her eyes. Yasin Rainier looked at Alan's eyes, and he didn't even say anything else. In this way, the meaning of these words is very clear. The hidden meaning of Alan's words is that the two of them are just playing for fun and cannot be taken seriously, and there will be no results. Yasin Rainier's eyes were a little red. She was so provocative and flattering, but Alan still looked down on her, which made her feel a little inferior and a little aggrieved. Why are you crying? I'm just asking you what you think. Think about it. It's impossible for you and me to have a future. But if I don't help you make arrangements, wouldn't I be irresponsible to you? Alan quickly held Yasin Rainier's little face with both hands, wiped the tears she shed with his thumbs, and then transformed what he said into a messenger of justice and a responsible good man, all for the sake of the way she was thinking about it. I do not want to leave you. Yasin Rainier still cried and lowered her head to look at Alan, who felt wronged. Why leave? Think about it. If I get married in the future, I can't be with you openly anymore, right? What will you do then? Never get married in this life. I can wait for you, haha. I can't bear to keep you waiting for me. Alan further seduces Yasin Rainier. Look, Hussein is the eldest son, so he should be very prestigious in your country, right? Then, although he is a prince now, as long as nothing happens in the future, he will definitely be the crown prince, right? The two asked and answered questions, and Alan slowly calmed Yasin Rainier's emotions and reasoned with her. Did you hear about his reputation when you were in China? What is he like as a person? It's not bad. Yasin Rainier has no way of understanding these matters, and Jordan is not as enlightened as Britain. The king of Jordan has real power. Ordinary people can only see what is reported in newspapers and what the media wants the public to know. As for other more in-depth information, where can a little girl like her go to find out? Then, if you follow him in the future, will you be able to live a good life? He will also be able to protect you. I'm relieved. Alan continued to seduce Yasin Rainier slowly and seductively, staring into Alan's eyes. Yasin Rainier asked hesitantly, do you want to take his throne? How could I care about his throne for no reason? Jordan is not a good place. Alan was extremely speechless listening to Yaz and Rainier's speculation. I'm not interested in his throne. Besides, do you think this is just playing house? I can just grab the throne if I ask for it. Don't you like to steal? Besides, if I really marry him, I will have a child with you. Then when our child grows up, he will be the new king. Isn't this the throne already? Yazin. Rainier was not as enlightened as Alan. In fact, her divergent thinking went even deeper. Don't even think about it. Although the mother of the Jordanian prince is from Britain, and he is half British, both Prince Hussein and Yasin Rainier in front of him have dark hair. That prince is black hair, while Yasin Rainier is brunette and Ellen is blonde, with the genes of the Angsa people. If a child is born, whether it is a boy or a girl, the probability of the child being blonde is definitely about 50%. Just look at the hair of William and Harry. This little golden retriever is extremely hereditary. If you are unlucky and let Yasin Rainier give birth to a little golden retriever, it will be great fun. That Prince Hussein is not a fool. There is no need for Alan to plot this with him, and his purpose is not this. This won't work. That won't work either. Then if you ask me to marry him, how will I see you when I return to Jordan? Seeing that Alan was always vague, Yasin Rainier no longer felt the humiliation she just felt, so she broke away from Alan's big hand and looked a little bad. She thought this was Alan's excuse word. Why are you panicking? After you get married, you can participate more in your domestic affairs. No. His Majesty the King abandoned the old queen just because she was too involved in these things. Listening to Alan's bad idea, Yasin Rainier subconsciously began to get nervous again. The old queen of Jordan's past experience was vivid in her mind. She did not have the courage and ability to get involved in Jordanian affairs. Alan sighed. The little girl still needs to be taught slowly. She doesn't know anything, and her political awareness is very poor. Alan simply stopped showing off and twisted his waist slightly again, motioning for her to move, and the two of them talked while moving. You know my aunt, right? Diana. Yasin. Rainier's voice was a little unstable, and Alan didn't care as long as he could respond. Her public relations team and His Highness's public relations team are the same team, and the people in these teams are theoretically managed by me. Alan still had time to point to himself. He was not the captain of the bodyguard for nothing. Sometimes, although this position was only in name, but the people in the public relations team around the boss, who dared not to sell Master Alan now, face. There are these old cases of professional teams. Is it difficult to change it to Yasin Rainier to tailor-make a Middle Eastern version of Princess Diana? It's not that she should be involved in politics, it's just that she should participate in more civil activities and show her face more point. As a result, Yasin Rainier's reputation has gradually grown in Jordan Point, and she always has to go out when she's running around. Right, they are doing good deeds in China, but they are poor in Jordan, so what should they do if they don't have money to do good deeds? Of course, I go out to give speeches and raise funds. This trick is not only applicable to people in the profession of princess, but also to many politicians. As long as Yasin Rainier can travel more and give speeches, there will be plenty of opportunities for her to meet Alan Point. As for Prince Hussein, he has a lot of things to do in the country. This can be seen from the fact that he hurriedly came to Dang to celebrate his sister's birthday. For such a career-minded man, if his wife is also career-minded, but can help him from the side in some aspects, he will never dislike or object to it. And if two people are busy, it means that there are few opportunities for them to get together. If Yasin Rainier really doesn't like that prince, she can use it as an excuse to go out more often. Yasin Rainier's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard Alan's arrangement. If the way forward is cut off, then with no choice, returning to China and becoming a princess seems not impossible. In this way, she will no longer be a commoner, but a princess. Then when she becomes the princess, will Alan look down on herself so much? Yasin Rainier looked at Alan and saw encouragement in his eyes. Even if you and I become princesses, what can we do to help you? In her heart, even if she goes to contact the prince now, it is only because Alan asked her to go, not because she likes the prince. Now Alan has helped her think of a plan. Yasin, what Rainier is most concerned about is, how can she help Alan by doing this? Don't think so much. Just live a good life and enjoy yourself. I just can't let you go for a while. I don't need your help for the rest of the time. Chapter 388 Fishing for KZ. Of course, what purpose Alan has in mind cannot be told to Yasin Rainier in advance. Some things are mentioned too early. What if she can't hide them in her heart when I need her in the future? It's never too late. Thinking of this, Alan looked at Yasin Rainier with twinkling eyes and asked, "So, you agree? Well, I will listen to whatever you say, Yasin." Rainier obediently pressed her face against Alan's and stopped talking. Don't worry. I'm doing this so that you can have a better life in the future. I will support you in other aspects and give you unimaginable support, Yasin. Rainier lowered her head. Alan's words made her very happy. Although Alan took the initiative to push her out, she no longer rejects it. She likes Alan's confidence in strategizing the most. And this kind of attitude, that he is not afraid of anything. This sense of security. What kind of support? Haha. Move faster and don't be lazy. You will know when the time comes. Alan patted her lightly, not satisfying her curiosity. After a quick gasp. Everything calmed down. Alan has completely entered the sage time now. This time period is obviously more suitable for thinking about things. I went through my plan just now in my head again, and I feel that there is no problem in the general direction. This is equivalent to giving Yasin Rainier a long-term task, but it is necessary to prevent her from slowly changing her mentality due to the influence of the environment, family, and even children during the task. Therefore, during this process, Alan also needs to make a long-term assessment of her mentality and provide her with some help from time to time. Whether it is life, financial or material resources, he needs to provide help. As long as the line between the two continues, Yasin Rainier will be trapped deeper and deeper in a few years. In this way, Alan is equivalent to planting a high-end nail in Jordan, a very high-end male. Although the situation in the Middle East will be somewhat chaotic in the future, only when it becomes chaotic can we profit from it. The Americans have stretched their hands very far, and their hands in the Middle East will be stretched even longer in the future. Alan did not have the ability to intervene in the affairs of the Middle East before. I still remember that a few years ago, he could only let old Carl pass some of the United States. The slight changes in related companies on the stock market can be used to speculate on some situations. But in the future, with Yasin Rainier as a senior spy, Alan's influence in the Middle East will be different. At least he can know the inside story of some unknown things and other information as well. Moreover, they can also use the Jordanian royal family as a springboard to get to know other fat sheep in the Middle East. Even occasionally, if Mr. Alan is unhappy, he can remotely control Yasin Rainier and arbitrarily appear in the Middle East among Americans, behind their backs, give them a chill. It's fun to think about it. Now that Yasin Rainier's work has been done, it depends on whether Prince Hussein really likes Yasin Rainier. Take a look. Mr. Alan has kindly helped you. My wife has been trained well. For the future of Jordan, Mr. Alan is simply heartbroken. Thinking of this, Alan himself was a little moved. Yasin Rainier, who had rested for a while, came close to Alan, took out a wet wipe, and wiped it with Alan, and asked curiously, "Then what should I do now?" Take the initiative to get in touch with him more. When she thought of Prince Hussein's short figure, which was not much taller than her own, Yasin Rainier looked at Alan now. Although she agreed, when she thought of the prince, she still subconsciously disliked him. No. Alan hugged Yasin Rainier and said softly, "You don't have to worry about the rest. You can even be a little colder to him and show that you still have work to do. I'm busy and don't have time to talk about my relationship." Attitude. Why? Yasin Rainier looked stunned. How could she be the princess of Jordan in this case? Do you have to rely on that prince to chase her? Oh, you have to understand. What does he like about you when he likes you? What does he like about your appearance? Family background? Ability? Or something else? Touching Yasin Rainier's shoulder, Alan smiled. Alan is very familiar with Prince Hussein's current mentality. This is like someone from a less developed area coming to study abroad. I happened to meet a compatriot abroad who dressed very fashionably and had a very different temperament. Point in this case, if this compatriot's appearance is still online, it will be particularly attractive, especially for someone like Prince Hussein. Point he may theoretically have no shortage of women, but there are really no wealthy people in their country, and he probably doesn't want to marry a foreign woman. So when he first saw Yasin Rainier, who has outstanding temperament, in Britain, he got interested. A compatriot with a gentle temperament and certain management abilities is a good marriage partner. Although Alan has not yet obtained specific information about Prince Hussein, he is already quite familiar with his mentality. In this case, what you should do is not follow him, but fish for him. Just like fishing for KZ. As for whether the secret will be revealed in the future, Mr. Alan has been selling hats for so many years. When did he make a mistake? You don't have to follow me these days. Go and stay with Mrs. Rennie and talk to her about Herods. Regarding Hussein, if he really contacts you, what will you do? Just be a little colder and a little shy. Catch him, wait until he reacts, and then tell me. Alan narrowed his eyes and sneered. This feeling of deliberately teasing others, giving them tasks and cuckolding them, is so interesting. After a good night's rest, they had breakfast the next morning. William and Harry were not at home, and Mrs. Rennie was accompanied by Yasin Rainier. Alan asked them to take a few servants with them to travel to Wales a few days with. So many people missing from the house, it suddenly seemed empty. It is a rare feeling that one is rich in the mountains and has no one to care about. Along the way, Alan was wandering around with his hands behind his back and was about to go to the study. Suddenly he felt that he didn't want to work today. No one at home disturbed him. He just went to the river to fish and relax. Go and ask someone to prepare fishing gear for me. I'm going to go fishing by the river, the same place I liked to go before. After giving instructions to the servant on duty, who was following him, Alan turned around and walked out of the hall without changing his clothes. Fake. Get out of the way. On the bank of the Towy River, under a huge parasol, Alan put his bare feet in the water, originally planning to fish quietly for a while. The little corgi that the Queen gave him was originally raised by Harry, but now Harry hasn't come back. Alan was kind enough to take it out to have some fun. Who knew that this little thing would go crazy as soon as it arrived at the river, having fun along the river, and when it got excited, it would plunge into the river, regardless of whether Alan was fishing or not. It was just causing trouble here anyway. Zhao Huang is useless, and this little guy has been causing trouble here for an hour, let alone fishing. Even if there are fish in the river, they are probably scared away by this stupid dog. Master, I'm back, and whose has brought you what you asked for? After giving the silly dog a few words of training, Alan was just about to continue fishing when Zhao Shitao trotted under the umbrella with a piece of information in his arms. Huh? Whose information is it? That's the information about the Jordanian prince. Oh, take it. Alan handed the fishing rod to Zhao Shitao, adjusted the height of the recliner behind him, lay back, picked up the information, and began to understand the enemy's situation. Prince Hussein was born in 1962. His father is the current king, and his mother is his father's second wife, a British woman. As the eldest son of the king, he is very capable. Alan looked at the information. When he was young, Prince Hussein studied in Britain, the Royal Military Academy, the General Staff College, and the Armed Forces Academy in the United States. Later, in the early 1980s, he also trained in the British Army. This resume is extremely rich, and Alan shook the information in his hand and smiled. This Prince Hussein has inherited his father's all-round skills. Whether it is Great Britain or the United States, he licks it all. In this way, many people are very firm in their support for his identity. He is not the crown prince yet, but everyone knows that with his current foundation, he cannot escape the crown prince position, and he is 30 years old this year, and it is time to get married. Therefore, there is a high probability that he is serious about Yasin Rainier this time. Alan's finger happened to be on the item about Prince Hussein's current position in the information. Current staff colonel of the Jordanian Special Forces. Haha, it turns out that he is also a reckless man. No wonder he took the initiative to get to know him. This guy attaches great importance to power and knows his soldiers, so he is usually very busy. playing with real feelings, usually very busy, and actively getting closer to powerful people. And now taking the initiative to get to know myself. This you took the initiative to send it to your door. If I don't cheat you, I feel very anxious. Alan put down the information with a smile, sat up, and took the fishing rod from Xiao. The float moved. Alan pulled the fishing rod sharply and hit the fish. Small stone. Master, I'm here. How is the sea trial of my yacht going? Well, seeing that he suddenly asked about the yacht, Xiao thought about it for a moment and reported, I just returned to Lanelli port a few days ago. I said I was replenishing fuel. It has almost completed its trial voyage. Ha ha ha. That's good. Alan dragged the fish slowly in front of his eyes. He glanced at the stupid fish that was hooked, took off a hook, took out a knife, and made a few cuts as usual, and threw it to the little boy, who was watching the fish anxiously. Yellow. When you eat fish, you know you're in a hurry. If you don't have anything to eat, you're lazy. Get rid of that stupid dog. After kicking Xiao Huang, the lazy asshole, Alan soaked his hands in water and washed away the fish blood on his hands. You go arrange a helicopter on the yacht to pick up Prince Hussein. Just say, tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. I will entertain him and invite him to come to our place. The location will be on the yacht. Then let the helicopter bring people here directly. Okay, young master. Then I'll go call him right now. Wait, where's Wells? Him? I arranged for someone to take him to Cardiff. What? About his information? This will be a little later. I asked Mr. Hurt from the Noble Affairs Department to investigate. It will be delivered at noon. Okay, call him back in the afternoon. I want to see him. Okay, young master. Do you have anything else to give me? No, let's go. Alan stared at the not very wide Taui River in front of him. From here, you can also take a boat all the way to Lanelli port, but the Taui River is not deep, and his new yacht will not be able to drive in. Otherwise it would be awesome to build a yacht dock directly next to the castle and park a super yacht that is hundreds of meters tall. Towards evening, the special car that Wells was sitting in slowly drove into Alan's manor. This was his first time in the Hill family's castle. Point looking out through the car window, you can see an imposing old castle. There is a large playground in the castle, and only there is a row of great trellises near the base of the surrounding city wall. Point this kind of rough and desolate scenery inside the castle is something that only the Hill family, a family of military generals known as reckless men, would like. This style of castle. Point Wells curled his lips subconsciously and then stole a glance at the driver. However, although the Hill family was reckless in the past, it was indeed a little different in the hands of this generation of earls. Apart from anything else, the former Earl of Carmarthen would not invite a descendant of a declining noble like him to his home, let alone let his servants take him to Cardiff for a day of fun. Point thinking of last night, the three colors of white, black, and yellow complement each other. Wells subconsciously touched his waist again. Master Alan was too enthusiastic. If he hadn't called him back today, he would. I really don't know if he can stand it tonight. Ha ha ha. Wells, how was your game yesterday? In Alan's study. As soon as Wells entered the door, he saw Alan sitting on the chair behind the desk. There was a pile of things that looked like building blocks in front of him. They were covered with red cloth, so he couldn't see them. It was clear, but such a pile of things was not enough to block his viewpoint. Alan didn't even get up and said hello, taking it as a welcome point. After putting away the information about Wells, Alan did not get up, but he had a smile on his face. Point a noble child without noble status seems to be inconspicuous, but this Wells ancestor is from the Stuart family. Point this surname is famous in Scotland. Point now, although their family is in decline, relying on the relationship passed down from their ancestors, the family asked him to find a position for him as an assistant to the cultural relics preservation specialist in the British Museum. Point this position seemed inconspicuous, but after being introduced in the information, Alan realized that this inconspicuous position was very lucrative, and not just anyone could take it. It's not that every nobleman who is visited by Wells to negotiate business will have a nose that is not a nose and an eye that is not eyes when facing people like them. Some nobles will feel a little grateful to people like Wells. just because although they are the kind of people who take advantage of the situation, the purchase prices they offer for rolled items are often slightly higher than the prices offered by others outside. Chapter 389. He who understands current affairs is. And this little higher price is the so-called respectability point. In this way, the nobles who are forced to deal with their property will not be too embarrassed point, and with such a hint of gratitude, other business will be easier to negotiate point. This is considered a mutually beneficial behavior, but these are not the point. The point is that when they trade, they sometimes sign a small agreement point. If the nobleman from whom the items were purchased becomes rich in the future, he can buy back the items he sold at the market price point. Although the market price is more expensive than when they sold it, there is always a way to retrieve old items. It feels like a high-end pawn shop, and it has a sense of deja vu that saves people from fire and water, and some nobles who know how to do things will give some benefits to those who come to talk business point. In the future, we will have friendships and interact more often. As long as we work for a long time, these connections will gradually accumulate. Although they are all poor and settled nobles, they are still nobles. Therefore, despite the fact that Wells is already middle-aged, although their family is in decline, they are still doing well. Their assets are not too rich, but they are much better than ordinary people. This can be regarded as a way of life for the descendants of declining nobles, relying on the noble industry, eating and drinking, and making connections. Sit. Wells finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Alan sit down. Alan was sitting here just now. Although he was smiling, he just felt that he was under a lot of pressure. It is said that this man was smiling the whole time when he killed Andrew that day, which is scary to think about. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm truly flattered by your generosity. Ha ha ha. Alan twisted his neck, relaxed and leaned back, took out a cigarette and lit it, and just looked at Wells without saying a word. The atmosphere in the study slowly became quiet, and Wells felt the pressure slowly return. He felt that Alan's eyes looked like a hungry wolf when he looked at him through the smoke, and he felt a little panicked. I heard that your great-grandfather was still a baron at that time. Why was he reduced in the end? Alan's voice finally came, and Wells sniffed. It's sad to talk about this. In the days of Great Britain, the title could still be reduced, but it was not like now. Even if someone commits a crime, the title would still be there. Their family is the most unlucky child. Their ancestor made a mistake by seeking death, and then his title was removed. Nowadays, it is seen that, although the life of the noble class is not as good as the outside rumors say, their status is not low. And their home is gone. The title started with his great-grandfather and disappeared. It's only 100 years apart. And this matter was so embarrassing that he was embarrassed to say it. Your Excellency, this is all ancient history, so it's okay not to mention it. Wells sighed for a while. His eyes were red, but he still changed the topic. Well, I'm sorry for bringing back your sadness again. Alan curled his lips. What's the trick for heart-to-heart talks? Remember the bitterness, and remember the sweetness. Reminiscing about bitterness means asking the person being talked to think about the sad things in the past. What was the saddest thing about Wells? It must be that his family's title has disappeared in modern times, and by his generation, he is nothing. And what about scission? It's just a matter of drawing a big pie. Only by suppressing first, and then promoting, can you win over people's hearts. Your ancestral home is gone now. I heard that you have moved out of London for your children to go to school. A little bitter. Alan felt that the heat was not enough, and he apologized, but he still continued to bring up Wells' sadness. Wells opened his mouth and looked at Alan, not knowing what to say. Why are you sad about something? How about I give you a cry, Master? HMPH. Open it. Seeing Wells's expression, Alan held out his cigarette hand and gestured with his fingers, asking Wells to lift the red cloth he said was covering the table. Wells looked surprised and glanced at Alan again before standing up, bending down and holding a corner of the red cloth with one hand and slowly opening it. What comes into view are neatly folded pounds sterling by the dozen. 51 denominations of pounds. The Queen's head shines brightly. A dozen is £5,000. There are at least dozens of them here. It's not like Wells has never seen money before. He's seen more money than this. He's talked about business so many times. How much money has he never seen? But in the past, he had been exposed to more checks, but it was rare for him to see hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash just like this on the table. Anyway, for so many pounds, the visual impact is still very big. Wells looked at the pounds on the desk and swallowed secretly. In order to give his children the best education, he even sold his house in London. Although he was not in debt, he was short of money. This is £200,000, and now it's all yours. Alan smiled and smoked, as if the £200,000 were like waste paper to him. Wells suddenly looked up, the joy on his face flashed, and then turned into worry. Is this to bribe yourself? He didn't dare accept the £200,000 in benefits. If you dare to give this price, how much trouble will you have to do? As an aristocrat, Wells was very self-aware. Otherwise, his family would have been completely ruined over the years, and he would not be able to work in the British Museum now. Sir, what do you need me to do? My abilities are limited. No, no, no. Wells, don't refuse in a hurry. This money can only be regarded as the first tip I give you. As long as you help me get things done, there will be more in the future, and there will only be more than this amount. It will not be less than this amount. After listening to Alan's words, Wells swallowed again. Is this the first time? More to come. His eyes unconsciously moved to the pile of pounds again, and Wells felt dissatisfied. He is in a dilemma between heaven and man. Whether a person can abide by the bottom line does not depend on his education and morals. It just depends on whether the chips offered by the other party are high enough. Sir, can I first hear what you need me to do for you? Wells struggled to look away from the pile of pounds, looked at the floor under his feet, and asked with some hesitation. It's very simple. I heard that there are many cultural relics in the British Museum warehouse that have only been counted in quantity, and even the specific names are incomplete. Is there any way you can help me get a batch of cultural relics? Wells suddenly looked up at Alan. This matter, it sounds big, but in practice, as long as you are brave, it is not particularly difficult. The point is, his current job coincides with this professional matter. As we all know, the British Museum collects cultural relics that British gentlemen have looted from all over the world over the past hundreds of years. Everyone from the countries they plundered came to Britain and visited the British Museum. And no one came out of it with a smile. The entire museum is said to have the most comprehensive collection of cultural relics from various countries in human history. But the cultural relics on display in the British Museum account for only 1% of the total number of cultural relics compared with the many cultural relics that have been stored in warehouses all year round and kept in the dark. 1%, the remaining 99% of cultural relics are kept in warehouses all year round. Moreover, due to cultural differences, the names registered for some foreign cultural relics are extremely inaccurate. For example, let's take an ancient painting from China. There is an image of a child herding cows on it, and there are villages, mountains and other scenery in the distance. If it were to follow the Chinese method, it would be a name like children herding cows, but if it were in a warehouse, it would probably just be a random name and that would be it. Such cultural relics are everywhere in the British Museum. The collections are of different ages, and their internal management is not particularly strict. In this way, there is a lot of room for maneuver, whether you use a fake to replace the real thing, or a more brutal method. Just let someone take it out secretly. There are many ways to take things out, if you want a point. And what if there are internal personnel cooperating in this process? Doesn't this mean that Mr. Allen has entered the Grandview Garden? Take whatever you want, Your Excellency. If this thing is exposed, I will be in big trouble. A trace of confusion flashed across Wells's face. If you want to make money, you have to take corresponding risks. Wells, you don't know that, right? Is there any business in this world that is guaranteed to make a profit without losing money? Alan looked at Wells with a smile. This Wells clenched his fists and moved his eyes to the pile of pounds. He is still struggling. He is still weighing. However, since I asked you to come here today, I definitely can't let you take too many risks. As long as you help me do things, after completing a stage, you will give me complete information, and I can arrange a thief. Fuck you if you commit a robbery in a designated warehouse, you can transfer all risks to the thief. Wells began to breathe quickly as he listened to Alan's arrangements. He did not ask what would happen to the thief if he was caught. With your excellency's temper, the thief would most likely disappear as long as he completed the theft. This is dead without evidence. In this way, even his risk is reduced. Facing this £200,000 and an unknown amount of benefits in the future, but it will only be more. Wells was completely moved at this moment. Sir, I'm willing to serve you. Which warehouse are you interested in? Wells took a step back, caressed his chest and saluted Alan, looking like a little butler, and entered the scene very quickly. Haha, very good, very good. I like people like you who are aware of current affairs. Wells, you are very good, but don't worry. At the moment, I'm somewhat interested in the old furniture of the Spencer family. I don't know about you. Can you provide me with a list of the artifacts in their home? Alan looked at Wells with admiration. Our country is really full of talents, and there are elites everywhere. This is too simple. I have an album of pictures that I can show you when I get back. Wells didn't care that Alan was not in a hurry to do things. Instead, he cared about the things in Spencer's house, their old furniture. As long as there was a channel, everyone would care about it. Who would think that there are too many good things? This is probably your first test for yourself. Wells had a humble smile on his face. He had exactly the information Alan needed and could contribute it now. Haha, okay, take the money and I'll ask the butler to send someone to take you back. Alan finally sat up straight this time, pulled the bell, and started calling. In early June, there were no large-scale celebrations in Great Britain. But this month, the Queen is celebrating another birthday. She celebrates her birthday twice a year. April is the normal birthday for her to be born, and this birthday in June is, damn it, her official birthday. The reason why we decided to set it in June is because it used to be relatively cold in London in April, so it was not convenient to hold large-scale outdoor celebrations. However, June is much better, and you can hold large-scale outdoor celebrations. In order to facilitate outdoor celebrations, the Queen celebrates her birthday twice a year, one by herself, and the other with the people. But in recent years, the economic situation has been too bad, and it is difficult to hold extravagant and wasteful celebrations, so the royal family usually gathers together for dinner or something. Even if it is to celebrate the Queen's second birthday. On June 4th, a Lynx military helicopter whose livery was changed to blue slowly sailed along the route towards Lanelli Port. Prince Hussein wore soundproof earmuffs and looked at the furnishings in the helicopter. This should be a modified military helicopter, and it's also a naval type. Although the anti-submarine radar in front of the nose has been removed, the radome is still there. Due to the removal of some unnecessary equipment inside, a lot of space was left. Not only did the passenger capacity increase, but the range also increased. Lynx helicopters are currently Britain's main military helicopters, used by both the Army and Navy. And Alan can directly build one and modify it into his own private helicopter. This feat anyway. Prince Hussein is quite envious. He has long heard of the Earl of Carmarthen, who is located in a remote area. There are vague rumors from the outside world that his methods are not simple and his temper is very reckless. However, many news media about the public only have the impression of this person. He is very approachable and very socially responsible. This time he came to Dang to celebrate his sister's birthday. When he heard that this guy actually played a duel with others and killed them directly, Prince Hussein stopped hesitating and hurriedly prepared to get acquainted. He liked fierce violence. People prefer people who have some real power in their hands. Prince Hussein likes an aristocratic gentleman like Alan who can line his own pockets even more. Through aristocratic bugs like them, he might be able to get some things that he couldn't get through normal channels. Jordan is not as rich as Saudi Arabia. It would be better if it could get some slightly older arms through Alan. Anyway, this matter is not urgent. Prince Hussein is ready to establish a good relationship with Alan first. Especially this time, he gained something new. The secretary next to him made his heart move. This further deepened Hussein's determination to get to know Alan. Fortunately, this gentleman was very generous and did not keep him waiting. In just a few days, he sent a special plane to pick him up for the banquet. It is said that the banquet was held at his honor private super yacht. Chapter 390. The Earl of Carmarthen. The helicopter followed the coastline, entered Swansea, and flew northwest along the outskirts of Swansea Point. The entourage who followed the helicopter to London to receive Prince Hussein gently patted Hussein on the shoulder, pointed to the west and said loudly, "Your Highness, we still have about 10 minutes to reach our destination. Yes, Your Excellency is waiting for you on the yacht." Looking out the window, Hussein was very envious of the vast mountains and dense forests below the helicopter due to the geographical environment of Jordan. An environment like that in Wales is rare in Jordan. When I think of the Earl living in such a place, some people in London call it a backcountry. Hussein, because ask yourself, what does Jordan mean compared to Wales? Barren land. A few minutes later, as the helicopter flew over the Gower Peninsula, it finally entered the inland sea within the scope of Llanelli Point. The extended topography of the Gower Peninsula and Llanelli is just like a big crab with open arms. The position of the crab's claws cuts off the ocean current of Bristol Bay, making the small bay in front of Llanelli Port look a bit like the Bohai Bay. It makes sense. The wind is calm and there are no clouds in the sky, and when they arrived here, they had officially entered the territory of Carmarthenshire. Hussein listened to the loud introductions of the entourage with great effort, and looked at the gradually growing small town below his feet. Port Llanelli, with a permanent population of about 50,000, is the largest city in Carmarthenshire and the 7th largest big city in Wales. In this introduction, Hussein made a slight comparison with Jordan. Well, there is no comparison in terms of population. In Jordan, there are millions of refugees from surrounding countries alone, while in the whole of Wales, there are less than 2 million people. Maybe if you look at the statistics carefully, the entire population of Wales is not as large as the number of refugees adopted by Jordan. Compared with Wales, Jordan's economy is a bit underwhelming. Coupled with the geographical environment. Completely reduced to rubbish in seconds. Passing through Llanelli Port and flying a few kilometers northwest, a better small port appeared in the distance. Here is the destination of Alan's banquet for Hussein today, the small village of Kidwilly. This used to be a very ordinary fishing village, but the surrounding seaports are very convenient and can accommodate large ships. The reason why the economy is underdeveloped is that, in addition to the small number of people, this small seaport is conveniently located, but its capacity is not large. If large ships can be parked, if there are too many stops, the harbor will have to be expanded. There is not much trade volume in itself, and there is a large Llanelli port next to it, so there is no need to expand here. It has always existed like this, half dead. The surrounding villages would never die of hunger anyway. They were already used to it. And now this small port is different. The original land around the best dock has been expropriated by the largest local emperor in the region. It was converted into a row of simple houses and used as a temporary resting place on the shore for yacht crews. The harbor is still under repair, but it no longer affects its use. The entire small port of Kidwilly gave Hussein the impression of being a small construction site and a bit like a resort with a port point in the distant port. A blue painted yacht with a slender hull is parked here. There is still black smoke coming out of the chimney on the boat. It can be seen that it is in the startup stage. The slender hull, coupled with the distance, makes it difficult to see clearly, but this yacht feels like a machete, lying flat on the sea. Looking left and right, it seems to be carrying. It's a bit murderous, and from a certain angle, it even looks a bit like science fiction. When the helicopter descended and got closer, Hussein could see clearly that the bow of the yacht seemed to have undergone some modifications. A circle of breakers was installed on the bow, which made it look like a boat. The head is very tall. But when you get closer, you can see that no matter what the painting is, you can vaguely tell that this is a yacht modified from a warship, and it is directly modified from an active British warship. Hussein's heart became even hotter when he thought that Count Alan had such a big arm and directly bought an active warship and converted it into his own private yacht. Although the model of this warship can only be considered to be at the upper, middle or lower level among the world's navies in terms of firepower and protection level, this thing is now converted into a civilian yacht, so its hull, in the yacht world, it is definitely the most defensive existence. Although the comfort and layout of some special yachts may be sacrificed, Hussein still jumped at the yacht that was about to land. As soon as he saw it, I fell in love with this thing. This Earl's aesthetics suited him very well. Hahaha. My friend, welcome to the yacht Earl of Carmarthen. You have had a hard time on the road. At the stern of the ship, after the helicopter propeller speed slowed down, Alan walked out to greet Prince Hussein in person. Seeing the sturdy, but relatively short prince, Alan always felt that he was somewhat similar to Wood Allen in some aspects, whether it was his appearance or the experiences that were about to happen in the future. But Mr. Allen was not prepared to be Zeman King. Haha, Your Excellency Yao Leo personally sent someone to pick me up. I didn't introduce you properly last time. This is my sister Heir. She is only 18 years old this year and is still studying in London. I'm usually busy and don't have time to see her. I missed her birthday this time and finally took a few days off before I came to London to see her. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to get to know you. Hussein held Ellen's right hand with both hands and shook it hard. Then he introduced sideways that the younger sister who followed her out to see the world was Princess Heir. After all three of them had seen the ceremony, Hussein inadvertently glanced behind Alan and frowned slightly. The little secretary he was interested in seemed not to be here today. Hussein pretended to be casual and asked, Your Excellency, my compatriot who was following you that day didn't come today. There was no movement on Alan's smiling face, and the little fish took the bait. Oh, you said Yazin. Her work here has been completed, and I transferred her to work somewhere else. What happened? What does His Highness want to see her for? Hussein quietly observed Alan's expression and saw that he didn't care when he talked about Yasin. He was slightly disappointed, but he was also secretly happy. I'm disappointed because I can't see the beautiful woman today and miss a chance to get along with her. I'm secretly happy that Your Excellency really has no interest in that secretary. In this way, I can pursue her with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Hussein nodded, followed Alan's example, pretended not to care, and began to look at the yacht at his feet. When I was on the helicopter, it didn't look too big, just very slender, but when I landed, I realized that the hull of the ship, which is more than 100 meters long, is really not small at all. Not to mention the apron with a lift at the stern. After exiting the stern and walking forward for dozens of steps, it's just a huge swimming pool. Don't ask why a swimming pool is designed on board, since the yacht is sailing on the sea. Who can swim in the sea for a long time? Doesn't it hurt the skin after a long time? What I want is the artistic conception of this kind of yacht sailing on the sea. People on the yacht can swim, bask in the sun and watch the scenery. Some yachts don't have swimming pools. Does that mean they don't need them? No, it's simply because the boat is too small to have a large swimming pool. If you just build a small swimming pool of 2 or 3 meters, it will look nondescript, so you don't have it. Which high-end private yacht doesn't have a large swimming pool? Alan walked at the front and personally led Hussein around. This was also the second time he boarded the yacht after it was built. To be honest, even Alan himself had never visited it properly. He only had a general understanding of it. It's just the location of each area. Walking past the large swimming pool, there is a medium-sized dance floor next to the swimming pool. In front of the dance floor is a standard large banquet hall. There is also a long bar on one side of the banquet hall. If a banquet is held here in the future, 3 people can be received. 40 guests are no problem. Because it is a private yacht, those who can be invited must basically be at least familiar friends. The atmosphere of a banquet between friends does not need to be too serious. A layout like this on the first floor of the ship, the banquet hall and the dance floor are all convenient for guests to communicate. When you are tired of chatting, you can sit down and chat in the surrounding rest area. You can also dance on the dance floor if you are interested. If there are fewer people, you can change clothes, swim in the pool, and bask in the sun. At this time, the dance floor area can serve as a rest area. The forefront of the banquet hall is a staircase leading to the second floor, as well as the partition between the chimney and the front cab. The cab here is the same as the previous combat command room, with only some interior decorations and some functions optimized. The entire first floor is surrounded by a large number of steel structure frames on both sides, coupled with thick tempered glass. No matter where you are on the first floor, you can enjoy the view outside the ship and have an unobstructed view of the surrounding sea. The configuration on the second floor is slightly simplified compared to the first floor. There is a temporary number 2 apron in front of the swimming pool on the first floor, which is not used normally and will only be used in emergencies. It can usually be used as a viewing platform with a wider view, and it can also serve as a diving platform. You can dive directly from here and jump into the swimming pool below. The entire second floor is only more than half of the space on the first floor. The front end of the second floor is connected to the front cockpit, making it an area more suitable for conversation, communication, and viewing. There were only 2 floors of buildings on the entire deck, and the rest of the building was extremely tidy. Hussein followed Alan. As the functions of each place were introduced, he nodded with a look of approval and envy. Although in some places on the ship, you can still see traces of the demolition of some old building areas, this does not affect its functionality at all. Even at the partition between the first and second floors, Hussein saw something that moved his heart the most. Hidden close-range defense cannon. This thing is located at the top of the partition, between the cockpit and the rear functional area, next to the staircase area. It is also slightly camouflaged, so that many people will not pay attention to this place, but it is stored in such a hidden place. With 2 such big killers, this is a civilian ship, standing by the fence of the observation deck on the second floor of the yacht. Hussein looked at the buildings on the shore not far away, and felt a little envious. The total strength of Jordan's entire navy is only 500 to 600 people. You read that right, there are only 500 to 600 people, and all the naval equipment combined is not even as heavy as the Earl of Carmarthen underfoot. There are only a few small missile boats in the entire Jordan, and they are still missile boats with very old technology. Although they nominally carry a few missiles, they can only hit ordinary civilian ships, cargo ships, pirates and the like. They have a short range and powerful power. It's neither average nor accurate. The reason why the Jordanian navy is so miserable is entirely because they are basically a landlocked country. The entire country's coastline is only a pitiful 26 kilometers. Only 19 kilometers of this was obtained decades ago from the old Saudi landowners who took a large piece of land nearby. Otherwise, Jordan used to have only a pitiful 7 kilometers of coastline. With such a small coastline, there really was nothing to protect. There is no naval force left. By comparison, just one of Alan's private yachts is stronger than their entire country's navy. Although the attack power of this yacht may not be good, its defense power is strong. Just these 2 phalanx and all the missile boats in Jordan can't do anything to it. Hussein became more and more envious of such a super private yacht. Alan looked at Hussein's envious eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. For this kind of friend who has just met, but is not particularly familiar with, but the other person's identity is a bit unusual. It is a bit inappropriate to directly ask the other person to come to your home. But if you have a banquet outside, it will seem a little less important. Therefore, Alan set the venue for the banquet on his yacht. In this way, he could show his strength to the other party without seeming that he did not pay enough attention to the other party. At home, that is, in the castle, it is a symbol of showing a noble's financial resources, material resources, and status. The more luxurious the decoration in the castle and the more antiques and cultural relics collected, it represents the strength of the owner. Most nobles are accustomed to inviting friends to their homes, showing them around, talking about the history of the home, and introducing various collections. Weight and the yacht, sometimes once completed, can also play a role in this aspect. On the temporary landing pad of the second floor observation deck, the smoke from the barbecue on the campfire rack filled the entire upper platform, which also gave Hussein a little bit of a feeling of home. Alan specially invited a barbecue chef from the Middle East to entertain him. Today's staple food is barbecue. Holding a glass of beer, Hussein slowly walked up to Alan, pretending not to care, and asked, "Is your excellency from the navy?" "Well, I retired in 1986 because of an accident at home." Alan smiled and pushed the wine glass in his hand to the wine glass in Hussein's hand, touched it lightly, and took a sip of beer with him. "Haha. I used to serve in the Royal Hussars in the army." Hussein used his service experience to draw Alan and continue to get closer. Chapter 391. Everyone has their own agenda. Looking at Prince Hussein, who was talking about the Royal Hussars, he looked proud and talked about how many dangerous missions he had participated in before. Alan sneered inwardly. Everyone is the same. The British Army generally does not have the title Royal in front of it. It is not like the Navy. When it is said, it is the Royal Navy, and the Army is the Army, but some regiments in the Army will bear the name of the royal family, such as the Royal Hussars. This regiment is not a regiment level unit as ordinary people think. It is a regiment of Great Britain. You all know it. We, Great Britain, have our own national conditions here. This thing is like you never know how many people can sit in a Wuling Hangwang. The British regiment can be called a regiment with as few as a few hundred people, and as many as too many to count. Point anyway, as far as Alan knew, the unit Hussein had served in Britain was considered one of the elite ace units in the army, with extremely strong combat effectiveness. The nominal supreme commander of the regiment is the Archduke of Edinburgh, now the Queen's husband, Prince Philip. This regiment is nominally a regiment directly loyal to the Queen, so it is given the royal prefix. It used to be first established in Ireland. Now, the composition of the soldiers is very complicated, but no matter how ace the troops are, such as Hussein with the status of the prince, it is impossible for others to really send him to participate in any dangerous missions. If he gets injured and has an accident, they can't explain it clearly. Anyway, when Alan looked at the files on Prince Hussein 2 days ago, he didn't see any achievements he made during his service. Just listen to this thing for fun. Just like when Alan served in the Royal Navy, he was an ordinary sailor himself, but because he came from a noble family, he enjoyed the treatment of an officer as soon as he got on the ship. Together with Chitao, they lived in the slightly higher equipped officer's rest cabin and ate with the captain on the officer's meal standard. When Alan was fishing on the boat, he accidentally scratched the corner of his eye and suffered a minor injury. The captain was so scared that he wanted to use an anti-submarine helicopter to take him to the nearest hospital on shore immediately. With Alan's skin injury, the captain was so nervous at the time, let alone Hussein, a foreign prince. However, all nobles with some connections in the family will receive this kind of treatment when they serve in the army. If you don't have this kind of treatment, it only proves that your family is too good and your life is too miserable. Prince Hussein looked at Alan and listened to him. He only smiled and agreed without answering. He was slightly anxious in his heart. He has a short temper and likes to solve everything through violent means, but sometimes, when faced with certain things, violence cannot solve all problems. Just like now, the reason why he is anxious to get to know Alan is that Prince Hussein has his own ideas. Jordan is a small country. His father has been moving among various forces. He seems to be somewhat famous in the Middle East. Although the country is weak, who in the entire Middle East does not know the reputation of the old king? The old king's status in the Middle East is like Khan's father in Guo Degung's crosstalk. He is a super peacemaker. If there is any conflict among neighboring countries, the first thing everyone thinks of before starting a fight is to send someone to ask the old king of Jordan to make peace. The old king and the little overlord of the Middle East before 1991, Boss Saad of Iraq, are close friends. He has been entangled with various forces for many years. Coupled with the factor of their family's bloodline and wide network, others sell them wherever they go. His face. Even those stupid and wealthy Saudi tycoons have to sell the old king of Jordan 3. The noodles. As long as the old king takes action, this matter will basically be settled. However, the above situations are just in the past. Now, with Jordan supporting Iraq to fight Kuwait, and the arrival of the Americans later, Jordan's life has become a bit difficult after the Gulf War, so the old king used his special skills again. Continue to move around and start to make friends with Americans. But now the old king is in bad health. Although the outside world doesn't know it yet, as the eldest son of the family and often in close contact with the old king, Prince Hussein knows the old king's physical condition best. And what is he embarrassed about now? He is 30 years old this year, but he is still a prince, not a crown prince. The royal family in the Middle East has a custom of succession from brother to brother. That is to say, theoretically speaking, if the old king really dies and the old king has no younger brother, his position must be passed on to his son, and it must be the eldest son. If the eldest son dies, then from the eldest son to the second son, and so on. And Hussein is the eldest son of the old king. But Jordan has been influenced by the British for so many years, and they will now also establish a crown prince. As long as the crown prince is established, the throne of the old king can be passed directly to the crown prince, without having to check whether the crown prince is the eldest son. What's Hussein's problem now? As the eldest son, his position under his butt is unstable. Logically speaking, the position of crown prince should have been established early on, and it must belong to him, Prince Hussein. But the old king kept waiting. What is he waiting for? The old king has another son, the half-brother of Prince Hussein. Although the old king's son has average abilities, he looks very similar to the old king. It can be said that he is carved from the same mold as an old man and a king with real power. Sometimes, when he looks at the candidates for succession, he really doesn't look entirely at ability. Jordan's development limit is only so high. As long as the successor can be honest, just keep it together, and do the same things as the old king did before. As a result, the balance in the old king's heart gradually tilted towards his younger son, who looked very much like himself. The only problem now is that the younger son is still young, only a teenager, and he is not qualified to succeed to the throne. Rashly appointing him as the heir apparent, and fearing that Prince Hussein would cause trouble. So, the position of Crown Prince of Jordan has been delayed by the old king, and it has never been finalized. Prince Hussein also had expectations for the old king a few years ago, but as time went by, he felt that his destiny was in his own hands. So after he returned from studying abroad, he immediately took over Jordan's most powerful combat power. Troops, Special Forces. Prince Hussein is now the secret commander-in-chief of the Special Forces with soldiers in hand. Prince Hussein had a certain amount of confidence. Just when he was ready to have a showdown with his father, the damn Yankees came. During the Gulf War, the coalition forces caught the Iraqis and beat them up. The surrounding countries were frightened after this battle. Prince Hussein's plans were also disrupted. Now that the United States is powerful in the Middle East, the small amount of troops he has in hand is simply not enough to support his big move in Jordan. It can only make the old king fear him, but that's all. In this case, Prince Hussein can only follow his father's example and find foreign help. He is already 30 years old this year. If he does not establish a crown prince, his younger brother will soon grow up, and he will not have time by then. When looking for foreign aid, the Yankees were the first to be excluded by Prince Hussein. It was not that the Yankees were not strong, but that his father was pro-American and pro-British. If he goes to the Yankees for help now, in this case, unless the Yankees are stupid, they will give up supporting the good old king and support him instead. The second reason for excluding the Americans is that Hussein himself is half British, and his mother is from the British. In order to gain the support of the British, the old king married the daughter of a British civilian officer as his queen. In the end, Prince Hussein was born. Now, when he needed to find foreign aid, Prince Hussein subconsciously turned his attention to Great Britain. Although Great Britain was no longer alive, he still had the power to survive. In the Middle East, Great Britain's reputation was much better than that of the Yankees. There are so many. As for the United States, which he has excluded, how will he face it in the future? Prince Hussein understands the relationship here very clearly. Now his father prefers to be pro-American. If he goes pro-American again, it will be the icing on the cake. But if he takes the initiative to bring in the British forces, it will be interesting. In the United States, as long as he is established as the crown prince and even ascends to the throne, he can maintain the old king's pro-American policy and take over the old king's personal connections, and he will naturally get the support of the Americans. Then Prince Hussein summoned a few of his confidants and studied the brief information of the upper class figures in Great Britain for a long time before formulating 3 strategies: upper, middle and lower strategies for best results. She is looking for a marriage with an upper class British aristocrat. Not looking for politicians, but looking for nobles. Looking for a marriage between a politician's family is too time sensitive. Even if he is a prime minister, how many years can he be? It lasted for more than 10 years, and then, once he stepped down, everything was gone. But the aristocrats were different. As long as they got married, the relationship between the two parties gradually strengthened over time, and this relationship could last at least 40 or 50 years. So he had to find a nobleman, and it had to be a British nobleman that Hussein could match. Don't even think about princes and princesses. Even dukes and the like are excluded by Hussein. He has this self-knowledge. Therefore, from the beginning, Prince Hussein set his sights on the level of earls, or even viscounts below earls, and this marriage is not about who he wants to marry, but Prince Hussein plans to do it through his sister, who has the best relationship with him. Princess Heir. He betrothed his sister to a certain aristocratic child, and established a relationship through this relationship. After the marriage between the two families, he established connections in Jordan, opened the market for the aristocratic family's business, let their industry enter Jordan, and used the old British brand. The connections between nobles came to put pressure on his father's central strategy. If your sister cannot get married, you can just get acquainted with a certain noble. Whether it is opening the market, directly giving benefits, or even selling a little profit, you can let the other party help him stand up, so as to achieve the best policy. And the next step, there is really no other way, so find a marriage with a rising political family, and try to make it quick first. If you can increase your strength, you can increase your strength. You can't sit back and wait for death, right? In this way, Prince Hussein and his henchmen soon discovered an extremely eye-catching target. There was a well-known earl named Alan Hill, but he was outside the aristocratic circles of London. They are what London aristocrats call a hillbilly family. But this country bumpkin noble seems to have a remote territory, but the relationship behind him is extraordinary. He can directly contact Boss Chap. Isn't this interesting? Moreover, Prince Hussein also obtained a list of British military suppliers in the Middle East through his connections in Kuwait, and Alan's name was on it, regardless of whether the cans he sells are on the market or not. Let's put it this way, as long as he can enter the ranks of military suppliers, it doesn't matter at all. No matter how rubbish he sells, it is still a representative of his identity. Contact with him will not arouse strong resentment among Americans. In addition, Alan's age is just right, only in his 20s. Although he is an earl and his sister seems a bit high-spirited, Heir's status as a real princess can always give her extra points. In addition, when the time comes, I will open a lot of conveniences for him in Jordan, and even tax revenue can be used to give him more subsidies and other names. Although Prince Hussein didn't know all about the Earl's products, the few items he knew happened to be not high-end products. There were so many refugees in the Jordanian market, which were enough to satisfy his appetite. Anyway, as long as the profit was, if you give him enough, Prince Hussein won't believe that he can't win this one. Looking at it this way, such a goal is really in line with Prince Hussein's plan. However, this earl is usually difficult to contact, and at this time, Prince Hussein's sister called him and wanted the eldest brother to go to London to visit her, celebrate her birthday with her, and ask for money. Prince Hussein hesitated for a long time and was still worried about how to contact Alan. When he arrived in Britain and read the newspaper, he discovered that the old Earl Spencer was dead, and according to the information he learned, Alan once said in a media interview that he and Diana were relatives. In other words, he would definitely go to the funeral of old Earl Spencer. Therefore, Prince Hussein hurriedly wrote an application report and handed it to Boss Chap, saying that he had admired the Spencer family for a long time, and this time he came to London. It happened to coincide with the funeral of the old Earl, and he must go, no matter what. Then he and his sister successfully met Alan at the funeral. Although they didn't exchange a few words at the time, they finally got to know each other. In the end, until today, even if he comes to the banquet, he still brings his sister with him, and this is the idea. But from beginning to end, according to Prince Hussein's secret observation, it seemed that Earl Alan rarely set his sights on his sister. This is not possible. It's one thing to agree or disagree, but it's another thing to say it or not. Prince Hussein is ready to take the initiative, and he won't have a chance for a while. Ahem. Mr. Allen, how old are you this year? Haha, I remember we are about the same age, right? Most of the nobles in Great Britain keep their information extremely confidential. Being able to collect a rough idea is considered very powerful, but Hussein still used this as an excuse to change the subject. I'm 6 years younger than you. I was born in 1968, Alan. knew how old Hussein was, and directly stated that he was a few years younger than him. "Oh, Your Excellency is only 24 years old. Haha. My sister is already 18 years old this year. Here. Why are you hiding so far away? Come on. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Is This Life? Prince Hussein pretended to be very casual and called Princess Heir, who was hiding aside and watching the sea alone. Princess Heir walked to Prince Hussein, glanced at Alan, her face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. She was holding a glass of red wine in her hand, and the surface of the wine was slightly sloshing, showing that she was feeling a little nervous. Alan squinted his eyes, looked at Princess Heir, and then at Prince Hussein. His mind turned slightly. There was something wrong with the atmosphere. Prince Hussein seemed to be making plans for himself. "Sir, Alan, Heir and I have a very good relationship, but I'm usually too busy and don't have time to come to London to see her. If she needs anything at school in the future, can you please help her more, Prince?" Hussein patted the shoulder of Princess Heir next to him. When he put his hand on her shoulder, he also squeezed it hard secretly. This sister had already agreed before she came, so why was she so timid when she saw her in person? Already, Alan looked at their little actions and was slightly surprised. "Good boy, you are playing this trick too. I will ask my butler to give Heir a business card later. If you have anything to do in London in the future, you can call me, but it may not be possible. Recently, I have been expelled by Her Majesty the Queen and cannot go within half a year. London, ha 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 ha." After hearing Alan's last words, Prince Hussein burst into laughter. He knew this treatment, but he was very envious of this punishment. Look, even though he is young and his territory is remote, he dares to kill people in London, and he still kills people. He was a dead man, but he only received such a painless punishment in the end. This can completely represent Alan's identity. Most people don't get this kind of treatment. "Sir, you and my sister are not much different in age. I heard that you are not married yet. If you have a chance, you should consider my sister. She often mentions you to me, Prince." Hussein seemed to be joking and made such a joke on the back of the donkey. "Haha. I have too many things at home now. I'm usually too busy. I have no time to deal with some of my own problems. A few days ago, His Highness also introduced me to the eldest princess of Norway, but I haven't had time to contact her yet." Alan showed no expression on his face and rejected Prince Hussein without any trace, and then nodded at him with words. "Although the Norwegian royal family is poor, its status is not comparable to that of the current Jordanian royal family." Alan directly brought up Boss Chap and said that the eldest princess of Norway, who was introduced to him by Boss Chap, personally used this word to block Prince Hussein. Oh, that's such a pity, but with your current achievements, your attraction to the opposite sex is probably not very strong. As an admirer of yours, my sister can still have some opportunities, right, Prince?" Hussein seemed to not understand Alan's words, so he opened his mouth and settled the matter. "Anyway, Alan is not married. Who knows who he will marry in the future? As long as there is still a chance, he will have to work harder. It just so happens that he can use this as an excuse to strengthen the connection between him and Alan. As long as the two parties get along for a while, they will slowly give him benefits at the moment." Prince Hussein subconsciously thought of the secretary. He could pursue her first, and maybe he could also strengthen his relationship with the Earl through this secretary. He would accomplish multiple things with one stone. This was the surprise of his visit to London. A convoy was driving back to the manor. Zio Shitao drove the car himself, and he and Alan were the only two people in the car. Alan was sitting in the back seat, leaning on the back seat with his eyes closed, his right hand on Erlang's raised leg, and his index finger tapping his thigh. He was thinking about some things at today's banquet. Today I just invited the other party to a lunch, and then sent someone to take them back. But that Prince Hassan was at the banquet today, and there was always a sense of urgency when the two of them chatted. Alan couldn't figure out what he was anxious about. Logically speaking, based on what Alan learned from the information, Prince Hassan's current situation should be as stable as an old dog. He has a more fiery personality and likes military affairs, but with his performance today, Alan always felt as if he had overlooked something. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Alan's mind, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Stone, you said Master. I remember that the old king was not mentioned in the information you gave me about Prince Hassan, right? No, go back and collect information about the old king. By the way, Alan touched his chin. He felt that there was something wrong here, so he added another sentence. By the way, I'm collecting information on Hassan's younger siblings. Okay, young master. But it may take some time to collect information on so many people. Well, collect as much as you can. Don't be in a hurry. After Alan finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and leaned on the back seat to rest. Welcome home, master. Who waited outside the lobby with a smile. As soon as Alan got off the car, he bent down to send greetings and then handed Alan a casual looking envelope with both hands. What? This is sent by Butler Capel. It is a handwritten warrant for you by His Highness. Who looked at Alan with a smile. Every time Alan made friends with outsiders, he was happiest. Even if the other person was just a prince from a small country, Hute was also very happy. This meant that the young master's connections were getting wider and wider, and his influence with the power is getting stronger and stronger. Even the warrant given by His Highness to the young master was handwritten by His Highness. What does this mean? This is the future of the Hill family and the proof of my young master's status in His Highness's heart. Alan took the envelope, tore it up casually, put the scraps of paper into Hutter's hand, and took out a small card from the envelope. The content on it was very simple, asking him to arrive at Hagrid before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Love Manor to pick up William and Harry. I thought these two little brats could stay there for a few more days. Who knew that in just a few days, the gathering within the royal family would be over? He put away the envelope and casually confessed, before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, His Highness asked me to pick up William and Harry. You can arrange a vehicle. Okay, master. Alan couldn't even remember how many times he had traveled between Carmarthen and Highgrove Manor after lunch. I got in the car and rushed here. I would rather arrive early to save time if something unexpected happens on the waypoint. But when he arrived outside the main building of the manor, as soon as he got off the car, Alan was attracted by a large mattress at the entrance of the main building. A large mattress was just abandoned outside the door, covered with dust. In a place like this, it's a bit unusual that no one cares about something like this. Your Excellency, are you here? After receiving the call, Butler Capel came down to wait for Alan. Seeing him staring at the mattress, Capel looked a little embarrassed, but there were some things he couldn't say, so he could only forcefully change the subject. His Highness is still painting in the garden. How about I take you directly to see His Highness? Alan looked at Capel's face and then at the big mattress. When the two were just talking, there was a faint loud noise upstairs. Let's go. Alan didn't care either. Maybe William and Harry were having a fight. Your Highness, I'm here. Alan saw Boss Cha from afar. At this time, Boss Cha was dressed in country casual clothes. There was an easel in front of him, a brush holder at his feet, a paint box on his lap, and a huge paintbrush in his left hand. With a round palette and glasses, he stared at the small garden in the distance, while painting. A group of black little hens with white spots on their bodies were leisurely catching bugs in the garden. Alan's voice suddenly interrupted the artistic conception at this time. Boss Cha turned his head in disgust, lowered his head slightly, glared at Alan through his glasses with a sullen face and said, "Sit down for a while, wait for me to finish painting." "Hey, you continue, I will learn." Alan looked around and saw that there was no place to sit next to him. There was only something like a small toolbox behind Boss Cha. He knew that this thing could hold pencils, knives, watercolor pens and other toolboxes, and the quality was high. "Very good, you can sit." carrying the small toolbox, and sitting next to Boss Chap. Alan watched boredly as Boss Chap painted. What he painted was not an oil painting, but a type of watercolor painting. Alan didn't quite understand it. But Boss Chap's painting skills are pretty good. Looking at the things in the painting, you can clearly tell that the flowers are flowers and the chickens are chickens. The level is much higher than the work report Alan drew for the Queen a few days ago. Oh, Harry held a slingshot in his left hand and an egg in his right hand. He was followed by a hen chasing him, running past Alan on his short legs. Just as Boss Chap was about to get angry, he looked up and continued painting, as if nothing was wrong. After a few minutes, oh, Harry was chased back by the hen again. Alan waved to Harry. Why are you running? Come here, cousin. He always chases me. Harry felt a little aggrieved. As soon as he picked up an egg, the hen chased him and pecked it, even more fiercely than his cousin's chicken. Show me what you got. Alan got started directly, snatched the small slingshot from Harry, and weighed it in his hand. The weight was just right, mainly because it was made of wood, and it could be seen that it was not made from a large piece of wood, but made from a natural tree branch. Such a thing. Although Alan was already old, he still fell in love with this exquisite little slingshot the moment he saw it. Okay, you go and play. Alan directly shot Harry's slingshot, and then started chasing people away. Woo. Give me the slingshot. Seeing Harry grinning and getting ready to cry, Alan frowned and hummed softly. Upon seeing this, Harry immediately stopped crying, sniffed, and looked at Alan with an aggrieved look, and then looked at Boss Chan next to him. Seeing that Boss Chan ignored him, he could only glare at Alan cautiously. The moment Alan just raised his right hand, he ran away again with short legs. The naughty kid finally left. Boss Chan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that Alan was still useful sometimes. He slightly curled his mouth and just dipped the paint on the palette with his pen. The tip of the pen touched the paper lightly, and suddenly there was a rooster crow. Boss Cha's hand holding the pen shook subconsciously, and a long red line ran from top to bottom, destroying the entire picture. Alan, Boss Cha turned his head with an angry look, and happened to see Alan sitting on his small toolbox, holding the slingshot he just snatched from Harry's hand carelessly, and killed the little hen that had just chased Harry. At this time, because of the tragic situation of this little hen that suddenly died, several other little hens in the distance were frightened, and the whole garden was in a panic. Their eyes met, and Alan looked at Boss Cha with an embarrassed look. Your Highness, I just took a casual aim, and I don't know why the shot was so accurate. I said it was the chicken that deliberately hit the stone I shot out. Do you believe it? How many of my chickens did you eat last time? I just raised them. I have a name for each of them. How old is little Martha? Do you believe it or not? As soon as you come to me, my the chicken is going to die. Boss Cha gritted his teeth and looked at Alan, who was holding a slingshot and looking at him with an innocent expression. Looking at this thing, Boss Cha threw the pen into the bucket, glanced at the painting that he could no longer have, then looked at the dead little Martha in the distance, sighed, and scratched his head. Your Highness, then I will take William and Harry home now. It is getting late. Alan looked at the blue sky and white clouds, and told lies with his eyes open. Why, Boss Cha sighed again, touched his pants with his hands, and just stared into the distance. Just when Alan was about to become impatient, Boss Cha said abruptly, the Queen agreed to our separation. She is moving. Did you see it when you came? Oh, this is big news. The Queen actually agreed. Alan didn't expect it to happen so quickly, but Boss Cha didn't look very happy. Separation can be regarded as a cooling off period before divorce, but after the cooling off period, it doesn't mean that everything is gone. If the two of them could calm down, they would not have reached this point in these years, and now, according to Alan's estimation, it is most likely to be a foreshadowing. The Queen only agreed to Princess Anne's divorce a few days ago. It has only been less than a month. If she agrees to investigate the boss again, it will be too intensive and too frequent. The royal family cannot afford to lose face like this. It's like getting a divorce as a team. Therefore, there is a high probability that they will separate completely first to pave the way for a formal divorce in the future. I saw a mattress missing by the door. Well, let her be, Boss Chad was a little melancholy. The relationship was gone, but in his opinion, the separation was just in name, and everyone could live apart openly, without seeing each other. But now that Diana has returned to the manor, she will use all of them. All the things he had past were thrown out, which made Boss Cha feel a little nostalgic for others, even if he was no longer a thing. Seeing the furniture that he had prepared for the two of them before, Boss Cha also recalled some things that happened when the two were in love and newly married a few years ago. However, in order to avoid staying in the house and quarreling, he hid out painting. Who knew? The painting was almost finished, but in the end it was influenced by Alan and destroyed by his own hands. Boss Cha looked at the painting in front of him, and his thinking was a little stretched. No matter what the reason was, the painting was finally destroyed by the brush in his hand. It was just like his marriage, which was also destroyed by his own hands. Could this be life? Alan, what happened to the plan you mentioned some time ago? Boss Cha stared at the painting, slowly narrowed his eyes, and asked another question that surprised Alan. Chapter 393 Newly appointed Special Envoy. Special Envoy. The former Boss Cha, whether it was because of psychological shadow or other scruples. Anyway, he was not particularly concerned about what Alan said. But this time, because of what happened today, Boss Cha felt that he suddenly had nothing to worry about. He wanted to speed up the process and quickly dragged Andrew into the water. At this moment, Boss Cha was like a child who was cautiously testing his parents. He wanted to test his parents' bottom line as much as possible. His sister was divorced, and because of his identity, he wanted to speed up the process. It will take some time to transition, but if you bring your younger brother in, to speed up the process, as Alan said, everyone will be the same, and it doesn't matter whether it's embarrassing or not. Anyway, the Queen will probably be numb by then. Your Highness, the progress here is very slow. It has been more than half a month since Chickley was sent to do something. Although the other party is now just a duchess, the surrounding security personnel are all bodyguards directly assigned by the royal family, and their professionalism is still online. Alan didn't want to do it openly. He was still a little cautious. This kind of thing could only be done secretly without any trace being exposed. In addition, the other party had only been active in London recently and never went out, so, related, the staff is very cautious, so the progress will definitely be slow. Slow? Didn't I give you letter of introduction? Boss Cha frowned slightly. Well, Your Highness, let me give you an example. For example, before she goes to a certain place, my people don't know and can only follow her. But if she goes to some place that is far away or more private, for the sake of safety, my people may not be able to keep up. So, Alan spread his hands, a little helpless. This feeling of being timid will make people very unhappy, but now this is the only way to do it. To put it mildly, it is all based on luck. Hey, think of a way to speed up the process. Boss Cha sighed again, but then he didn't care anymore. It was Alan who proposed this matter. He believed that Alan could handle such a crooked thing. Okay, I'll make some plans when I get back. Well, I asked you to come this time. There is one more thing. My trip to South Korea has been decided. I didn't have time to tell you last time. It is initially scheduled for November. What do you think? Alan looked at Boss Cha with some vigilance. He didn't want to go to that shitty place in South Korea anymore, at least in the past few years. The last time he led the team to participate in the Seoul Olympics, it completely disgusted Alan. We have arrived, but now, Boss Cha has mentioned that the trip to South Korea has been decided, and the next step is to arrange the corresponding entourage, and as Boss Cha's head guard and personal assistant, Alan will definitely not be able to escape. Your Highness, I don't want to go to South Korea anymore. Can I ask you for a leave? Snort Boss Cha looked at Alan, smiled and said nothing, as if he had already expected Alan's reaction. It's fine if you don't go to South Korea, but there's another thing you need to do in person recently. Okay, it all depends on your arrangements, Your Highness. Alan was overjoyed to hear that he really didn't have to go to South Korea. He's actually been annoyed by the feeling of frequent business trips recently. If he's going to a fun place, that's fine. But if he's going to a trashy place, Who knows what it's like. Point. It doesn't mean that, now that he is rich and has some power, he can get away from boss chap, disobey orders, and refuse to take chances to show his face. Point. Now that he is in this environment, coupled with his own identity, there are some things that Alan cannot escape. Point. Alan is usually so arrogant at certain times. Why doesn't anyone come to trouble him? This means he has a backer to support him. Point. Now Alan has enjoyed the preferential treatment and privileges brought to him by his background in this circle. In this case, he also has to pay corresponding obligations and responsibilities. Just letting the boss take the blame for you without helping the boss with your work will not last long. Point. Therefore, Alan has this psychological awareness that he should usually do some errands or rather dirty work. Haha. Don't worry, this matter is very suitable for you. It is the appointment letter issued by the Queen herself. Boss Cha chuckled twice. Although the Queen assigned Alan to work this time, the appointment letter was given directly to Boss Cha from the Buckingham Palace Secretariat during the royal gathering. This is different from the last time the Queen directly beyond Boss Cha. The nature of directing Alan's work from the other floor is different. Point. This made Boss Cha feel a lot more comfortable. Appointment letter. When Alan heard this word, his heart moved, and he was even a little surprised. Could it be that I'm about to be promoted? Well, at the beginning of next month, you will accompany the new governor of Hong Kong on a trip to Hong Kong as the special envoy appointed by the Queen. This time you will represent the British royal family, the Queen, and me. You will personally read out the appointment of the new governor of Hong Kong. You then, by the way, stay there for a few more days and give him a platform. Me, Special Envoy Alan, was stunned when he heard what Boss Cha said. Point. This job sounds good. Isn't this equivalent to getting the Supreme Emperor card for a limited time experience in Zhangjiang? Just accompany the newly appointed governor of Zhangjiang, walk around and read out the appointment letter. This is like the eunuch who announced the decree in ancient China. No, it is not a eunuch. What is that position called? Imperial Envoy. Yes, the Imperial Envoy. It just so happened that the old boy Wei Dui was still serving as the Hong Kong governor in Hong Kong, and I knew him. Isn't it a coincidence? The two Hong Kong governors were both related to me, so this job was really suitable for me. Haha, Your Highness, you know me well. This special envoy is really suitable for me. I will definitely stand up for the new Hong Kong governor in Hong Kong. By the way, Your Highness, who is the new Hong Kong governor? Don't worry about whether you remember or not. This kind of thing may go wrong in any way. Alan is still prepared to ask, just to be on the safe side. Point. However, as soon as he thought about the new governor of Hong Kong, Alan suddenly felt a little confused. It was already June, and he hadn't heard that the Queen specially summoned the new governor to the palace to confer him a title. This was a bit wrong. Point. Could it be that he found an old knight? Boss Cha looked at Alan, who was beaming with joy, and said with a half smile, Christopher Francis Patton, a native of Lancashire and a member of the Conservative Party. Do you have any impression of him? He used to be the Secretary of State for the Environment. Listening to this name, Alan suddenly realized, isn't this Patton? Good guy. He is indeed this old boy. Point. His. However, when he thought of this person, Alan felt that there was something weird in it. Your Highness, this time the new Hong Kong governor is not knighted. This guy was not a nobleman before, and he had not heard any news about the Queen's special title recently. Alan couldn't understand this. He was not a nobleman. How could he be a governor? What's going on? A trace of loneliness flashed in Boss Cha's eyes. He stared at the garden in the distance and said in a low tone, this time, let's do something special. As the last governor of Hong Kong, after this term, Hong Kong will be returned to others. We can't afford to lose that person. The Queen said that in order to avoid bringing shame to the aristocracy, we will let him take office this time as a civilian. Is this okay? In order to prevent the aristocracy from being humiliated, a Hong Kong governor who was not an aristocrat was sent to take office. No wonder I had to give him a platform myself. Point. Alan finally understood what was going on here. Point. But wait, Patton is not a nobleman, but I am. You are afraid of his embarrassment, but you are not afraid of my embarrassment. Thinking of this, Alan suddenly found that he seemed to be happy too early. This job is risky, Your Highness. I don't seem to be very suitable to be this special envoy. Otherwise, should I follow you on a visit to South Korea? Huh? Nonsense. You just said that this task is suitable for you, and now you want to regret it? Is this something you can regret just by saying you regret it, boss? Cha smiled a little evilly and scolded Alan while laughing. Your Highness. Why me? I really feel that I'm not particularly suitable. There are many talented people in the British Empire, and there are many people who are better than me. Please be accommodating. Alan still struggled. This was too embarrassing. If he went to stand up for Patton this time, although he didn't know what he was going to do, he thought with his heels that if he didn't do anything dangerous, he would use how about finding a count to give him a platform. Humph. I think you are suitable, and the Queen also thinks you are suitable. You, the famous Earl of Carmarthen, have such a vicious reputation that you dare to kill people in the streets of London. What's wrong with you going to stand up for him, boss? Cha sarcastically mocked Alan, leaving Alan speechless. He couldn't even come up with a retort point at this moment. Alan suddenly felt that he was like a waste being reused, being directed from Wales to Zhangjiang by the Queen. Okay. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Alan accepted his fate. He glanced at Boss Cha and humbly asked for advice. Your Highness, then I will go over this time and give him a platform. Is there anything I need to pay more attention to? Snort, boss. Cha snorted again, but this time he didn't continue to quarrel with Alan. You still know that by asking me these questions, you have some political consciousness. Alan lowered his eyebrows and looked at his feet. His political consciousness was not very good in the first place. He had never played with these things before. The level was slightly smaller. Alan's stomach was full of bad things, plus the assistance and consultants gave him. He could barely cope with coming up with ideas. But when it came to a larger level, Alan couldn't do it anymore. In this case, you have to ask the old guy for advice. It's not shameful to ask this. Christopher is from the Conservative Party. You know their Conservative Party's style of doing things, but this time he takes office. Boss. Cha thought for a while, organized the language a little, and expressed it in words that Alan could understand. Anyway, you only need to know that if Wedidoi took office to maintain stability, then Christopher took office this time to go. Do you understand the layout? That place will no longer belong to us, so we have to leave some backup. Alan's eyes widened for a moment. Isn't this a plan to lay mines? It's an old routine, and he knows it all too well. Just like India and Pakistan. Is that so? Damn it, wouldn't it be more dangerous to be a special envoy this time? I still have so much business in mainland China. You are trying to trick me. Alan thought about Boss Cha's words several times in his mind, but did not show any emotion on his face. Instead, he said with a smile, that's just doing bad things. So, he is a pariah. He just arrived in Zhangjiang, and he needs help from me, a nobleman. He supports him, and he wants to do things in my name. Who dares to disobey him, and I have to help him solve it? Well, you can understand it that way, but you don't need to take too much care of him. The people below will have to worry about the following things. You don't need to get his consent to do anything you want. Whatever he wants you to do, it just depends on your mood. Although Boss Cha is the crown prince, Alan is his captain of the bodyguard. Going to support the new Hong Kong governor is already his limit. If they want to use Alan's identity to do something extraordinary, Boss Cha is not willing to do it. Because Alan is outside, he represents both himself and Boss Cha. The majesty of the aristocratic class must be maintained. Got it? After hearing what Boss Cha said, Alan's eyes lit up again. With this sentence as the foundation, he had some room for maneuver. Don't be so passive. Okay, Your Highness. I will definitely give him a good platform. Alan smiled and made a promise to Boss Cha. Aren't you just being a troublemaker? I can do it. When the time comes you mess with yours, and I mess with mine. Everyone does their own thing and makes trouble. Who can't? Anyway, my political consciousness is low. Alan quickly thought of a method in his mind that could not only complete the task, but also do something interesting. Cousin, give me back the slingshot. Harry sat in the middle of the two main seats in the back row. The seatbelt held him firmly in the seat. Sitting on his left was Alan with his eyes closed and thinking about something. Sitting on his right was William, who looked worried. On the way back to Carmarthen from Highgrove Manor, the atmosphere in the car was very dull, and Harry couldn't help asking Alan for it. At that time, Alan snatched his slingshot away. "Let's have some fun." Alan glanced sideways at Harry. This naughty kid is not very sensible yet. He cannot understand what happened today. He is only happy because he sees his parents together again. But William next to him was different. He saw Diana moving things all day today, and he also understood why his mother was moving things. Therefore, since getting in the car, William stared out the window with a worried expression. Alan happened to see William's current expression. Unknowingly, William slowly grew from a little young lady to the current little adult. Thinking of the plan he was thinking about just now, Alan instantly remembered burying mines. Where should I bury mines? Let's try our techniques on these two stupid cousins first. Harry, what did you name that puppy? Huh. I'll just call it Puppy. Harry watched as cousin Alan suddenly changed the subject. He was also very arrogant and fell for the trick. His mind instantly forgot about his little slingshot and then thought about the little slingshot that his grandmother had given to his cousin and that he now adopted as a substitute. Corgi, haha, a pet has to have a name. Do you think it would be good to call it Calamy? Alan spoke to Harry with a smile, but he was watching William from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, hearing this name, William subconsciously turned his face and looked this way. Chapter 394 Countermeasures. Unlike Harry's silly joy, William already understands many things. Now that he heard this name again, William became interested. He had always heard his mother mention this name, and every time he said it, he was still a little angry. But William never quite understood what this name represented. There are some things that no one will take the initiative to tell him. Now that Alan mentioned it, William turned his head and asked curiously, "Cousin, will my mother never visit me again in the future?" Alan touched Harry's little head and glanced at William. "Yes, she will come to see you whenever she is free, but I heard my mother say that she wanted to divorce my father so they would never be together again." "My mother also said okay." William. Alan interrupted William. There were some things that William could say, but it would be inappropriate for Alan to say them. Children like these may not be sensible yet, but even if they don't understand some things and words now, they will write them down, and when they grow up, they can recall them and slowly ponder them. Not all children can remember a certain sentence someone said to them when they were young, but if this sentence has special meaning in a special period, then they will remember it fresh. But Alan could roughly guess what Diana said to William. It's nothing more than a bunch of complaints. But women, when they are not very rational, often complain about men first. This is the same all over the world. The first sentence, and the one that is said the most, is most likely "Why did I marry you in the first place?" Others mostly blame the other party. I won't judge whether this kind of thing is right or not. There is nothing to blame for saying it when a person is angry, but if you use this kind of words to instill the first impression into a child, then it won't work. Alan didn't want to judge who was right or wrong. Saying these things was meaningless now. In life, the most stupid behavior is this kind of hindsight, evaluating right and wrong after the fact. Since everything has already happened, what is the point of commenting on right and wrong? If you don't know how to learn lessons and will only blame and push the blame, then if you encounter the same thing in the future, you will most likely still make mistakes. And if Alan wants to plant a minefield for William, he must also pay attention to strategy. No matter what, his parents are still his parents, and he cannot comment on this kind of thing from a biased position. It will not be good, whether it is spread out or when William grows up and thinks about it in the future. So, since you want to lay a minefield, but you can't clearly point out who is at fault between the two of them, there is only one thing left: transfer the conflict, set a goal, let William remember her from an early age, and then in the future during the time I mentioned this person from time to time. It will be fun when William grows up. William, you just need to remember that your father and your mother are both right, and the person named Calamy is wrong. Alan looked into William's eyes with a smile. His eyes were full of sincerity. After all, these two little brats have lived with him for so long, so they still have some trust. Sure enough, when William heard Alan's words, he nodded subconsciously, and he couldn't hide his emotions on his face. Just like when he spoke harshly to the teacher a few years ago, he said to Alan with a fierce face, "Cousin, since you know who caused the trouble, why don't you kill her?" William felt that there had been no harmony between his parents at home since he was very young. Now that his cousin knew the culprit that caused this kind of thing, why didn't his cousin take action to solve it? Humph. When I went to London some time ago, I wanted to deal with this matter, but there are some things that I can't do anything about. If I really want to deal with it, I have to wait until you grow up and handle it yourself. The helpless feeling of embarrassment on Alan's face was very sincere. William stared at Alan for a long time, nodded resolutely and said, "Okay, when I grow up, I will kill her." At this moment, he deeply remembered an unforgettable name, Jeremy, because the warrant he received yesterday was unusual. When Alan arrived home with William and Harry, Hooter couldn't help but stand at the door of the hall waiting for Alan. He wanted to know as soon as possible what major event his young master was involved in. Went in point. Sure enough, as soon as Alan got out of the car, he handed Hooter a large letter that looked like a university admission notice. It had an eye-catching royal emblem on it, and the words appointment letter below. At the bottom was the source of the appointment letter. That is Buckingham Palace, Master. This is Hooter held the appointment letter and was in the same mood as Alan when he heard the news. Curious and excited. Point is my young master being reused. Although hereditary nobles cannot hold many important leadership positions in real power departments, there are still loopholes that can be exploited for some positions that are very lucrative and prestigious. Even if these positions are not available, some honorary positions can still be taken. Accept it. At least it sounds good. Special envoy. The new Hong Kong governor has been selected. You will send someone to contact him tomorrow to find out his date of taking office. You can also inform the airline company in advance to charter a special plane. Then I will go over to announce his appointment. Although there is still nearly a month to prepare before the beginning of next month, Alan is being above board this time and does not need to be as low-key as before. He will bring many servants with him this time, so this flight cannot be arranged to casually. Point things like first class are standard, but first class is not available on every plane. Depending on the model, the layout is also different. Sometimes when chartering a special plane, you have to book a flight in advance, say hello and let people arrange routes, planes, etc. in advance. Point the Queen wouldn't let him go to London, so he could only arrange a flight in Wales, and he had to ask the other party to meet him, and then everyone would go together. Okay, young master. I heard that it was a special envoy. Although this was only a temporary appointment, not a long-term position, it was a good sign. My young master can now become a special envoy. The next step is to make it more stable, and maybe he can be a special envoy in the future. I can go to a more critical position to practice a little bit. Seeing Alan preparing to go upstairs, Hooter suddenly remembered that there was something he had forgotten to explain, so he hurriedly took 2 steps and said, "Master, when you went out in the afternoon, Miss Kate came. She said she would wait for you to come back. I arranged for her to rest first." Oh. When he thought of that little girl's Aussie, Alan's mouth curled up. He hadn't seen her for a while. This little girl was so courageous that she actually dared to take the initiative to send her to her door. Had her then let someone prepare it for me. I want to take a bath. By the way, look for the information that he gave me last time. There is an information on Christopher Francis Patton in it. Bring it to me. Alan was going to leave Kate alone, take a bath first, think about the countermeasures this time, and then relax again in the evening. The dim bathroom light was not dazzling. Alan's head rested on the edge of the bathtub, and the masseur behind him was relaxing his head. Next to the bathtub, there is a protruding stand. The stand is similar to a music sheet stand. On it is a plastic film file. The information Alan needs is packed in transparent plastic films. It is convenient for him to watch while taking a bath, and the documents will not get wet. As long as he reaches out and gestures casually, the masseur can help him turn the page. In this way, while massaging and bathing, he could still think about things at the same time. The massage touch on his head further relaxed his scalp. Alan squinted and recalled the introduction and the information point. When it comes to the differences between people, sometimes it is really strange. just like the Hong Kong governor Wei Dui, who is still standing on the last shift. The two of them could be regarded as old friends at first sight. This old guy looks extremely human and animal. It's harmless. If you don't know his position, he will look like an ordinary little old man among the crowd point. But the incoming new Hong Kong governor, Chris Patten, is different point. Just because of his appearance, Alan felt that he was a bit like the British version of Fat Ponner Boy point with a bad look on his face. This man's appearance gave people the impression that he was not a good person point, and Alan didn't like him either, let alone send someone to ask him to talk to him at home point. Before Wei Dui took office, he had been specially knighted, so Alan called him to his home point, and this Patten, haha. It goes without saying what his identity is outside, but in front of Alan now, he is nothing. In China, no matter how high your position is it useless. The noble master has identified you as a pariah and of low class. Are you angry? A pariah, not even qualified to be summoned by Alan point. Alan despises this guy very much now, but he hasn't revealed it to the outside world yet, so he just asked Hu Te to send someone to contact him. Although Hu Te doesn't know the rules here, this old guy, will wait until he returns. After reading the information for a while, he figured out what Alan probably meant, and he understood point this time. When he goes to Zhangjiang, something must be done, but how to do it? Boss Cha has already given him instructions. It all depends on his mood. This is the confirmation of the order of priority point. The order was for Alan to go over and give him a platform, which was good, but how to stand, and for how long, it all depends on Alan himself point. After going through the contents of the appointment letter in his mind, Alan listed some of his external personality point. First of all, people are more reckless and fierce, which is the so-called ability to control the situation. Although I don't know how he will be promoted, according to Alan's estimation, there is a high probability that someone will reveal what he did in London some time ago. Then when Patten takes him to Hong Kong, those people will naturally be afraid of him point. A reckless aristocratic gentleman who dares to kill people in London is still a villain. Would he dare to kill people in Zhangjiang? Who knows, everyone is just looking for money, so there is no need to provoke him. He is a high-ranking foreigner, and he is also an earl. If he really causes trouble, his death will be in vain point. Once such a persona is brought out, will it have any deterrent effect? It is estimated that the Queen valued a character like Alan and sent him as a special envoy point, but the Queen would not be ignorant of Alan's abilities. Since he is so reckless, there are naturally some flaws in other aspects. For example, the ability is not very good point. It's like raising a dog and a husky. Since you like its appearance, don't dislike its character, let alone expect it to look after the house. Do you expect the husky to look after the house? That's so unrealistic. So, Alan squinted his eyes and looked at the water flowing over his chest. In other words, no matter what he went to Zhangjiang or what he did, the people here would be mentally prepared. Even if he messed up, it would not be a big problem. Anyway, his ability is here. If they dare to use it, then Alan dares to go. My ability to do things is not good, but so what? Will this affect my loyalty to the Queen? Now it is no longer a question of which side to help. Some things have been discussed long ago, so point in this way, this matter will be very clear. It is difficult to get things done, but there is still room for maneuver, and this maneuverable space depends on how Alan operates it. Point. It's absolutely not okay to go out and cause trouble in person. That would make him look too stupid. Point. But if Alan doesn't cause trouble, he will not be happy to see Patten pulling his own tiger skin to bury mines. If I get implicated by this guy, will I still have my own business? How will you be able to mix internationally in the future? Therefore, the key point of the problem is still with Patten. We must not only cause trouble for him, but also put aside the relationship. It is best to make it more lively and expose what he has done. Alan suddenly thought of a person. Wei Dui. This old boy has been holding back to make money. He has ignored him. Now that he is about to step down, will he be very unwilling? As a person, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. He has been corrupted to the point of being disgraceful by Alan. How could he give up? He has some rights. After passing this village, there is no such shop, but now, once Patten comes, there will be nothing to do with Wei Dui in the future. Wei Dui is not young. If he doesn't get it, he will have no chance if he returns to dating. In this way, there is theoretically an invisible potential interest relationship between them. Pattern is here, and Duo's good days are over if we put some effort into the two of them. Could we encourage Duo to give Pattern the hard blow before he leaves? It is a colony anyway, and since he is leaving, if he doesn't get something before leaving, he will have no chance. Thinking of this, Alan's eyes flickered. He was very familiar with sowing discord and being a troublemaker. Since I can't solve many big things, I will first solve the people who may cause problems. As long as the people are dealt with, the rest will be easy to deal with, right? I can't solve big problems, so why can't I solve you, a pariah little politician? Okay, ask someone to come over and help me change my clothes. I won't wash them anymore. Alan smiled and interrupted the masseur's massage. He had a clear idea. Little Kate, here I come. Why did you come to see me today? Although he was a little itchy after Alan took a bath and saw Kate, he still asked her why she was here. I wrote 2 letters to Cameron, but he ignored me. Kate Winslet looked at Alan, who was wearing a bathrobe, with red eyes, as if he had been wronged and wanted to complain, and his voice had a little trembling when he spoke. Chapter 395. You are not suitable. Although the emotions on her face are in place, in the face of these professional actors, no matter what kind of emotions she expresses, Ellen always feels a little conflicted in her heart. Who knows if she is acting? Why are you writing to him? Didn't I ask you to study hard in London? You Kate looked at the indifferent Alan and became even more angry. She took Alan's left hand and shook it vigorously. She said half coquettishly and half aggrievedly, some time ago, wasn't he going to make a new movie? I heard he was going to pick an actor, as Kate Winslet narrated. Alan finally understood the purpose of her visit today. Cameron was preparing a new movie some time ago, which required selecting actors and arranging preliminary preparations, because he wants to make a project document 21st century oil pictures. Sony can be understood as Alan's royal and private film and television company. Although it has a joint venture with Sony people have no management rights at all. Alan's habit for film and television projects is to prepare the preliminary work first, and then, according to the situation, make reports on the funds, personnel, etc. required for the project, while working. Because here, as long as he decides on a project, he doesn't have to ask anyone for a view or approval. He himself is the boss, so who dares to give him a no? In this way, Alan's model is completely different from the Hollywood model, which first develops projects and budget plans, then raises funds, reviews, and finally officially launches preparations for the project. Both methods have their own advantages. Hollywood's is more formalized and professional. But if you like this model, it saves time and effort, and it seems very humane. Therefore, Cameron made changes according to his model. Since he followed Alan, he has learned this model that is different from Hollywood. After using it, I realized how easy it is, as long as he gets a rough plan in the early stage and explains the general situation of the project to Alan, and Alan nods in agreement. He can arrange for people from the company to prepare and make a budget plan while preparing. Once the preliminary preparations have started, the plan has been prepared, and as soon as the follow-up funds are in place, filming can begin. Don't ask them why. They can start preliminary preparations before they get the money. Theoretically speaking, for all the employees in the entire company, the relationship between them and Alan is not a simple boss-employee relationship, but a master-servant relationship. They do not accept external work. Regardless of whether the crew is filming or not, these people are paid all year round. Now they are only asked to prepare for the preliminary work, and they are just working as usual. This is very different from the Hollywood operation model. And because Kate has been with Alan for a long time, she is also very familiar with the company and crew members. This girl is still a social worker and has a very cheerful personality. She is not shy or anything. In this way, as soon as the company's movie project was approved, she received the news, and then she wrote a letter of recommendation to Cameron, asking him for a role. She wrote the first letter, and then Cameron ignored her. Kate was not discouraged, and wrote a second letter, but after the second letter was sent, Cameron still ignored her. This time Kate became anxious. Got it. Then she rushed to the castle and came directly to Alan. Alan took half a step back and looked Kate Winslet up and down. This girl is wearing a very ordinary short skirt and short sleeves today. She is pure and innocent, but she does not fit the character image. Alan has seen the general plot of Cameron's new movie. One of the main female characters who appears is Arnold's wife. But this is a middle-aged housewife, and she needs to look older. She also needs to look as ordinary as possible, not too beautiful. The other female character is a female agent. This one should have a more seductive look. It is best to be seductive with a bit of sex appeal, which is to say, coquettish. And he shouldn't be too young, at least in his 20s or 30s. A little more mature. But neither of the two main characters seems to be suitable for the Kate in front of her. This girl will only be 17 in October. How can she play a mature looking role at this age? The hardware conditions were not up to standard. No wonder Cameron ignored her. Have you read the script? No. Kate shook her head blankly. She just heard about the project and started to apply for the role eagerly. Otherwise, she would wait until she finished reading the script. If the fries weren't all cold, how could it be her turn? You are not suitable for the role required in the movie. Your appearance is not mature enough. Alan pinched Kate's chin and looked at her face. The girl still had some baby fat on her face. She knew that Alan liked her to have some flesh. She had been keeping in shape for a while, like a little meat bomb. Who said that? Just put on makeup and set an image and I'll be mature. Kate's eyes widened when she heard Alan's question. She understood one thing at a very young age. Opportunities must be earned by oneself, and there is no such thing as pie in the sky. This was also the reason why she took the bait. As soon as Alan seduced her, she wanted to climb up so much that she never let go of any opportunity to climb up. Wait a minute. I'm going to change my clothes and put on makeup. What image do I need in the movie? Housewife or female agent? Alan looked at Kate with a smile and randomly found a rough plot that he still remembered and told her about it. Okay, just wait. I'll clean it up. Due to the architectural design, Alan's bedroom never had good lighting, which was the main reason why he sold iron and steel to build a new castle. There was no light on in the bedroom at this time, and a ray of moonlight could only shine at the door of the bedroom. With this ray of moonlight, the room didn't look so dark. But his vision was only able to see clearly around the moonlight, which seemed a bit hazy. A sound suddenly came from the record player outside, and a piece of pure music with a strong rhythm slowly flowed. The wooden door of the bedroom was slowly pushed open with a soft sound. A pair of legs wearing flesh-colored high transparent stockings, with only one exposed, slowly stretched out from the door under the moonlight. The movement of the flesh-colored socks is very tempting, bending, straightening the instep, slowly lifting it up, and then putting it down again. In keeping with the rhythm of the music. Kate, wearing a beige suit and skirt suit that looked like a company clerk, slowly moved into the bedroom. With his upper hand, he grabbed the post bracket that used to hold the mosquito net on the bed. At the base of the flesh-colored stockings, there is a lace edge about a hand width wide. It has no elasticity and the style looks a bit old. Alan curled his lips. Is this to show that middle-aged and elderly housewives are not fashionable, so they dug out the old stockings at home? Not to mention, coupled with the clerk suit she is wearing, it is still a bit tempting, and it has a bit of that flavor. Although Kate's pole dance was a bit stiff, Alan was successfully aroused by her interest. This girl even had a mole on her face at the corner of her eye, which made her look a little mature. However, no matter how she dressed up to look old-fashioned, her age was still here. Alan looked at her image, feeling happy and hard at the same time. At noon the next day, Alan just opened his eyes and turned his head just in time to see Kate staring at him angrily. Can I do it? Alan knew she was still hungry for rolls, but when Cameron and the others make movies, Alan usually doesn't care about so much. He will give his subordinates full freedom. Cameron was very moved by his way of fully delegating power to the situation, and he was also very careful when doing things. Alan not only gave him a director's fee, but also gave him a certain share of every movie shot by him after it was released. This reward is quite a lot even compared to Hollywood. The boss gave him many benefits and status. He was now loyal to Alan and had never thought about changing jobs. That's it. Faced with Kate's letter, Cameron ignored her. There are many women around the boss. you want the role. If he meets someone who is just right, or if Alan greets him specially, he can still be given a role. Now that Alan has not told him, then Cameron will make his own decision, and will not give Kate any face. You are not suitable for the role required in that movie. You cannot play the role at your age. That's not what you said last night, Kate's eye circles were red again. Who said last night that she could consider it, as long as she behaved well? After working hard all night, I ended up with an unsuitable one. So isn't this all hard work in vain? It's a waste of time to learn dance. The more Kate thought about it, the more angry she became. Just when she was about to quibble again, Alan sat up directly, pulled the rattle, called the maid, took the mouthwash, and rinsed his mouth first, then took the water glass, and drank some water, stretching his feet. After the servant put on his slippers, he stood up and said, "Okay, if I say it's not suitable, it's not suitable. Why do you say so much? I don't know how to consider you. If there is a suitable role, I will be busy for a while, and I will call you for a while. I'm sending you back to London. Study hard, and don't run around." Listening to Alan's somewhat harsh tone, Kate shrank her neck, and didn't dare to continue to quibble. She heard it, and if she continued, Alan would probably be angry. After taking a shower, and changing into a set of loose home clothes, Alan twisted his neck, and wandered to the library reference hall on the first floor. This is the hall with the largest collection of books in the family. According to preliminary statistics, there are more than 20,000 books in it. As soon as you enter the hall, you will find bookshelves on the four walls all around. Two inclined ladders with moving pulleys are placed aside. The top book is 4 or 5 meters high from the ground, so servants need to step on the ladder to get it. In the middle of the hall, there is a conference table. On the table is a very historical sand table from the Welsh region. There are also some small ornaments such as small flags and small castles on it. These things are all made of wood and have become very old in color over time. In addition to this large table, there is also a reading table that is not too large in the corner. It is like a small desk, which is convenient for sitting when reading. There are several single sofas next to it. In the library at this time, there were already several people waiting here in advance. Alan's investment advisor Matcha, as well as several of Alan's secretarial assistants, and Hooten, who also wore single-sided glasses, were directing several servants in charge of this hall to prepare corresponding books and materials when he came to sit down at the small reading table. Alan looked at the thick pile of information on the table and felt a little headache. This is the financial statement for the first half of 1992. What is recorded in it is the financial information of all the family's businesses in the first half of the year. Looking at these thick documents, Alan felt both headache and relief. This was the family business that he had worked hard for all these years, although some of the funds came from illegitimate sources and were made by him through crooked ways. But now, as long as it appears in his information, it is all his family property that he can display openly. Mr. Allen only does serious business and does not engage in crooked ways. I casually opened the thickest book at the top, and there was a label on it. This was the half-year financial report of 21st Century Earl Pictures in the first half of this year. Only one movie was released, and it was the award-winning movie in which Alan stuffed a lot of personal stuff. Box office results: the global box office combined is less than £50 million, which is as good as ever, just because of Alan's reputation. Some fans who had high expectations for him walked into the theater. After watching the movie, they realized, what the hell is this? He didn't like to make exciting movies before, and his outlook on things was a little bit a crooked movie. Why did the style change this time and take a literary route? Or is it a movie with an anti-war theme, but no big scenes? Looking at the disastrous financial report of Earl Pictures in the first half of the year, apart from the copyright income from old movies, the largest income was actually the profit contributed by the small American film and television studio from making pornographic films. Alan flipped through it casually. After looking at the specific figures, he didn't care anymore. The income of film and television companies cannot be viewed with common sense. This is just an internal financial report. When it is made public to Sony, that financial report will be different from the current financial report. Different again. These are all countermeasures that Alan has arranged before. This one of his is real. When the time comes to show the Sony people, he will lose more. If the company loses money, there is no need to pay dividends. Since the establishment of the film and television company, Sony has received a pitiful dividend in the first year. Since then, the company has fallen into consecutive losses and has been losing money to this day, which resulted in the entire company's valuation being almost cut in half. However, even if the company's performance is so poor, Sony has never complained. Instead, it sends people every year to encourage the big boss Alan, telling him not to be discouraged and keep working hard. The main reason is that Alan gives Sony a share of a movie every year, and that movie is used by their executives to share the stolen goods and launder money. They decide what to shoot and how much to take, and Alan is only responsible for helping them operate abroad and charging a market rate handling fee. Although the company is losing money on the surface, Sony's leaders involved in this matter are making money. Isn't this a good company? Moreover, many of Alan's films and TV series also help advertise Sony's products. In this way, although the company loses money every year, the advertising effect is acceptable, and it is regarded as advertising expenses. The senior personnel of both parties cooperate very well, and the film and television companies have been operating according to this model in recent years. What is placed under the financial report of the film and television company is Alan's biggest revenue point now, the instant noodle factory and radio factory. In China. Chapter 396, Mr. Alan's industry. Needless to say, the instant noodle factory is an industry that Alan started to lay out a few years ago. China happens to be an emerging market, although there have been similar products selling instant noodles here as early as 60 years ago, but that the earliest and old-fashioned instant noodles are not so much instant noodles as they are the simplest fried egg noodles. The quality is okay, but the packaging is not good looking. In addition, you had to ask for food stamps to buy this thing in the past. Who has enough money to buy instant noodles? Unless some places are not rich in materials, buy some to visit relatives and give gifts later. Some manufacturers imported advanced instant noodle production lines from island countries. However, the taste of this newly produced instant noodles is not so good. There are people who eat it, but it is still far from the kind that can become commonplace in a few decades. The level of people's homes the delicious instant noodle factory invested in Mengsha City is not entirely low end. The current factory has introduced a total of 6 modern instant noodle production lines, which can produce instant noodles in both bagged and barreled packaging. Among them, the bagged ones are the lowest end instant noodles in Alan's hands. This is it. The price is 2 yuan per bag. This price is not cheap even in today's China. It's not that ordinary people can't afford it, they just can't bear to buy it. In those days when the average salary in inland areas was only more than 100 yuan, and even in coastal areas, it was only more than 100 or 200 yuan. A bag of instant noodles only cost 2 yuan. What do you think? As for the higher end barreled instant noodles, the price is even more expensive. The main reason for the price is the extra larger version of the beef bun. Even if the price in mainland China is calculated in 1992, based on the price in second tier cities, the approximate price of a pound of beef is about 5.5 to 7 yuan. The beef Alan uses is from Australia. Although it is not the top quality, with the labor cost of the packaging box, the cost of a single source package reaches 6 yuan. Coupled with the cost of instant noodles and packaging, the cost of a barrel of luxury high-end instant noodles reaches 7.5 yuan. And for this kind of barreled noodles, the external price is directly raised to 13 yuan. In an era when the per capita salary is more than 100 yuan, a barrel of noodles costs 13 yuan, which is 1/10 of the salary. If one person had a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, then this bucket of noodles will cost about 300 yuan. This makes it even more unpalatable. Although ordinary people eat less of his brand of instant noodles. This brand of instant noodles is extremely famous in China because during the disaster last year, Alan donated a large amount of instant noodles, which has an excellent reputation. This is just like even after the new year, a bowl of beef noodles at ordinary roadside stalls in the market will cost at least 10 yuan. Right, order a bowl and wait for the boss to bring it. When you look into the bowl, you can see that there is a lot of noodles, but there are only 1 or 2 slices of thin and transparent beef. Even though it has a lot of noodles, the diners still feel disappointed when they see that they only order meat. It will feel very painful point, but there is another fancy noodle shop next door that sells you a bowl of beef noodles for RMB 30. When I brought it up, I saw, my dear, the top is not fake. The top layer is all beef. Even if it is expensive, even if the diner feels that the money is spent, it hurts. But he sees this. If you have more meat, you won't feel any loss. Alan's instant noodles play this trick. Even the cheapest ones cost 2 yuan a bag, and they taste better than the instant noodles of the same price on the market, leaving you with no choice. Point: you can say that his stuff is expensive, but you can't say that his stuff is a scam. You get what you pay for. Alan's Instant Noodle Factory, according to its financial report for the first half of the year, has produced and sold 200 million packages of bagged/barrel instant noodles, 70% of which were exported, with Japan and South Korea being the main buyers. South America is the second buyer. As a production place, China's sales volume is not very good. Point, but in this way, many local companies saw opportunities. Although they did not understand why the instant noodle factory opened by this British nobleman sold better than other manufacturers, whether it was low-end instant noodles or high-end instant noodles. The goods are expensive, but as long as he maintains this production model, won't other manufacturers have a chance in the remaining blank market? As for Alan, the factory's instant noodles can be exported in large quantities, which is good in the eyes of local officials these days. China has not yet joined the WTO and is short of foreign exchange. Point, as long as the product can be exported and is high-end and classy, it is a big deal. Therefore, although not many are sold in China, local taxes and other supportive policies have always been very good. Point: Alan invested a small part of his profits in developing new products and increasing hygiene standards, product quality, employee dormitories, etc. In their opinion, these are just fancy places anyway. The cooperation between the two parties is very pleasant. Alan's Instant Noodle Factory specializes in exports and is well known in China. The brand Heir is the big brother in instant noodles. When it comes to this brand, many people subconsciously know that it is a foreign brand. Expensive, good quality, high-end, even if its market share does not reach the dominant position due to the invisible bonus brought by its superiority. Heir brand instant noodles are now the undisputed leader in the instant noodles industry in China. Point: now that the boss has vacated so many markets, other manufacturers have followed suit. Master Kang in Benzhou has also followed this route, invested in building factories, imitated Alan's instant noodles, and also produced bagged products. The current price is only 0.02 points lower than the 2 yuan price of Heir brand instant noodles in bags, which is 1.98 yuan. Alan snorted coldly. Wan Che is stingy. He wants to make a lot of money on the price, but he doesn't dare to openly exceed the price of his own brand's low-end version of instant noodles. Just 2 cents cheaper. Looking at the profit of the Instant Noodle Factory in the first half of the year behind the financial report, it was £27 million, 200 million bags of instant noodles. It was only such a small amount of money, which was not as much as the money he made from one movie. Point: the market still needs to be cultivated, and in addition, there is still some poverty there, and the consumption level cannot be reached. Point: after shaking off the information, Alan squinted at the final data analysis. The current instant noodle factory is still in a steady growth environment. Not to mention doubling sales every year. This year's half-year profit has already increased compared to the same period last year 10%. This is a good sign. As long as it stays good after a few years, the profits will double, which is not a big problem. Looking at it this way, if he invests £100 million in an instant noodle factory by about 2000 years, not only will all the costs be recovered, but the net profit provided to him every year will reach nearly £100 million. Point: quite a few. This is how asset heavy real industries play. It cannot be compared with those cultural industries or internet industries. This kind of industry is better than a stable one, with guaranteed income from droughts and floods, and strong ability to withstand risks. Even if it encounters problems, it will not be like some internet companies. Same, sudden and violent death. Point: in addition to instant noodle factories, radio factories also follow this routine. Alan doesn't want to make products like fake and shoddy products, relying only on large quantities and small profits but quick turnover. He likes to make products that are value for money and don't cheat customers. Radios, even the cheapest ones, cost 70 or 80 yuan each, and this one has the lowest end plastic casing point. As for the high-end ones, when Alan went to Seoul to participate in the Olympics, the people below showed him the samples. This kind of thing has a nickname in China, called Jingui. His radio brand is called Noble. The ordinary radios are nicknamed Pugi by the people. The mid-range ones are called Yingui. The high-end ones, even the trademarks are made of gold. It's called Jingui. It's simple and easy to remember. Pugi is priced at less than 100 yuan. Yingui is priced at about 200 yuan, which is fully comparable to imported radios, and Jingui point no opponent. The price is nearly RMB 1000. The collection value of this thing is greater than the practical significance. It is for fun. Ordinary people will not buy it at all. Unless they encounter important events and need to give gifts, they will buy this thing. Foreign imported products of the same price range, such as Mayos's Baltic, Vega and other brand radios, only cost 300 to 400 yuan. But, although the price of Mayos's radio is silver and expensive, in the eyes of ordinary people, if they were given money to choose between the two, 99% of them would choose silver. Expensive. The appearance and industrial design of the radios on both sides are not at the same level at all. Mayos's radio casing is still made of hard plastic, while Alan's Noble brand radios, starting from Yingui, have begun to use metal, wood, plus piano paint. Exquisite appearance, design, and products in the same price range. A comparison is basically the difference between CRBT mobile phone and Black Brick Big Brother. Now, the radio factory added a new production line last year, mainly to develop a product line that supplies car radios to automobile companies. So, the radio factory's financial report for the first half of the year was not profitable, and it still owed a lot, which was used to buy land to build factories, purchase production lines, and research and development. Looking at these industries in China, the rest is easy to say. In Australia, a steel factory and a tinplate factory are all supporting enterprises. The total profit in the first half of the year was less than £5 million. It provides packaging to Alan's other industries at normal internal prices and support. Such a small profit is acceptable, mainly for the long term. With these things in hand, he can be self-sufficient. The remaining beef purchasing company that cooperates with local farmers, like a supply and marketing cooperative, does not have this half-year financial report. The operation cycle and statistical time of this kind of thing are based on the whole year in the island country. Alan currently holds more than half of Salia's shares. Looking at the statistics in the financial report, there were only 100 stores when he invested in Salia, and now it has expanded to more than 340 stores. Now that Salia has entered a stable period in the island country, she maintains a lowbrow 1-month-old business and spreads it to the small counties below. This half-year profit seems very abstract again. Salah, Alan wanted to be stable at first, mainly because of their family's operating model and employee training methods. Salia's profits are achieved by squeezing its employees and supply chain. The overall profit is actually not high and is worse than the profitability of some asset-heavy companies. Each store has a net profit of less than £10,000 per month, excluding material costs, employee wages and other expenses. The current more than 300 stores can provide him with a net profit of less than £20 million. In half a year, this money seems to be a lot, but it cannot be spent. If it is retained, it must be used to buy land for expansion. Open new stores in Gambia. The situation here is much better. Due to the last clearance sale, most of the industries were sold to the Russians. Alan only has a small clinic left that specializes in testing and issuing health certificates. Each health certificate earns about £3 in the first half of this year. Due to the economic situation and changes in the Russian business strategy, the overall passenger flow to the Gambia slowed down. In the past 6 months, there were only 1 million tourists in total. K has an average monthly passenger flow of 150,000 to 60,000 people. After looking at the financial report of this small clinic, it can bring him millions of pounds in commissions in half a year. Alan smiled. Anyway, the work is not tiring, and the small clinic has a good reputation, so just keep it open. Just make some pocket money. The rest are just bits and pieces. In the United States, Old Carl also runs a consulting company that sells sheep over dogs. This person is responsible for doing some dirty work, and the profits are left to them as funding point under this consulting company. Alan also has a small animal rescue organization that protects black Labradors. This organization was established by him in order to catch the little black Labrador. It has no profitability and only costs money. It is not so much about protection. The organization is more like a group of spies and thugs, but the management method is very loose, and the people in the organization don't know who the boss is. There is also an unfinished prison, which will gradually develop in the future and become Alan's largest industry in the United States. The tea selling industrial park in India has not yet been built. Employees have just begun training. The financial report for the first half of the year was negative again, so investment must continue. The rest is on Daying's side. There was also a candy factory in the family business that Alan inherited. He used to sell Planet Cups for a while thanks to his movie, but then it returned to a half-dead state. Recently, it has produced some new products, such as bubble gum. Yes, it was better than nothing. The total profit for half a year was only £100,000. The other wool processing factory is similar. It mainly produces traditional Welsh crafts such as wool socks and scarves. The local prices are not too expensive. Only sporadic tourists come to buy some as souvenirs. The profit from this is even less, but the wool processing factory and the food factory serve well as a local stabilizer, providing nearly 1,000 jobs for Carmarthen and indirectly radiating nearly 1,000 families. Their main function is maintenance of stability. The current economic situation is not good. It no longer matters whether you make money or not, as long as you don't lose money. Alan flipped through the thick information and saw that there were many more at the back and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. In the past few years, I have created so many industries piecemeal, and I feel a little sad every time I think about it. It's not easy to develop. In Great Britain, PS. To make a small transition, I have never shown all the industries in a positive way, so some people always criticize me that there seems to be no main line. I will elaborate on this issue in detail in the following article. This chapter is a bit dry. I hope you don't criticize me. Chapter 397 Secretary Zhang. Are there any activities here today? If another time traveler were to see his current achievements, he would probably sneer at him. These fragmented enterprises, as well as the Blue Knight Takeaway Company, Pharmaceutical Factory, Electronics Factory, Manchester United Football Club, Bentley Motors, and the upcoming French restaurant chain and other industries, the total assets combined are almost estimated it's worth over £1 billion. But the overall profit was actually that Alan didn't save much money. It's all because he is now in the early stages of accumulation and development. He has already spent all the hundreds of millions of pounds he got from Sony. They are all used to strengthen themselves and develop industries. Some people may think that if they had done nothing with the money and just deposited the hundreds of millions of pounds in the bank and only earned interest, the situation would probably have been better than the current situation. But this kind of thinking is the most unpopular and short-sighted thinking. If ordinary people suddenly became rich, it would be understandable to play like this. Anyway, the money would never be spent in a lifetime. But is Alan an ordinary person? He is not an ordinary person who can feed himself, and the whole family is not hungry. He still has a family, a title, and so many people who eat with him. If he just holds this dead money and lies in his bank book waiting for death, then he may not be able to wait until the day when he dies, and he will suffer disaster through the expansion of so many companies. Alan has further expanded his staff. After all, the number of employees in various companies who now rely on him as the boss to live is nearly 10,000. If we take the family as a unit, how big a force is this? If the company gets on the right track with his further development in the future, this number will grow rapidly. If you look at it from a purely Eastern perspective, the industries Alan is working on do not seem to be closely related. It can be said that he is a hammer in the East and a stick in the West. He has completely failed to achieve the so-called full industry chain and what is popular in later generations. Ecological closed loop, upstream and downstream connections, etc. But these things cannot be generalized when applied to people of different identities at different times, in different eras. Again, Alan is a nobleman. the first thing he has to protect is himself. These are all his private property. When he first took over, he first started making movies, then made money, then went to Gambia to make some dirty money, and finally used Sony to cheat money. These are the primitive accumulation stages that early development has to go through. After the money was obtained and a certain amount of capital was available, Alan began to arrange other industries, such as those factories in China, which were arranged in this environment. Instant noodle factory and radio factory are long-term enterprises that can take root in the local area, last for a long time, and have strong risk resistance capabilities. As for the industries in other places, they are all arranged under this kind of thinking. This is not to say that in all industries, as long as it makes money, Alan will do it. He only works in industries that he understands and can maintain. Instead of blindly expanding the scale, playing with ecological closed loops, industrial chains and other lofty things in the West, compared with places like China, which have just begun to develop in recent years, the overall environment is different. In this era, China is full of gold, and there are opportunities everywhere. But what about Great Britain and Europe? No chance anywhere. There are some industries that many Chinese people only came into contact with in the 1990s or even after 2000. In the West, they have existed for a long time. The place is different and the situation is also different. Here, it's not like some time traveler can make money by just slapping his forehead, thinking of some interesting and profitable industry in China for future generations, and investing in building a factory. In an era before the rise of the internet, all industries that could make money had already appeared, and people had already done them. Not to mention whether you can make money by investing in those industries now. Even if you can make money, if a novice rashly enters a new industry and builds a new factory, will your competitors mess with you? Have you thought about the cost? This is not a place like China, where workers' wages are only £1 or £20 a month. This is a place where workers' wages are £700 or £800 a month, or even more. Labor costs have gone up, but what about product profits? We are not all fools. The economic situation has been so bad in the past 2 years. Why can no one turn this situation around? Isn't it because society and industries in various places have long been solidified and no one can do anything about it? There are so many national elites who can't do anything, but you, an ordinary time traveler, can do something. Dream on. So, if a person really travels back to the 1980s and 1990s, it would be okay if he travels to a place like China, and there are many opportunities, but if he travels to a foreign country, it will really be a hell of a start. Moreover, the aristocracy pays attention to diversified investments, decentralized industries, and diversification. This is a cunning rabbit's three caves. In order to prevent a certain industry from suddenly going bankrupt or suffering a force majeure blow, the family cuts off its source of funds with this core of thought. What is the mentality of building an ecological closed loop or a whole industry chain? Are you afraid that your competitors or potential enemies will make things difficult for you? Which one is more risky? Concentrating our efforts against you in one main industry, or spreading our forces against you across dozens of industries? It must be the former. With Alan's current industrial layout, if someone is really determined to target him, then just let him go. You have taken advantage of one of my industries, and I have other industries that provide blood. When you turn around and deal with my other industries, my industry will regain its strength again, which is like an immortal Zhao point, unless there is a powerful enemy who attacks all his industries at the same time, and in all directions. But for such an opponent, if he can reach this level, Alan will not form a deep hatred with them that is worthy of their actions. Therefore, in his industry, no matter what he sells, is high-end or not, as long as he can make money, and as long as the entire industry is relatively stable, he will be very satisfied. What we should do specifically depends on the times, external situations, and local policies, and we just need to make some adjustments. This is the safest way. It's not like some people imagine. Just take money, find a self-righteous industry, invest money in it, and then make a lot of money. In this world, before the internet was popularized, apart from illegal arms, contraband and the like, The only way to make quick money was in finance. Alan doesn't like making that kind of money because he's not good enough and doesn't understand. He just wants to make this kind of stable money. With his current layout and development in the past few years, it can be said that it has begun to take shape. As long as he waits for a few more years of development, he will make more and more money in the future. It is becoming more and more stable, and the moat around him will become more and more secure as the number of his employees increases. We are taking the path of slowly accumulating food. While Mr. Allen was worrying about the first half financial report, an international flight slowly landed at Cardiff International Airport. After the plane came to a stop, a group of passengers with oriental faces wearing suits and side-parted hairstyles walked out of the cabin. There were two huge bus-style buses parked in the pickup area next to the runway. Zhang Xin stood beside the bus with a smile, waiting for the group of people to get off the plane. This is an inspection group from Shanghai, invited by Carmarthenshire, Wales, to come here for a special visit. Hello, Leader Wang, I'm Zhang Xin. Welcome to Wales. Haha, hello. Hello, Leader. Wang wears old-fashioned large-framed glasses with black rims. He doesn't look too old, but his hair is a little thinning. The airport runway is a bit empty. When the breeze blows, his newly styled hairstyle becomes a bit sloppy. The hair on both sides her hair was all blown back, revealing a reflective area in the middle of her head. Hearing this familiar accent, Team Leader Wang happily shook hands with Zhang Xin. This time they were invited to lead a team to visit the so-called Wales. As soon as they stepped off the ground, they could hear people speaking proficient Chinese, and the whole experience went to a new level. Pulling the deputy team leader and several other managers behind him, Team Leader Wang personally introduced Zhang Xin one by one. After both parties finished their polite greetings, Zhang Xin looked at Leader Wang with a smile and said, "It's getting late now. Should we walk around Cardiff first and take a rest, or go directly to Carmarthen?" Oh. Team Leader Wang then had the opportunity to take a look at the so-called Cardiff International Airport. To be honest, the airport is not big, with only 2 runways, and the waiting room in front is even smaller. You can see it all at a glance. Compared with the Shanghai airport, it can only be regarded as a comparison between bicycles and buses, and there is no comparison point. Although this place is small, everything is neatly tidied and looks very artistic. However, since we are here for inspection, we should go to the place where we are visiting first, Cardiff. Although it is the capital of Wales, we can just come back to play before we leave, after we have finished our business. Thinking of this, Leader Wang smiled and said, "Secretary Zhang, let's go to Carmarthen first. When we come to your place, you can make all the arrangements. Do the business first. Do the business first. Hahaha. Okay, leaders, let's get in the car. We are still more than an hour away from Carmarthen. This is how I have arranged it. We will go to Llanelli Port along the coast, and then go to Carmarthen from Llanelli Port. There will be a bit more distance along the way, but the roads are all major roads and you can also enjoy some coastal scenery. Just listen to Secretary Zhang's arrangements." Some of the group were still looking at the small airport, some were packing their luggage in the back, and some had already gotten on the bus, ready to experience this trip to Great Britain and Wales. 2 p.m. Llanelli Port City Centre. The port of Llanelli, which was originally a bit sluggish, had a huge flow of people today. In the square, rows of temporary locked wardrobes are extremely eye-catching. Today is a day when Carmarthenshire holds the fruit riding competition. There were more than 800 contestants who signed up. In addition to these contestants, after receiving the news, tens of thousands of people came to watch from the surrounding area. As a result, Llanelli Port has not been so lively for a long time. It seemed crowded, as if celebrating the new year. Fruit riding is just an attitude, a way of publicity to express environmental protection. It's not that players are required to just come to the competition on their bikes without wearing any clothes along the way. Players from all over the world have long since died. Among the more than 800 players, the furthest ones include herdsmen from the Scottish Highlands in other places like London, Manchester, etc. Some fans come to compete. When you get to the place, you first sign in, then get your number plate, and then get a copy of the competition instructions and a route map. Finally, you can take off your clothes and get ready. Waiting for the organizer to officially start the race. Sisyphus was wearing a very orthodox old-fashioned aristocratic style suit. Although the weather was a bit hot now, he still had to pay attention to his image when he appeared on such an occasion with his current status as a knight. Looking at the field of white flowers dozens of meters away, Sisyphus' facial expression was slightly distorted. He took a few steps back and took a deep breath without leaving any trace. He had no experience holding this thing before, and now looking at this spectacular scene of hundreds of people taking off their clothes together, even a slut like Sisyphus felt a little uncomfortable. In addition, it smells like a strange smell in a bathhouse. In the summer, it's already hot. If you don't wear clothes, you'll sweat as soon as the sun shines on you. The smell of thousands of people's farts mixed with the faint smell of body odor, sweat, and other compound smells drifted over 10 meters away. Sisyphus was already starting to regret it. In order to make it easier for the young master to see what's new at home, the route he planned specifically passed through the road outside the hill manor. This judging from the current situation. If the young master doesn't pay attention and is smoked out after the convoy passes, then he will. Although he may not be punished, but he will be scolded a few times. Who is that? Hurry up and inform people. Hurry up and prepare. Hurry up and compete. If you delay for a while, time won't be enough. Hurry up. Thinking of the scene waiting on the road, Sisyphus urged his men to start the game quickly with a look of disgust on his face, and told these people to leave quickly. The smell is too great. Leader Wang sat in the first seat on the right side of the bus. As soon as he got on the bus, this position has a wide view. In addition to the scenery on both sides, you can also clearly see the scenery in front. Zhang Xin accompanied him and sat next to her. The two of them laughed and chatted as they drove west from Cardiff, past Swansea, and finally entered Llanelli. Leader Wang, we have now officially entered the territory of Carmarthenshire, and we will reach the urban area of Llanelli ahead. As Zhang Xin spoke, she looked at the surrounding traffic and frowned slightly. She always felt that she had forgotten something, but she couldn't remember it. Leader Wang looked at the surrounding buildings happily. He had read information about this city before coming here. It was said that the permanent population was about 50,000 to 60,000 people. This small town was not as big as some county towns in China, but it was. As soon as he arrived, Team Leader Wang discovered that the information was misleading. Who said that other cities are small and desolate? There is so much traffic on this street. Where is the desolation? Looking at the pedestrians on the road, the kind of excited smiles on their faces, Leader Wang blinked, turned his head and asked, Secretary Zhang, what activities are you doing here today? I see that these people look very excited. When Zhang Xin heard what Leader Wang said, an idea flashed in his mind. Something bad happened. She suddenly remembered that there were some activities here today. P.S. The word GUO for Guoki is not a typo. I did it on purpose. If it were replaced with the word LUO, it would become an asterisk. Just understand the meaning. Chapter 398 Reflect more and learn more. Although it has been nearly 10 years since she came out of China, for Zhang Xin, there is some freedom that she yearns for, and there are some things that are too free that she does not yearn for at all, and she is even somewhat resistant to these things as a woman. She has lived in a conservative environment since she was a child. More than 10 years ago, before she came out, in China, holding hands was enough to be considered a hooligan. The crime of hooliganism can be sentenced to prison or shot to death. Now there is such an event in Carmarthen County. Zhang Xin doesn't like it at all, but it is an event that Sir Sisyphus is responsible for. He is an old man from Earl's Palace, and the starting point of the event is also good. It can only be said that everyone has different concepts, different cognitions, and different starting points. Therefore, although Zhang Xin knew that this event was held around June, she did not pay too much attention to it, and Sisyphus of course. Sisyphus would not go to Zhang Xin, the assistant secretary, to report anything. In the end, it ended up like this. The information coordination between the two parties was not in place and they both ignored the matter. As a result, the inspection team happened to meet each other on the day they arrived. Now that the convoy has entered the city, Zhang Xin suddenly remembered this matter after being reminded by team leader Wang. Thinking of this, Zhang Xin broke into a cold sweat. They were all Chinese, and she knew very well how the people in this car would react if they saw the scene outside later. Will today's matter be ruined? This is a major matter, that is, Excellency. The Earl has been talking about for a long time. Have a good relationship with the other person. What if there was any misunderstanding between the two parties because of her negligence? Then her future would be ruined. Zhang Xin doesn't care about anything else now. She only cares about her own future. She gave up the American company's plan to poach her with high salary and stayed with Alan with peace of mind. For what? Why not stay here, have the opportunity to express her ambitions, and get a salary that is no less than what big companies in the United States promised her, and still have an identity? After studying in London for so many years, she knows very well which is more important, status or money. You can earn less money, but your status cannot be low. Being with a noble is better than working as a white-collar worker in an ordinary big company. Now Leader Wang, why don't we take a detour? There are indeed activities today, but Zhang Xin was a little panicked subconsciously. Oh. Leader Wang's heart moved when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Xin's expression again. He now had some guesses about the current situation, but his guess was whether there would be some religious activities ahead that would be inconvenient for the inspection group, or some local activities that were not open to the public. Listen to Secretary Zhang. Haha, if it's inconvenient, just take a detour, team. Leader Wang doesn't have to worry too much. It's whatever people say. Guests and hosts do as they please. Zhang Crossing was just about to tell the driver, but when she turned around, the wide field of view ahead revealed an astonishing scene. The end of the not too wide 2-lane road was covered with banners on both sides. Under the sunlight, starting from there, a huge team of hundreds of people are already undressing and ready to go. At this time, Leader Wang also saw the scene not far away. The city was really not big, and he was almost to the city center when he stepped on the accelerator, leaving him no chance to take a detour. Apart from the crowd of onlookers, the contestants were so dazzling. A large area of white flowers, surrounded by fat and thin birds. Leader Wang opened his mouth and looked at the scene in front of him. He instantly remembered the pig farms he visited when he went to the countryside for a search a few years ago. The large white pigs imported from abroad were fat and strong. The whole pig farm had hundreds of thousands of pigs. In this pen, as far as the eye can see, hundreds of white striped pigs come into view densely. The scene at that time is so similar to now. It's just that now the pig has become a human and rides a bicycle. Snapped. With the starting gun fired, the entire team slowly accelerated, and the race began. They had to ride from Laneliport for nearly 40 minutes to Carmarthen town, on the race route, all the way to the northwest. Hey, old Zal, this is really a western scene. Hey, is this an event to welcome us? No, I just said that foreigners are enthusiastic. Look at this, they are too enthusiastic. Don't look at it, don't look at it. What does it look like? TSK, this little red guy. You won't look at it if you don't want to. Why didn't you sit down first? Why are you standing? Just look at the differences between foreigners and us. Hey, they're pretty different. They're pretty different. Hey, don't tell me. Their hair is yellow, and the rest of their body is yellow. How did it grow? Look at some of them. Aren't they yellow? Some of them are heavy in color, probably because they haven't been exposed to light for a long time and are dull. Right, stay away and make room for me. Let me see, which one are you talking about? Leader Wang's face twitched. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the people in the car moving towards the middle aisle. Some people stood up and grabbed the armrests of the front seats with both hands, leaning forward and looking forward. Some people raised their heads and supported their colleagues' shoulders, watching and discussing. The main thing is that your discussion is a discussion, but now the receptionist on the other side can understand Chinese. It is so obvious that it is so bad for others to hear it. After Secretary Zhang explained in a low voice, Leader Wang wanted to laugh, but held it back. Cough. Cough cough everyone. Please be quiet. It's just a coincidence that we happened to catch up with Carmarthenshires annual environmental promotion event. Look outside your windows and think about the scenery along the roadside as we walked. Wales, we have done such a good job in environmental protection, but we still have to invest a lot of manpower and material resources every year to promote environmental protection. Leader Wang stood up and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. Point: of course, not all of them are attracted to him, because he blocks the main viewing path, and it's impossible not to look at him. What does this mean? This is the understanding and responsibility of the old capitalist countries towards environmental protection. We have just developed, and many problems in the past have been ignored. When it comes to environmental protection, some companies are just muddle along. Today, when we see this situation, have we been inspired? Is it worth reflecting on it? Learn and learn. We need to learn and apply it now. Look at what others have done, and then think about why they did it, and what are the benefits of doing it. Having said this, Leader Wang turned sideways and pointed forward. The fruit cavalry team of hundreds of people seemed to be clearing the way for them in front. Everyone had the same destination and the same route. They couldn't stop here and not go right. Now walking behind them, you can really enjoy this kind of western scenery along the way. Comrades, this approach is based on the idea of being close to nature and reducing carbon emissions. Although their approach is a bit immoral to us, the culture and cognition are different. Can we? How about taking the best and discarding the dross? When we go back, can we also organize a similar promotional event that is in line with our policies and suitable for holding in Shanghai, and involves cycling along the Huangpu River? Wow. After listening to Leader Wang's words, the frivolous look on the faces of several people with high ideological consciousness disappeared instantly. A leader is a leader. No matter what unexpected situation happens, he must have a plan to deal with it. As Leader Wang said, isn't this worth reflecting on? When faced with anything that they are relatively unfamiliar with, or do not see the essence of, they should not question it first, but first understand it clearly, understand their purpose of doing so, and the corresponding effect they will achieve after doing it, and then analyze it, and then learn from each other's strengths. Reflect on yourself, and finally learn and apply it. The members of the inspection team who were watching the excitement just now, after listening to the words of Team Leader Wang, looked at the fruit riding team opening the way in front of the motorcade this time. Their eyes were different. Their eyes were full of thinking, reflection, learning, criticism, etc. Waiting for emotions. Very serious. As of the end of last month, we have secured another warehouse in Birmingham, which is currently being renovated. It is not expected to be officially put into use until August. Alan closed the information about the tequila company in his hand. At the end of the day, is this food delivery company making money? But the profit is very small, and some tequila spots in small cities are losing money overall. However, Alan still gritted his teeth and kept investing the funds earned in various directions into food delivery companies in large quantities. The main reason is that he is not taking the same path of financing, burning money, advertising, and exploitation that will be used by food delivery companies in the future internet era. Alan's current food delivery company, whether it is the warehouse, land, employees, vehicles, etc., is his private property and has no external financing. And he is not renting a house, but buying land and a house. In this way, a lot of money is consumed, and the overall expansion is very slow, but the path is extremely stable, and it can be regarded as a heavy asset among heavy assets. The food delivery industry can provide quite a lot of jobs with this condition. Alan sent people to negotiate from house to house. In Great Britain, it does not mean that there are nobles in all cities, but generally speaking, basically large and small nobles, small families, etc., are based on the cities are spread out, and everyone governs them according to the territory. If outsiders want to do business locally, they cannot come by force. They must either take the initiative to share some profits, or start a fight. It was impossible for Alan to give them shares, so he had to negotiate with other conditions. For example, if the economic situation has been bad in the past 2 years, his food delivery company can help increase local jobs and stabilize the situation. This can be regarded as an advantage. Coupled with his own identity and his promise to further expand employees, upgrade industries and other conditions in the future, he can finally expand slowly in other cities. Currently, with Alan's financial resources, He can only expand the food delivery company to more than 30 cities. This is his current limit. It's not that he's in trouble, it's that he doesn't have enough cash on hand. The plans to be implemented now include an industrial park in India, a new French restaurant chain, and a large international hospital promised to be opened in cooperation with Shanghai. These all require money. Looking at the financial report for the first half of the year, Alan's head hurt. If you don't become a householder, you don't know that firewood, rice, oil and salt are expensive. He seems to have worked hard for a lot of industries now, but these are not enough for him. For example, a yacht. Alan only has one now, and it was modified from a warship. The defense of such a yacht is improved, but wasn't the reason why he did this in the first place, because of lack of money. If you have enough money on hand, you can just spend several £100 million to build a 10,000-ton yacht. Wouldn't that be a better grade than the current yacht? Although he already has one, Alan has already begun to dream about building his second yacht. As for the castle at home. Now he theoretically only has 3 properties in Carmarthen and London. Of the 2 in Carmarthen, one of them has not yet been fully built. Is this enough for Alan, who is inspired to be an aristocratic gentleman who can only enjoy himself? Far from enough. When I go out for fun in the future, do I have to rent a house temporarily? How low is that? Alan's current ideal is that in various countries, wherever he can go, is likely to go, often goes, and has a probability to go in the future. He will buy real estate, as well as large real estate, servants, vehicles, etc. Whenever he goes to a place, he has his own home, and his own servants. This is called life. By then, these houses will no longer be ordinary properties, but palaces. Mr. Alan wants to have palaces all over the world, with so much real estate, transportation and the like are indispensable, and private jets are also on the agenda. A private jet is not insured. What if it needs maintenance or repairs? When you are in a hurry to use it, you have to buy at least 2. Now that we have long-range private jets, do we also need short-range private business helicopters? And when you have all these, this is called life. When his future companies are on track, he can play in each country for a few months, then get on his own private jet, go to the next country, and continue playing. This is called life, rather than like now. It seems that you are already rich, but when it comes to statistics, you still have to worry about money. Okay, I get it. Alan stood up impatiently. He had almost finished reading the financial reports. Some factories were so muddy that they couldn't hold up the wall. Who? 10. Go and inform the pharmaceutical company. It will take more than a month before I come back from this business trip. If what I want can't be made again, then I will replace him. Whoever can't do it will be replaced. When he thought that the formula for such a profitable little blue pill had been bought, and he was just doing some post-production tasks, but it took a full year or 2 to complete it, Alan became angry. The efficiency was too slow. Okay, I understand. I'll call the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory to come over later. Who? Te looked at Alan's angry look, and combined with the financial report that the young master just read, although he didn't know why Alan was suddenly a little impatient, but now the family's industry is on the rise, and there is a shortage of funds. This feeling, it's like a lot of money is placed in front of you, but you just can't get it. This is very tempting. Master, I just received a call. The team should pass the road outside the manor in about 10 minutes. Didn't you say that you would be informed when it is almost there? Zaro. Shitao walked into the reading room and looked at a group of people who seemed to have finished their work. Then he walked to Alan and whispered a reminder. Oh, coming soon. Take a walk and prepare a telescope for me. I want to take a look. When he heard that it was finally coming, Alan, who had never watched such an event offline, got excited and left everyone in the reading room behind, stood up and left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Christopher Francis Patton. TSK TSK TSK. The view from the rooftop of the hill manor is extremely broad. Alan held a high-power military telescope in his hand and stared at the riding team approaching slowly in the distance. At this moment, even the well-informed Alan was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He really wanted to compose an impromptu poem. But there is no culture in my belly. Probably thousands of waves passed by and all traces of people are wiped out. Hundreds of sticks were thrown wildly. Eyes and mouths were dumbfounded. Anyway, that's what it means. Since the age of the contestants is not particularly strict, although Alan originally wanted to choose young people, there are also older contestants. Syphis mainly wanted to create a big scene, so there were a large number of people who had fun, and uncles and aunts also came to participate. As people get older, especially in the land of Great Britain, where people are very well raised, the women are all fat and strong. And their waistline. Alan stared at the pictures in the telescope with his mouth open. Some of the older men who were more naughty were excited about riding and even stood up to kick. That scene. Just like when fishing, the scene of hanging an earthworm on the hook and then throwing it into the river is the same. It's so annoying. The entire cycling team is sparsely distributed over several kilometers. The distance to ride from Lanelli to here is not short. I was sweating along the way and I had no clothes, so it wasn't clean anyway. The painting style looks like thousands of perverts riding bicycles preparing to attack Carmarthen Town. The residents of Carmarthen Town, who had just experienced Master Alan's attack on Carmarthen Town last year, were about to face a nightmare scene in the new year. Some people stood at the bridge at the entrance of the town and looked over there in ignorance. When Alan thought about this, he felt that these people lived so close to him and they had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. No wonder all the earls in the past kept tens of thousands of people like sheep in a pen next to the earl's mansion. It's such a great place to have fun. When you feel down, you can ride a horse there and have fun. How cool. Don't look at it anymore. Go and ask Chickley to come see me. Alan was talking, but still holding the telescope in his hand. He glanced at the back of the team and then saw the 2 obvious buses. On the bus, he could clearly see the passengers sitting inside, all of whom had East Asian faces, coupled with their clothes. Alan suddenly shuddered. Little shitow. What's going on? Are the people from the inspection team coming? Alan's face turned red with anger. Let me take a look. Zaro. Shitow didn't react for a while, so he took a look at the binoculars handed over by Alan, especially after seeing the assistant secretary named Zhang Xin in the car. He finally remembered. It seems so. Young master, didn't you ask Secretary Zhang to contact them? I don't have much control over this matter. Who arranged for them to arrive on the same day as the event? On the first day they came to inspect. Let them see this. I don't want to lose face. Where will I put my old face in the future? Alan pointed to the bus in the distance that was slowly passing by the road in front of his door. His fingers were trembling a little. It was so embarrassing. People would not think that he, the Earl, was a stupid and ignorant person who only stayed on his own territory. Are you a bastard who engages in a drinking pool and a meat forest? If this impression spreads, how will he get around in the future? When he visits China in the future, he can't be promoted by people saying, look at that stupid count who made thousands of people cross the border for free. Alan's scalp went numb just thinking about it. Master, Zaro. Shitow looked at the bus that had gone away and didn't know how to explain it, since they have already appeared here. Depending on the situation, there is a high probability that they have followed us. Maybe these foreign guests like our kind of activities. Go get Chickley over. Chickley carefully followed Zaro Shitow and slowly came to the study. He just heard from the trainee butler that His Excellency the Earl was not in a good mood today and asked him to pay attention when he went in to talk later. But when he thought that the task assigned to him by the Earl had not progressed, Chickley's heart dropped. I was already in a bad mood. No matter how much I spoke, I had to be careful. It always seemed like I was rushing to hit the muzzle of a gun. As the wooden door was pushed open, Chickley was stunned when he walked into the study. His Excellency the Earl actually crossed his hands, held his chin, and stared at the door coldly. He did nothing. He just stared at the door like this. Thinking of this, Chickley first bent down to salute, then hurried forward, walked to the desk, bent down again and said, "Your Excellency, you are looking for me. Well, how are things going with you over there?" Alan stared at Chickley expressionlessly. After these years of experience, this little liar has lost a lot of frivolity on his face, and he has become more mature. Alan always felt that the way this guy walked and the tone of his voice now were a little weird. I can't tell you what it feels like. I just feel a little jolly. How, Your Excellency, my target has been in London recently. As you know, we have no reason to get close to where they live, and some methods cannot be used. Chickley was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he didn't dare to lie. If he didn't get it done, he wouldn't get it done. In this family, you can do wrong things, but you can't say wrong things, especially lying. Alan hummed again. His attention was still on Chickley's voice, which became sharper and sounded weird. "It's summer now. I estimate that there is a high probability that the other party will go on vacation recently. If you follow me, then you will have more opportunities abroad. If you get any clues, take action as soon as possible. Don't let me down." "Yes, Your Excellency, I will not let you down." Looking at Chickley's fair face, Alan suddenly raised his eyebrows and remembered something. "Chickley, you have been following me for a while, and you have made great contributions. If you do well enough in this matter, when I come back from my business trip next month, you can go to the hospital for surgery, and you will probably be able to do it again. Restore communication." When Chickley heard what Alan said, he raised his head in surprise. During this period of time, not only after he was arrested by this Excellency, but also after the sterilization operation, he felt that he was becoming more and more powerless at certain times. At the beginning, Chickley thought it was caused by environmental pressure. He was in Russia at the time, and his surroundings were unsafe, and he was under great psychological pressure. Later, when he returned from completing his mission, the situation did not improve, or even, his beard was getting thinner and thinner, which made him panic a little. He could accept that he couldn't have children. At worst, if he performed well in the future, made contributions, and asked his boss to get his bottle of seeds back, he would still have children. But now, his functions are almost deteriorating, which makes Chickley fall into panic. As for having surgery in private, he doesn't dare, let alone surgery. Even if everything he has now is caused by Alan's instigation, he doesn't even dare to resent Alan. Some people, the longer they are in contact, the more they understand. The less he dares to have unnecessary emotions. Now listen to Alan's wishes. As long as he performs well this time and gets things done, he can go to the hospital for a recanalization operation. As a result, Chickley's fighting spirit is directly boosted, and he can't wait to return to London now, 2 days a day. For 14 hours, I squatted in front of the Duchess's house, staring at her. "Okay, you go ahead. When I come back from my business trip next month, I hope you can bring me good news. I will have other rewards for you by then." Yes, July 3, 1992, Cardiff International Airport. A convoy of Cadillac cars parked quietly on the side of runway 1. Several tall and strong men in grey suits gathered around a white Cadillac, looking around with wary eyes. Christopher Francis Patton, 48 years old, is on the rise and is proficient in various negotiation skills. He is known as a negotiation fox, which means that he is as cunning as a fox in various negotiations. He was proficient in Chinese and gave himself a Chinese name, Patton. At this time, Patton looked calm and looked at the special plane parked on the runway. His men had already helped him carry all the luggage of his entourage onto the plane, but others did not dare to board the plane now, all because the higher status big shot hasn't arrived yet. He has to wait until he arrives and see the ceremony before he can board the plane. This is the rule. Patton's mouth twitched slightly and his heart was bleeding when he thought of that big shot. Originally everything was so beautiful, but because of some disputes within the Conservative Party, he is now being pushed out as the scapegoat. As the last governor of Hong Kong, Patton was destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame. No matter which country you are in, ordinary people cannot bear the responsibility for losing their land. Now, he is the only one to bear the blame point, and now that everything is a foregone conclusion, in order to maximize interests, the Conservative Party has also made many corresponding countermeasures, especially since he will take the blame this time when he takes office, so it is better to make the trouble bigger and do it absolutely. 1 point. Carry it to the end, and when he comes back, there will be corresponding compensation waiting for him. Point. But when he thought of Prime Minister Major's promise, Patton looked angry. Point. These damn politicians threw him away like a smelly rag. The condition he made at that time was that, since he had to take office without being given a title, he needed a slightly stronger figure to stand up for him. Point. This is to allow him to take over the work in a short period of time and establish prestige. Point. But Patton never expected that this matter would eventually reach the Queen, and then Buckingham Palace really sent him a powerful figure to support him. It wasn't until some time ago that all the servants sent by the housekeeper of this powerful man came to the door, and Patton didn't know who the powerful man was going to Zhangjiang with him this time. It was the Earl of Carmarthen, who was notorious and extremely cruel in London some time ago. Alan Hill, facing this powerful man. To be honest, when he first heard that he was following him, Patton's heart went cold. He was angry. He called everywhere, but no one paid attention to him. He seemed to be abandoned. Yes. He became an island as an extremely rational politician who likes to negotiate to get what he needs. Patton hates emotionally unstable people. Faced with such people, under normal circumstances, they will often cause many unnecessary troubles due to their uncontrollable emotions, and this Earl of Carmarthen is even more outstanding, relying on his noble status and his extremely tough backer. This person, he was so arrogant that he once dared to directly publish an essay in a newspaper and point his finger at Mrs. Thatcher. That's Thatcher. Of course, a person with his temper can control the situation, and if he dares to kill people, he can definitely help himself stand up. But Patton was 10,000 unwilling to contact this nobleman. To put it bluntly, this person is just an oversized time bomb. He is afraid to take it with him. Before he even arrives in Zhangjiang, this person is going to have surgery on himself because of his bad temper. Faced with this feeling of having a time bomb around you, who would be happy to do it instead? Anyway, Patton was not happy, but he had no choice. The only thing he could do now was to follow the arrangements. Even when I was going to take office, I had to follow that person's arrangement. I arrived in Cardiff from London one day in advance, waited for him, and took a plane together to Hong Kong. This, when he thought about the other party sending a housekeeper, and the housekeeper sending a servant to contact him, and the servant's arrogant and dismissive attitude when he saw him, Patton felt panicked. He was a dignified governor of Hong Kong, but because of his status as a civilian, he was looked down upon by the assistant of a jazz butler. "Sir, let's get out of the car. Your Excellency's motorcade has arrived," the assistant reminded Patton, who was deep in thought. Here, Patton opened his eyes and took a deep breath, rubbed his face with his hands, tried to put on what he thought was the most sincere smile, and prepared to get out of the car to greet the Earl of Carmarthen. "Sir, it's really hard for you to accompany me to take office. I'm Christopher Francis Patton. My Chinese name is Patton. You can just call me Christopher." When Alan got out of the car, and before he even looked up at him, Patton bent down deeply by the car, saluted and introduced himself. Although he was reluctant to get along with Alan, but now that he saw him, he was cautious and flattered this person carefully. There was no way that his current status was extremely inconsistent with this person, and he he was really afraid that Alan would be angry again and would be displeased with him. Well, let's get on the plane. Alan just briefly glanced at the Newport governor, who was bending over and sticking his butt out in salute. He didn't shake his hand or look at him much. He just hummed twice casually, and then nothing more happened. Patton kept bending over, and when Alan walked away, he slowly straightened up, turned his head, stared at Alan's back, and secretly gritted his teeth. It's so damn tiring to deal with these traditional nobles, but now he has to deal with him so carefully. When he thinks that this foreign aide is the one he called personally, Patton's heart bleeds. He wants to rush to Zhangjiang now, and then after getting a little familiar with the local situation, he coaxed this guy away first. As long as he was around him, Patton felt uncomfortable all over. Chapter 400 Pickup. But no matter how uncomfortable Patton felt, he could only endure it. Otherwise what else could he do? He asked for help, and now that the higher ups have sent him people, he can't go back on his word, can he? An aristocratic man who is responsible for giving him a platform. Is he, a little port governor, able to be picky? Just ask him, Earl Allen, whether he can control the situation and give you a platform point, as long as he doesn't go around killing people like a lunatic. His recent performance will be able to be suppressed in Zhangjiang Point. After the plane finally flew smoothly, Patton eagerly took several documents and passed through layers of servants before he saw Alan at the end point. Although the two were on the same plane, their seats were not together, and they were separated by the servants and bodyguards brought by Alan. Patton had to apply if he wanted to see Alan Point, suppressing the unhappiness in his heart. Patton put a smile on his face and said flatteringly, "Your Excellency, I want to meet you first on the way. I also need to discuss some things with you. No, there is no reporting relationship between you and me. You can just take care of your affairs. If you need me to cooperate with you, tell me in advance." Alan had his legs crossed and was playing a game with the latest handheld console he had snatched from William Point. Patton looked at the small game console, and the sound of "beau beau beau" came from it. Alan didn't even raise his head or look at him. His attention seemed to be on his hands, on the game console. After saying this, he took the time to wave his right hand, indicating that he could go by himself, as if he was afraid of disturbing him while playing the game point. Although Alan's image and way of doing things are somewhat different from those in the rumors, in Patton's mind, the image of a top-notch bad guy who doesn't care about business, is greedy for enjoyment, etc. slowly emerges with the corners of his mouth twitching. Patton could only gently put the information aside, leaving it for Alan to read when he had time, and bowed again. Then, "I won't disturb you, Your Excellency. If you need anything, just call me." With the reflection on the game console screen, Alan watched Patton slowly walk away and then sneered. "It's not appropriate for him to get too close to this guy now. We're all not in the same circle." From the first time he met him, Alan didn't give him a good look, and his attitude was just so, just to deliberately create this sense of alienation. Now, hey, you can also cleanse yourself while flying. As for the information he left behind, Alan picked it up and flipped through it casually, only looking at the cover of the document. This old boy was very cunning. The information he brought were all very ordinary and conventional documents. If you really believe this, that's a full July 4th, 1992, Kai-Tak Airport, Hong Kong. The plane slowly passed through the bloated Kowloon City and landed tremblingly on the runway of Kai-Tak Airport. This is currently the busiest airport in Hong Kong and is known as one of the top 10 most dangerous airports in the world. Every time a plane lands, the captain must be very cautious. This thing is like an airport in a small mountain kernel. You can't fly straight over from a distance before landing. You have to find your direction and fly in diagonally. The airport is surrounded by residential areas. If you don't pay attention, you will fly over or even run off the runway. The difficulty of landing can be imagined. The residents living nearby still have to endure the impact of hundreds of planes flying over the roofs of buildings every day. In the airport, half of the red carpet has been laid out in a separate area. After the special plane lands, the last section of the red carpet from the boarding stairs to the reception area will be laid out. Wei Duri, the current governor of Hong Kong, is wearing a traditional colonial official uniform. He is a little old man with a small beer belly. He wears stockings on his legs, which makes his calves appear slimmer. There is a light colored ribbon on his belly, and he looks with bright eyes, looking at the slowly slowing plane in the distance. Several official media have gathered around, and there are some media in the distance that cannot be approached without permission. The flashing lights didn't stop after landing from the plane. In front of the small guard of honor not far from Wei Duri, the commander took a deep breath, adjusted the brim of his hat, and straightened his stomach. When the plane finally came to a stop, the staff next to it hurried up to lay out the red carpet, and the military band also played the prelude to the national anthem "God Save the Queen" to start the show. As soon as the cabin door opened, the theme could be entered at any time. "Your Excellency." Patton squeezed to the cabin door in embarrassment. He did not change into the traditional colonial official uniform because the boss wouldn't let him wear it, because they thought he was embarrassed. Therefore, this guy can only wear a suit, but Alan next to him is different now. Although the outside temperature is already very hot in July. But for the sake of image, I still have to wear long-sleeved military uniforms. The red cavalry jacket and the rank badge on the shoulder have obvious golden patterns that represent the royal symbol. This is his mark as a royal bodyguard, and because he is boss Chaz bodyguard, Alan's mark is larger and more obvious than that of ordinary royal bodyguards. A golden braid stretches from the epaulette on the right shoulder to the chest, and then to the collar. This is a decorative pendant exclusive to the captain of the guard. The medals he had won before were still hung on his chest. With this thing, he still has some military power in emergencies, especially in colonies with garrison. He can mobilize a small number of soldiers to command. There was nothing much to say about the navy blue trousers on his lower body. Alan put on a dark military hat to tidy up his appearance and signaled that Patton could go down first. He is the governor, so of course he has to go out first. Whoever has a lower status will go out first. As the crew opened the cabin door, sunlight shone into the cabin. Patton frowned slightly due to the sunlight. He looked outside the cabin. He didn't know if it was the sun or the flash, but it was so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. Patton took a deep breath, put on a full smile on his face, and then walked out of the cabin. Why? Is he a fat guy? Is this what the new governor looks like? Still quite handsome. It is said that the Mandarin name is Patton. As the new governor walked down the boarding stairs, the conductor's movements changed, and a great British song with a Scottish tune, but the lyrics were all about Scotland, slowly played. Where he just watched Patton waving hello as he got off the plane. He did not move his feet, as if he was not ready to greet Patton. It was not until Patton's footsteps landed that a heavy weight came out of the cabin again. Where he moved quickly with a smile on his face this time, and walked across the red carpet towards the boarding stairs. Your Excellency, long time no see, you are still as charming as ever. Dewey shook hands with Patton perfunctorily, and then looked expectantly at Alan walking down the boarding stairs. Then, he held Alan's extended hand with both hands, and opened his mouth to praise him for this kind of treatment. The two completely different attitudes made Patton curl his lips, as if he had eaten shit. Haha, Dewey, you, Alan, glanced at Dewey's beer belly. After not seeing him for a while, the old guy had gained weight again. He had nothing to do here all day long, and couldn't get out. He couldn't do anything he wanted to do. Alan even heard that Dewey seemed to be ill some time ago. I don't know if he was suppressing it. Dewey's face suddenly turned red, and he sucked in his stomach slightly. Then he helped Alan turn around and accepted the media's photo. Today is not only the day when the new governor of Hong Kong arrives in Hong Kong, but also the day when the British nobles arrive in Hong Kong. This time Alan is not traveling in a low-key manner. Dewey has given enough face and brought out all the pomp and pomp that can be given. The band was playing music and a small guard of honor was waiting for a view. Dewey was walking at the front, introducing Alan as he walked. Newport Governor Patton, who was following them in a suit, looked like a servant and a fat man. The scene of the big-headed servant was recorded by countless flashlights following Dewey to pick up the plane. There were also some well-known wealthy businessmen and dignitaries in Zhangjiang. These people watched the confrontation between the old governor and the new governor from a distance, and they all felt that something was wrong. This does not mean that the old governor must be enthusiastic when welcoming the new governor, and they must talk and laugh happily as soon as they meet, but after the minimum etiquette is completed, it is inevitable to walk and chat along the way. But now, the old governor seemed to have some conflicts with the new governor. When the two met, they simply shook hands, and then he spoke with a nobleman who was somewhat famous in Zhangjiang a few years ago. As for the new governor, the two of them had no communication during the rest of the process. This is very wrong. Among the welcoming crowd, Mr. Lee, who was wearing glasses, looked at each other, and an old man next to him. The two raised their eyebrows at the same time, and made eye contact, all without saying a word. Your Excellency, are you coming this time? On the way to the governor's mansion, Dewey pulled Alan into the same car. In the car, He couldn't wait to ask his doubts. The people in China didn't say much to him and just asked him to properly hand over the work at hand. This made Wei Dui feel a little pained when he thought that when he took office, he didn't even have anyone to hand over the work, but the excellency in front of him traveled in a low-key manner, accompanied him, and stood up for himself by the way. Thinking of this, Wei Dui couldn't help but look at Alan again. This man had already accompanied 2 Hong Kong governors to take office. He was indeed a veteran nobleman who was professionally responsible for supporting and platforming. As for why no one handed over work to Wei Dui in the first place. Because the previous governor died of illness while in office. When Wei Dui came, the old guy was already dead. How could a dead person communicate with him? This is why Wei Dui took the initiative to visit Alan. He at that time, someone also needed to give him a platform, and in Wei Dui's view, when he took office, the situation was much more serious than it is now. Well, don't you take office on the 9th, and announce the appointment on the 8th. I'm tired. Let's rest first. Alan glanced around without leaving a trace. He was not used to talking about things in the car, especially because he was afraid that Wei Dui would not be able to protect him. Someone would do something in his car. Paparazzi here in Zhangjiang. What? Don't you dare to do something. What would it be like if someone said something that couldn't be said openly and was recorded or something? Wei Dui looked at the boss and his eyes suddenly froze. After he came to his senses, he quickly nodded and said, sorry. Then you will go back to rest today. I will postpone the welcome banquet. Tomorrow? I will make an appointment tomorrow. We are just betting on horse racing. Let's watch the game together and talk about it then. The flight trip of more than 10 hours was still very tiring, plus there was jet lag. As soon as he arrived in Zhangjiang, Alan didn't want to do anything but rest. Returning to number 79, Deepwater Bay after more than a year's absence. This is the villa given to him by Boss Lee. Lee Zhi has always lived here, and Alan can't come here even once a year in the past. Lee Zhi would go to Wales to visit him, but later she was also busy with work at hand, and the two of them had fewer opportunities to get together now. As the motorcade returned to the villa along the winding mountain road, Alan got out of the car and looked at the surrounding scenery, feeling quite a bit different. This is him. The third time I came here. The time span spanned several years, but the surrounding scenery basically remained unchanged. It's almost the same as Wales. Everything remains unchanged. In the distance, you can see another tall building rising, but the others are gone. Master, are you back? What are you looking at? You don't recognize your home anymore. Lee Zhi reached out to help Alan take off his coat and looked at Alan with a smile. Haha. Among the people around him, in terms of titles, only Lee Zhi would call him master. At other times, whether at home or elsewhere, people like Yuten Zio Shitao would call him master. For the young master, calls like master always sound corrupt when you hear them too often. How long will you stay back this time? After handing Alan's clothes to the servant, Lee Zhi followed Alan and asked as he walked, the shortest term is about a week. If something unexpected happens and delays it, it could be half a month. Looking at the furnishings at home, they were basically the same as when he left last time. Alan estimated that Lee Zhi had people do it specially to prevent him from getting used to this home. If he suddenly came over listening to the time Alan mentioned, Lee Zhi was a little silent. What's wrong? I've been here for a short time, so you're not happy? Seeing that Lee Zhi was a little depressed, Alan put his arm around her waist and asked, no, hahaha, let's go and take a bath with the master. Wearing this dress, it was hot and muggy along the way, so Alan hugged Lee Zhi and went upstairs. From the bathroom upstairs in the villa, you can directly enjoy the sea view in the distance from the floor to ceiling windows. In front of the villa is a large forest. In front of the floor to ceiling windows, you can play and watch the scenery. The small sea breeze coming in brings a sultry atmosphere, but the water droplets on the body were mixed with sweat or water, and it was hard to tell whether it was sweat or water. When the wind blew it made my heart feel cold. The bath lasted for more than 40 minutes. Although Alan was a little breathless, he felt instantly rejuvenated. The two of them stayed in the bathtub for a while and then asked the servant to deliver the meal to the bedroom. Looking at the soup in front of me, it was said that Lee ZHI made it himself. Alan raised his eyebrows at the raw materials and objects in the soup that could be clearly seen at a glance. Could this be the legendary 10 whip soup? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.